Chapter 121 Meeting. Chapter 121 Meeting. Translator, Zayamoj. To become a bloodline warlock, one required the bloodline essence from a formidable life form as well as the corresponding secret method. In Tyrannid subcontinent, it was practically impossible to find the corresponding secret method for the great warlock rank extraordinary life form Moffin demonic polar bear. It was precisely because of this that Lamix would so readily give the Yang Feng Moffin demonic polar bear's corpse. Black City, inside a room of a luxury hotel. Sir Patriarch, why do you want me to marry that waste Yang Feng? Jessica said with some puzzlement. If you want to form an alliance through marriage, then wouldn't it be better for me to marry Steel City's city lord instead? Jessica was very precocious. She understood that her marriage was not for her to decide. She had chosen not to resist her fate, but rather questioned very rationally. Steel City's city master Yang Yi is a man that had reigned in his desires and wholeheartedly pursues knowledge and power. He never had a woman in these past 2 years, but rather hid himself in Black City and carried out all kinds of research. If you'd married such a man, then you'd be nothing more than a grass widow. You also wouldn't wield any power with him there. The waste Yang Feng is different. He's greatly cherished by Yang Yi and likes women. As long as you have control over him, then through him you can obtain Steel City's tremendous resources and wield tremendous power. Lemix's eyes flashed with a touch of wisdom and farsightedness as he said in a deep voice. In these 2 years, Yang Feng's avatar Yang Yi had all along been hiding in Black City without making a sound. Any conspiracy aimed at Yang Yi was as useless as a rat pulling at a turtle. The assassins who came to kill Yang Yi were all bombarded into sieves, before having their corpses suspended above the city wall as a public demonstration. Under the circumstances where all the major forces were powerless, they could only choose to infer Yang Yi's character through a variety of intelligence that they gathered. In these 2 years, Yang Yi hadn't favored any woman. Those major forces could only infer that he wasn't good with women. As for Yang Feng and his flower garden, such men were lustful and could easily be corrupted by beauty. Jessica thought for a moment, before silently nodding her head. Lamix hesitated for a moment, before saying in a consultative tone, Jessica, those level 2 mechanical battle golems are of tremendous importance to the family. Could you contribute 5 of them to the family? In my power as the patriarch, I can slowly deviate the family's resources towards you and pay you for the 5 mechanical golems within a century. Jessica cast a somewhat surprised look at Lamix. As the patriarch of Fernandro family, Lamix was always authoritative. And now he employed a consultative tone with her, which made her very stunned. But Jessica was also very smart and quickly realized that her identity was somewhat different henceforth. She was already the fiancée of Yang Feng, who was the only kin of Steel City's city master Yang Yi. Even level 3 warlocks were afraid of Steel City's terrifying power. With the backing from such a terrifying power, she wasn't someone that a trifling level 2 warlock family's patriarch could slight. Just like an ordinary woman marrying into royalty, that woman wasn't somebody that a minor official could slight. Jessica looked at her grandfather's 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 grandfather, before exclaiming slightly within and nodding in agreement. All right, Fernandro family had taken good care of this genius Jessica since small, and supported her with a huge amount of resources. Therefore, she had a very strong sense of identity towards the family. Lamix also had a very good sense of propriety and only asked for 5 mechanical golems. Naturally, she wouldn't reject his request. Only then did Lamix heave a slight sigh of relief within. He rejoiced that Jessica wasn't a person that becomes estranged after gaining power. Nerona City, as Fernandro Principality's capital, was originally a bustling huge city with a population of 1,500,000 people. After the underworld's allied forces invaded the surface world, the aristocrats and refugees unceasingly poured into this huge city from the 4 major principalities: Sonaris Principality, Potent Principality, Nager Principality, and Damweather Principality, somewhat overcrowding Nerona City and giving rise to one after another refugee camps. At the same time, as the shadow of the war hovered over Nerona City, countless workers reinforced the city. Moreover, inner cities were constructed within Nerona City, intended as the next line of defense after the outer city was captured. In the distance, 2 kilometers from Nerona City's South City Gate, Fernandro Principality's Archduke and all of the ministers stood there surrounded by 20,000 Fernandro Principality's royal guards, while looking towards the distance. That waste Yang Feng is rather full of himself. He's actually making so many Fernandro Principalities people wait for him. Among a group of gorgeously dressed aristocratic youngsters, a pretentious young man with a handsome appearance said with great displeasure. This content is taken from freowebnovel.com. Jessica arched her eyebrows before saying harshly, "Elton, you moron, shut your trap. If you dare to once more insult Yang Feng, then I'll tell father to teach you a lesson." Elton glared coldly before ridiculing Jessica with his inferior level 1 soul aptitude. "Of course Yang Feng is a waste. You haven't yet married him and are already defending that waste of a fiancé? You're a woman from the Fernandro family. Yang Feng is the only kin of Fernandro family's greatest enemy, Steel City's Yang Yi. You even dare to scold me because of an outsider? Are you still a member of Fernandro family?" Fernandro family's group of youngsters glared coldly at Jessica. Yang Feng's Steel City was established by stepping on Fernandro family and seizing half of Fernandro Principality's territory. Everyone in Fernandro family was full of hatred towards Steel City as well as Yang Feng. A beautiful woman with a head full of short blue hair and a sensual and sumptuous figure, who was about 23 or 24 years old and exuded traces of charm belonging to a mature woman, said coldly, "Enough. After all, Yang Feng is supporting us. You shouldn't insult him again." Elton's eyebrows creased. Big Sister Helena. No one had ever witnessed the battle prowess of Steel City's mechanized infantry divisions. No matter how strong those golems are, they're still but trifling knight-rank mechanical golems. Is it really necessary to give them such a grand welcome? The performance of Steel City's mechanized infantry divisions was as of yet unknown. Fernandro Principality's younger generation didn't believe that those knight-rank golems could contend with the underworld's allied forces. After all, it was a terrifying force that had destroyed more than a dozen of southern states' coalition's principalities in a row. Chapter 122, The Snake Hellion Legion. Chapter 122, The Snake Hellion Legion. Translator, Zayamoch. Omagudo Flying Snakes. Those are the scouts of Hellion Force's 3rd Legion, the Snake Hellion Legion. If they're here, that means that the Snake Hellion Legions isn't far behind. All of a sudden, a slightly fearful voice sounded among the crowd of humans. The bigwigs of Fernandro Principality looked up. Their faces at once became extremely pale and their eyes flashed with a touch of fear. Huge flying snakes up to 20 meters long, their entire body covered in a layer of black scales and 18 pairs of fly-like transparent wings. They were flying in this direction. These huge flying snakes that could fly were known as Omagudo flying snakes. This kind of flying snake was a subspecies of the Omagudo flying demonic snake. Adult Omagudo flying demonic snakes were extraordinary life forms with battle prowess comparable to great warlocks. Adult Omagudo flying snakes were merely comparable to level 1 warlock rank, with some Omagudo flying snakes with pure bloodline being even capable of evolving to a degree where they would be rival level 2 warlocks. The Omagudo flying snakes were beasts born from the mating of the Hellion clan's Snake Hellion clan and were under the control of Snake Hellion clan's royal family. They were also one of the most incisive weapons under the Snake Hellion clan. The bigwigs of Fernandro Principality had their complexions change greatly after seeing several hundred Omagudo flying snakes flying about. Many of them were so scared that they even had their legs tremble and couldn't budge. "Retreat!" The face of Archduke Fernandro paled, before he decisively ordered. A single Omagudo flying snake would cause a great headache to a big city such as Giantstone City. In field warfare, the several hundred Omagudo flying snakes were definitely capable of consuming everyone here. The greater aristocrats of Fernandro Principality had looks of dismay on their faces. They almost scrambled as they fled towards Nerona City. The speed of the several hundred Omagudo flying snakes suddenly soared and they shot towards those greater aristocrats of Fernandro Principality like several hundred arrows. The 5-storied Warlock Tower in the center of Nerona City lit up, before 4 fireballs instantly erupted and shot towards the airborne Omagudo flying snakes like meteors. Instantly, 4 Omagudo flying snakes were blasted into tatters, with countless fragments dropping from the sky. Spell radiances flashed on the 5-storied Warlock Tower in the center of Nerona City, before negative status spells at once hit the several hundred Omegudo flying snakes, weakening their battle prowess. A gorgeous woman sat on top of a level 2 Warlock rank Omegudo flying snake. She was dressed in a black leather armor and her skin was the color of wheat. She spread her cherry lips and issued an extremely strange hissing sound. The several hundred Omegudo flying snakes instantly turned back and retreated towards the rear. The several hundred Omegudo flying snakes were not enough to take Fernandro Principality's capital Nerona City. Before long, all kinds ordinary venomous snakes of all sizes and all kinds of snake-type extraordinary life forms formed a densely packed sea of snakes that surged towards Nerona City. If people with trypophobia saw this many snakes, they would definitely be so scared that they would weakly fall to the ground. In that sea of snakes, there were nearly 20,000 boas with lengths exceeding 10 meters. On top of those 20,000 boas sat Snake Hellion clan experts. They didn't look much different from ordinary humans, yet had a pair of snake-like vertical pupils. When tracing back their origins, Hellion clan had humans as their ancestors, before becoming freaks like Hellions under the taboo remodeling techniques of the Second Warlock Dynasty. Most Hellions prior to morphing had appearances that were practically identical to humans. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. If the Hellion clan didn't need to devour human flesh in order to maintain their reason, and if their experts didn't gain great strength by devouring humans, then they could even be regarded as a branch of bloodline warlocks. Above that city wall, Fernandro Principality's experts watched the distant dense sea of snakes. They had their scalps turn numb and their eyes flash with fear. The tall city wall could defend against the attacks of many extraordinary life forms, but it wouldn't have much effect against that sea of snakes. Without relying on the tall city wall, then even with the protection of the 5-storied Warlock Tower and the terrifying power of a level 3 Warlock that it could display, Fernandro Principality didn't have the confidence of defeating the countless boas employed by the Snake Hellion Legion. Among the 20,000 boas, there was a Kamatu silver-white demonic horned boa. It was 40 meters long with a single horn and a silver-white layer covering its body. This was a terrifying boa that would promote to a level 3 extraordinary life form upon adulthood and even had a trace of hope to evolve into the level 4 extraordinary life form Kamatu silver-white demonic horned snake king. A sofa was embedded on the head of the adult Kamatu silver-white demonic horned boa. On that sofa, a stunningly beautiful golden-haired and blue-eyed woman was sitting in a slanted position. She had a jade-like snow-white skin, extremely good looks, and a curvaceous and sensual figure brimming with maturity. This stunning beauty was the Snake Hellion Legion's Legion Commander Demonic Snake Princess Illyria, an expert with the terrifying strength of a pinnacle level 3 warlock. She was a peerless genius of Snake Hellion clan as well as the one most promising to promote to a great warlock. Snake Hellion clan carried the bloodline of their ancestor, the Mother of Snakes. They had a thin concentration of the Mother of Snakes bloodline. Therefore, females were superior to males in the Snake Hellion clan. Female experts were as common as flies, while males merely acted as breeding stallions for the continuation of the race, and their status was much lower than the females. Illyria said lightly, "Charge!" Shortly after, the densely packed up to several 100,000 ordinary venomous snakes madly rushed towards Nerona City like a tide. Spell radiance surged above Nerona City's city wall, before blessing the elite warriors and upgrading their battle prowess. Heavy-duty catapults quickly took their positions, before hurling kerosene jars towards the sea of snakes. A large number of kerosene jars have been thrown into the sea of snakes and smashed apart. A level 1 warlock reached out and shot a rocket artillery-like fireball. The fireball exploded in the middle of the sea of snakes, before instantly igniting the kerosene and forming pockets of flames within the sea of snakes. Countless venomous snakes were burned as they continuously rolled in the pockets of flames before dying. Rainy mist. From amidst the forces of the Snake Hellion clan, 5 gorgeous women stepped out. They erupted with terrifying level 2 warlock rank life forces, before silently reciting incantations and pointing towards the sky. Countless water elemental particles gathered in the middle of the sky and formed an enormous black cloud, before a large tract of rain mixed with a large tract of mist shrouded Nerona City. The pockets of fire were then extinguished under the downpour. Chapter 123, Bagru Boa Cavalries. Chapter 123, Bagru Boa Cavalries. Translator, Xuanhuan. The expressions of everyone above the city wall changed abruptly. Under the downpour, the archers could be considered to be impaired. Additionally, with that rainy mist environment, not only would human warriors be extremely weakened, but the fighting strength of those different venomous snakes would get a huge upgrade. The Warlock Tower in the center of Nerona City at once effused extremely formidable fluctuations of magic, before a dispel instantly shrouded the black cloud in the sky. Under the power of dispel, the dark cloud in the sky had immediately disappeared. The black cloud had just disappeared a short while ago, when the Snake Hellion Legion's warlocks once again cast rainy mist, once again forming a black cloud. Nerona City's Warlock Tower continuously dispelled the black cloud in the sky. The magic powers of both parties continuously intertwined in the sky. The heavy-duty catapults above the city wall were still hurling kerosene jars, followed by the level 1 warlocks casting fireball to ignite the kerosene. Tracks of fire accompanied by thick smoke once again emerged in the Sea of Snakes, devouring large tracts of the Sea of Snakes. The snakes of the densely packed Sea of Snakes avoided the tracks shrouded in fire. They then swiftly passed Nerona City's moat, before climbing Nerona City's city wall. Shadow Ray. Arcane Projectiles. Negative Energy Ray. More than 1,000 apprentice warlocks continuously cast level 0 offensive spells, bombarding the densely packed Sea of Snakes. More than 1,000 venomous snakes would meet their end every moment. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. Some apprentice warlocks also released a lot of rankless extraordinary life forms as well as a variety of extraordinary plants in order to fight against that Sea of Snakes. Fernando Principality's royal guards also continuously acted, madly killing those snakes. The poisonous snakes died by the thousands and 10,000s every second. The many poisonous snakes that managed to climb above the city wall would immediately bite at the royal guards' legs, but they were obstructed by the royal guard's armor and instead would be chopped into mincemeat. Following a royal guard clad in armor brandishing his sword and chopping a venomous snake in two, a 1-meter-long demonic snake suddenly burst out and ferociously bit at the royal guard's thigh. Its extremely sharp fangs at once penetrated the royal guard's armor and pierced into his thigh, before injecting its venom. Go to hell! That royal guard revealed a frightened expression. He screamed mournfully and brandishing his sword in a chopping motion, before chopping the snake in two. In the next moment, that royal guard only felt his head spin. The poison attacked his mind, before he weakly fell to the ground and was covered by countless venomous snakes. There were a lot of low-level extraordinary life form rank demonic snakes, hidden in that densely packed sea of venomous snakes. The demonic snakes mixed with the ordinary snakes, continuously launched sneak attacks and bit at the legs of the royal guards. Very quickly, extremely mournful cries emitted by the royal guards were heard above the city wall. A large number of royal guards died because of those poisonous snakes. The official warlocks that originally intended to preserve their spirit force were forced to act after seeing this scene. All of a sudden, a demonic wolf with flames igniting all over its body, an up to 10-meter-tall steel golem, 3 demonic lions, a demonic leopard and 3 carnivorous demonic rattans appeared above the city wall. The formidable beings with fighting strength comparable to that of level 1 warlocks acted, decimating large numbers of venomous snakes. Illyria waved her jade-white hand. 10,000 out of the 20,000-strong Snake Hellion Legion's warriors separated from the rest and immediately rode their bulky demonic snakes towards Nerona City. The demonic snakes that the Snake Hellion Legion's warriors rode were known as Bagru Boas. They were also a subspecies birthed from the Snake Hellion clan's mating. After reaching adulthood, their terrifying physical constitution would be comparable to that of level 1 warlocks. Their drawbacks were their low intelligence and their inability to use magic. Therefore, their true strength was far below that of level 1 warlocks. When the 10,000 Bagru Boa cavalries launched a coordinated attack, then even a level 3 warlock would die if he didn't escape. The complexions of Fernando Principality's bigwigs paled once they saw the 10,000 Bagru Boas move. Nerona City's Warlock Tower erupted with extremely formidable fluctuations of magic in a flash. Clusters of fire elemental particles were quickly gathering into a sea of fire in the sky. Obviously, a destructive fire-attributed spell with a large area of effect was being prepared. Once the level 3 fire-attributed spell with a large area of effect was released, then all life within the scope of the sea of fire would be hit by the fire spell. A gorgeous woman among the 10,000 Bagru Boa cavalries instantly erupted with the terrifying life force of a level 3 warlock rank. She had a head full of short black hair, wheat-colored skin, a pair of huge milk jugs, and was dressed in a sensual leather armor that merely covered her key places. This gorgeous woman was demonic snake Princess Illyria's assistant, Emma, and Snake Hellion Legion's Legion Lieutenant Commander. Emma pointed towards the sky and immediately cast Dispel. A magical radiance entered the sky and instantly dispelled the destructive fire attribute spell with a large area of effect. The sea of fire immediately crumbled and faded away. Meteorological spells with large areas of effect had great might and vast scope. The only drawback was the extremely long preparation time. They could be easily dispelled by an expert casting Dispel. Of course, if there were no experts proficient in dispelling spells keeping watch. Then once a meteorological spell was successfully cast, the resulting destructive power would be earth-shaking. Just like when Nerona City's Warlock Tower was preparing the meteorological spell, if it were to be successfully cast, then it would be able to annihilate more than half of the ordinary venomous snakes as well as inflict serious damage to the 10,000 Bagru Boa cavalries. Once that meteorological spell was dispelled, Lamix, the one in charge of the Warlock Tower, was so depressed that he felt like spitting blood. The Warlock Tower glimmered with a magical radiance. Several dozen clusters of fireballs were shot like rocket artillery from the Warlock Tower and bombarded the Bagru Boa cavalries, immediately blasting apart several dozens of them. Emma watched with indifference as the several dozen Bagru Boa cavalries were killed by those fireball. She was only responsible for dispelling and countering the spells with a large area of effect. She wouldn't waste her spirit force to help the Bagru Boa cavalries resist the spells. Arcane projectiles, negative energy ray, acid rain, web, free web novel, CO, grease, dot. The several thousand apprentice warlocks watched the madly surging Bagru Boa cavalries as they crazily cast all kinds of level 0 spells, bombarding the Bagru Boa cavalries. The Bagru Boa cavalries exerted themselves before directly bursting the web apart. Arcane projectiles, negative energy rays, acid rain, and other level 0 spells bombarding those Bagru Boa cavalries that weren't blocked by their Bagru Boas were then blocked by their Boa armor. Unless a single Bagru Boa cavalry was simultaneously attacked by several hundreds of level 0 spells. Otherwise, it was basically impossible to kill them. Chapter 124, Hanging by a Thread. Chapter 124, Hanging by a Thread. Translator, Xuanhuan. The 10,000 Bagru Boa cavalries paid a price of close to 200 casualties for braving the countless attacks. They quickly reached the brink of Nerona City's city wall, before directly advancing on the city wall itself. Once the Bagru Boa cavalries reached the top of the city wall, the Boa cavalries with the strength of Earth Knights or above japed off their Bagru Boas, before madly killing the Nerona City's royal guards with the claymores in their hands. In average, Nerona City's royal guards had the cultivation of high-level warriors. Therefore, their strength was worlds apart from those Earth Knight rank Boa cavalries. Once those Boa cavalries rushed into the crowd of humans, then like wolves among sheep, they began to slaughter. Those huge Bagru Boas also opened their bloody maws, before swallowing the human warriors above the city wall. Although Nerona City's royal guards struggled to resist, but they still suffered heavy casualties, before very quickly showing signs of defeat. It's over. Under the protection of the 5-bladed robots, Jessica's face went deathly pale as she watched the hell-like scene above Nerona City's city wall. Fuck. Will Fernandro Principality perish while in my hands? I can't accept that, Archduke Fernandro faced the sky before issuing a grievous and indignant howl. The previously extremely arrogant Elton and some Fernandro family's youngsters. They were so frightened when they saw the cruel scene of those Bagru Boas swallowing humans that they started trembling, their eyes brimming with fear. Some with weaker wills were scared to the point of losing control of their bladders. A lot of Fernando family's young women hid, with only Helena and several other apprentice warlock rank young women with uncommon strengths still fighting under the cover of their army. Are those Steel City's mechanical golems? So formidable. It would be so nice if they belonged to me. Helena's beautiful eyes brimmed with jealousy and envy as she looked at those mechanical bladed robots standing in front of Jessica. The 5 bladed robots standing in front of Jessica brandished their high-frequency oscillation blades before killing those Bagru boas and the boa cavalries as easily as chopping vegetables. The Bagru boas had just neared Jessica when one of the 5 bladed robots rushed forward and immediately chopped them to countless fragments. Above Nerona City's wide city wall, only the direction with Jessica in it was barely held. The other directions, almost all had already collapsed, with a large number of human warriors and apprentice warlocks being either swallowed by the Bagru boas, killed by the boa cavalries, or bitten to death by the venomous snakes. Thanks to the ferocious and outstanding protection from the 5-bladed robots, even if the entire Nerona City was occupied, but Jessica still would had a chance of carving a bloody path and escaping from Nerona City. This chapter is updated by fryoubavl.cm. It's over. As Illyria watched those 10,000 Bagru boa cavalries climb onto Nerona City's city wall, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she revealed a trace of a smile. The capitals of Cineris Principality and Potent Principality had also fallen that easily in front of Illyria. Just like Illyria had expected, before Nerona City's royal guards had even persisted for half an hour under the attack from the Bagru boa cavalries above the city wall, their morale had already crumbled and they began to scurry away. Cries, shouts, and screams reverberated over Nerona City. Archduke Fernando successively killed quite a few fleeing generals, but he still was unable to contain the collapse of his army. He eventually sighed in disappointment and his eyes flashed with a touch of despair. The Minister of Defense, Archer, had an anxious expression as he arrived before Archduke Fernando and advised, "Your Majesty, we should escape. We'll have a chance at a comeback as long as we're alive." Archduke Fernando said unwillingly, "After losing Fernando Principality, will we even be of any value towards Warlock College Antalya? Even if we escape to St. Colin City, we'd have to depend on others and our days would be bleak." Fernando Principality had to offer a large amount of resources to Warlock College Antalya every year in order to keep their authority over the Principality and to be regarded as valuable as well as receive protection. Fernando family would lose its foundation after Fernando Principality perishes and won't be regarded with any importance by Warlock College Antalya. Archer said, "As long as there's life, there's hope. Isn't there still the marriage agreement between Princess Jessica and the only kin of Steel City's city master, Yang Feng? With the support of Steel City's city master, there will be hope of recovering our country." Archduke Fernando gave a grieved smile before pointing at the several hundred Omagudo flying snakes descending. "Hope of recovering our country? That's only fooling oneself. Even if Steel City had 100,000 knight-rank steel golems, they still wouldn't be a match for those freaks." Archer watched as those several hundred Omagudo flying snakes were descending upon Fernando Principality's last resistance, and his eyes also flashed with a touch of despair. He also didn't believe that Steel City's mechanical golems could contend against the Omagudo flying snakes. Boom! 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 Just as Nerona City had fallen into despair, air-to-air missiles appeared out of the blue amidst the chaos and extremely accurately bombarded the crowd of Omagudo flying snakes, instantly blowing them apart. One after another, the Omagudo flying snakes were instantly blasted into countless fragments by the bombardment of the air-to-air missiles, before falling to the ground. Illyria's smile stiffened slightly when she saw this scene, and her eyes surged with endless anger. Those Omagudo flying snakes were a kind of variant born from the mating of Snake Hellion clan. They were also the most elite forces among the Snake Hellion Legion, every single one of them being extremely precious. Illyria's status among the Snake Hellion clan in the Tyrandot subcontinent was extremely high, but she still had merely several hundred Omagudo flying snakes under her control. She used these Omagudo flying snakes as scouts and as a killing move. But now, several dozens of them were killed, immediately enraging her and stirring her killing intent. Who was it to actually dare kill my Omagudo flying snakes? That's unforgivable. Illyria raised her head and looked towards the direction from where the guided missiles were launched, before erupting with the terrifying life force of a pinnacle level 3 warlock and issuing a terrifying and piercing howl. In the distance, 100 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters lined up as they flew over. 120 Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft followed under the protection of the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. 100 Lightning supersonic fighters were flying in a high altitude, protecting 60 Colossus heavy-duty bombers. Having heard Illyria's piercing howl, everyone still fighting on Fernandro Principality's side above Nerona City's city wall looked towards the crowd of fighters with a trace of hope in their gazes. I'm Steel City's envoy. The roof of a modified Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft opened and a staircase was raised. Yang Feng stood on the raised staircase. He looked down to where the two forces were fiercely fighting, revealed a trace of a smile and said, Chapter 125, The Formidable Mechanical Legion. Chapter 125, The Formidable Mechanical Legion. Translator, Xuanhuan. Complicated gazes were shot from within Nerona City and gathered on Yang Feng. The people from Fernandro Principality looked at Yang Feng's figure in the sky and a trace of hope surged in their eyes. The Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters continuously shot air-to-air missiles, blasting Omegudo flying snakes into countless fragments that scattered all over. Stop! Illyria felt a heartache as she looked at the several hundred Omegudo flying snakes being continuously blasted into fragments, before she barked. Yang Feng smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. Just because you said so? Frubnov.com. The 60 Colossus heavy-duty bombers flying in the high altitude of 5,000 meters, like laying eggs, dropped densely packed cluster bombs. Boom! 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 As soon as the cluster bombs hit the ground, they set off earth-shaking and sky-shattering explosions. The explosion of every cluster bomb had a destructive power equivalent to that of a level 3 spell with a small area of effect, its scope being the seas of a football stadium. During the first round of bombardment, large tracts of all kinds of venomous snakes and snake-type extraordinary life forms were blown into tatters. The experts from the Snake Hellion Legion and the Fernandro Principality were dumbstruck when they saw this scene, doubting their own eyes. Archduke Fernandro was somewhat dumbstruck and his eyes brimming with astonishment. So formidable! Is this the power of Steel City's mechanized infantry divisions? So terrifying! To even reach such a terrifying height, the alchemy of Steel City's city lord is really superb. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. Helena's beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment when she saw the large tracts of all kinds of venomous snakes and snake-type extraordinary life forms disappearing from the battlefield. That army is so terrifying and those weapons are so formidable. No wonder they were so confident at that time, even stating that they could conquer us within a month. Those alchemical weapons are so terrifying. As she watched Yang Feng in the sky, Jessica had a somewhat excited but also complicated look, before she sighed within. Steel City's mechanized infantry divisions are truly formidable. At that time in Warlock College Antalya, Jessica was extremely scornful of Yang Feng, a waste with such a low soul aptitude. But due to the enormous power of Steel City, she didn't dare provoke Yang Feng. She felt extremely upset when she heard that Yang Feng had promoted to a level 3 apprentice warlock. After all, when comparing soul attributes, hers was stronger by more than 100 times. But now, she had actually become Yang Feng's fiancée, resulting in indescribable feelings. Elton and other Fernandro family's youths who were originally scornful of Steel City, they also became dumbstruck, doubting their eyes. I said for you to stop. Illyria's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of anger, and she instantly erupted with the life force of a pinnacle level 3 warlock. A pair of dragon wings sprouted from her back, before she stomped her feet lightly and turned into a black streak that shot lightning fast towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's mind moved slightly. Soon after, 50 lightning supersonic fighters swooped down. Their cannons rumbled, crazily strafing Illyria. Illyria's figure flashed with a magical radiance, before more than 100 lifelike apparitions appeared midair. Instead of trying to visually identify the enemy, those lightning supersonic fighters rather used radars to lock onto the enemy. Those more than 100 apparitions were unable to confuse them. Their cannons still pursued and madly strafed Illyria with guided air-to-air missiles. Illyria's figure shook and produced several afterimages by seemingly taking a single step, avoiding the strafe of those lightning supersonic fighters. She strangely appeared in front of Yang Feng, reached out with her jade-white hand and grabbed at him. The two level 8 shielded robots guarding in front of Yang Feng raised their shields in a flash. Level 3 protective covers extended from them, blocking in front of Yang Feng. Illyria smiled sweetly, before instantly disappearing and then very strangely reappearing behind Yang Feng. She once again reached out with her jade-white hand and grabbed at Yang Feng. Illyria's jade-white hand had just touched the level 3 protective cover, when her pretty face changed slightly. To her surprise, she was unable to instantly split open the protective cover. Illyria's figure paused for just a short moment, when those lightning supersonic fighters locked onto her. Their cannons rumbled and countless cannon shells were fired at Illyria. Demonic snake morph! Illyria's pretty face changed slightly, before she gave a piercing howl and instantly emitted streams of black life force from all over. Suddenly, countless demonic snake scales grew all over her body. Her human-like pupils became snake-like vertical pupils. A long snake tail appeared behind her, and her jade-white hands sprouted extremely sharp claws. A stunning beauty had changed into a freak with a mixture of human and snake features. The countless cannon shells bombarding Illyria were instantly stopped by the formidable life force revolving around her one at a time, unable to injure her in the slightest. The guided air-to-air missiles stopped beside Illyria, unable to explode, because once those guided missiles exploded, they would blow up Yang Feng together with Illyria into tatters. I was actually pressured to such an extent by some mechanical golems. You can be proud of yourself. Now surrender obediently. Illyria's vertical pupils flashed coldly. Her claws instantly erupted with tyrannical black life force, before piercing through the two level 3 protective covers and grabbing at Yang Feng. Just then, level 8 shielded robots abruptly jumped out of that Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopter, before erupting with level 3 protective covers one after another. Each level 3 protective cover was equivalent to a level 3 force field type defensive spell. The superposition of dozens of level 3 protective covers forcibly ricocheted Illyria. Illyria roared. Countless black life force revolved around her, before her figure shook and instantly split into several dozens afterimages as she consecutively punched at Yang Feng. The level 3 protective covers continuously burst open under Illyria's bombardment. If it was merely a single level 8 shielded robot, then Illyria would have torn it apart within seconds. But with the 30 level 8 shielded robots unceasingly releasing their level 3 protective covers time and again, Illyria's crazy attacks were tenaciously blocked. While under the protection of the level 8 shield robots, Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "What's your name? How about we have a chat? With this constant fighting, feelings will end up being hurt." Illyria shouted indignantly, "Shut your mouth. If you're a man, then come out from behind your guards and fight me. Can you even do anything else beside hiding behind your guards?" Chapter 126, Defeating the Snake Hellion Legion. Chapter 126, Defeating the Snake Hellion Legion. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng laughed merrily and said, "The equipment is also part of one's strength. I'm an alchemist. Isn't it only natural for alchemists to command their golems in a battle? How many alchemists would go into battle without their golems? In addition, I have a bone to pick with your speech from earlier. The backwards feudal era is over and gender equality is now the mainstream." Illyria felt even angrier. She loathed Yang Feng's shamelessness. Her speed soared abruptly and like a meteor striking, she madly bombarded those level 3 protective covers. Unexpectedly, Illyria had forcibly torn an opening in those 30 level 8 mechanical shielded robots' level 3 protective covers. She punched the superalloy shield of a level 8 shielded robot, instantly erupting with a peerless and terrifying power, blasting that shielded robot into spare parts. Yang Feng smiled. He then clapped his hands and said teasingly, "Amazing! However, please continue to work hard. Attacks of such might aren't enough to destroy my escort. 60 shield robots equipped with jetpacks flew out from both sides, before landing beside Yang Feng and successively starting their level 3 protective covers. The 89 level 3 protective covers overlaid and blocked in front of Yang Feng, giving birth to a feeling of powerlessness within Illyria. The offensive power of level 8 shielded robots was exceedingly low, every part of them being only designed for defense. Even ordinary level 3 extraordinary life forms could somewhat withstand them. Illyria being able to shred the defense of 30 shielded robots, that was already terrifying. But in front of 89 shielded robots, she seemed somewhat powerless. Just then, rumbling arrived from afar. Illyria turned to look and the felt cold inside. From afar, she saw a cloud of dust rising. A large tract with tanks, IFVs, APCs, self-propelled artillery, howitzers, rocket launchers, and other military weapons formed a huge fleet currently moving towards Neurona City. 1. 2. That cluster of armored vehicles flanked Snake Hellion Legion, blocking their retreating route. Illyria took a look at her Snake Hellion Legion, which she had built with great care, only to see it suffer heavy casualties under the frantic bombardment from the Colossus heavy-duty bombers, before scattering in every which way. Although Emma had already completely suppressed Neurona City's Warlock Tower, but it was still impossible to reverse this battle. The Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft were in the process of dropping paratroopers towards Neurona City. The paratroopers consisted mainly of level 7 bladed robots and level 7 gunner robots. They were one-sidedly massacring the Bagru Boa cavalries. The source of this scene tent is frioUEOL.com. The Omagudo flying snakes midair also suffered heavy casualties from the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters, with less than 60 remaining. Illyria felt a sharp pain within, before mournfully ordering, "Retreat!" The entire Snake Hellion Legion at once erupted with piercing howls, before collapsing and quickly fleeing in the direction from where they came. Yang Feng said with some regret, "Unfortunately, you still insist in your shenanigans. Your legion will have to account for it." If Illyria let herself fall into rage and once again entangled with Yang Feng, then her Snake Hellion Legion would be devoured by Yang Feng's mechanized infantry division. Illyria recovered her calm. Her snake-like vertical pupils flashed with a touch of a bizarre radiance, and she said coldly, "What's your name?" Yang Feng smiled slightly and said, "How about becoming my slave? If you let me set you up with a restriction, then I'll tell you my name." "All right, if you're willing to give me all of your war golems, then I don't see any problems in becoming your slave." A magical radiance flashed on Illyria's body, before she undid the demonic snake morph and regained her mature, lively, sensual, and tempting bearing of a beauty. She smiled lovely towards Yang Feng, before traces of dim fluctuations of magic surged from her and she silently cast a spell for charming humans. The female life form had cast charm on you. The principle of this charm is to exploit body language, appearance, spirit fluctuations, surroundings, intonation, and other conditions to submerge you in a shallow layer of hypnosis and subconsciously develop a favorable impression of her, thus laying the foundation for hypnotic suggestion. A string of analysis flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Illyria's charm was exceedingly formidable, not loosing one bit to Anusha's. If it was Yang Feng's true body, then he would definitely fall into her trap. But he was merely possessing a liquid metal robot. Through it, Yang Feng only thought that she was very beautiful, without being eroded by the charm. Yang Feng smiled slightly and said, "All right, I'll consider it." Sure enough, human males only amount this much. Illyria's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of contempt. But in the next moment, the cannons of the lightning supersonic fighters mid-air rumbled, with countless cannon shells being shot at Illyria. With her defenses down, Illyria had to resist the bombardment of several hundred cannon shells with her own flash, before being flung back. She spat a mouthful of blood, and glared hatefully at Yang Feng. Looking like somebody that couldn't hurt a fly, Yang Feng said with a somewhat bashful smile, "I'm so embarrassed for this lapse of mine. How about we have another chat? Son of a bitch. I'll remember this. Next time, I'll make sure to treat you kindly." Illyria glared fiercely at Yang Feng, then gave a furious roar and unleashed her demonic snake morph. Her figure shook and she became a black streak of light madly flying towards the cluster of armored vehicles. After several dozens of breaths, Illyria flew into that cluster of armored vehicles and with her seemingly unparalleled claws shrouded in black life force tore a tank in half. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of astonishment. Tearing a tank in half with bare hands, truly amazing. Only in the world of warlocks can one witness such a show of physical strength. With the joint forces of the two level 3 warlocks, Illyria and Emma, the flanking cluster of armored vehicles were being torn to shreds, forcibly creating a path for the several thousand remnants of the Snake Hellion Legion. The 100 lightning supersonic fighters quickly chased up to them, before continuously swooping down and strafing, killing the remnants of the Snake Hellion Legion. Simultaneously, the huge mechanized fleet split in two and continuously pursued the Snake Hellion Legion from the rear. Yang Feng rode the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft before landing on Nerona City's city wall. Archduke Fernandro took a crowd of Fernandro Principality's ministers before Yang Feng, then bowed earnestly towards him in salute and said, "Yang Feng, welcome to Nerona City. I'm extremely grateful for saving Nerona City's 1,500,000 people and for saving Fernandro family. Fernandro family will never forget your benevolence." One https:/n.wikipedia.org/wiki/infantry_fighting_vehicle. 2 https:/n.wikipedia.org/wiki/armored_personal. Chapter 127 Weaver. Chapter 127 Weaver. Translator, Xuanhuan. The ministers also bowed extremely earnestly towards Yang Feng in salute. No matter what kind of thoughts they had entertained before, but Yang Feng had actually saved them today. If Yang Feng hadn't shown up, then they would be reduced to slaves or even food by the Snake Hellion clan. Even though the Hellion clan originated from the human clan, but they had already developed into human clan's natural predator. To the Hellion clan, humans were no more than livestock. Naturally, once humans discovered any Hellions, they would make sure to kill every last one of them. Colluding with or rearing Hellions, those were extremely heinous and unpardonable crimes in the human society. Only that, Hellions were experimental products birthed from the fusion of all kinds of ancient life forms bloodlines by the Second Warlock dynasty. Their bodies contained the bloodline of many ancient life forms as well as their variants. In a pursuit of power, that is, in order to obtain formidable bloodline, many human warlocks would secretly rear Hellions or collude with them. Under the temptation of the Hellions, there were many human warlocks degenerating every year by transplanting Hellions' bloodlines and becoming Hellions themselves. It was precisely because of this that Hellions would never go exterminated. After a round of polite greetings, Archduke Fernandro personally led Yang Feng to a palace outside of Fernandro Principality's imperial palace to rest. The mechanized infantry division brought by Yang Feng, that were mainly composed of level 5 humanoid primary battle robots, quickly built all kinds of fortifications in Nerona City, continuously turning it into a stronghold. There were countless experts and legions in the underworld's allied forces, with the Snake Hellion Legion being merely one of them. It wouldn't be that easy to keep Nerona City without sufficient preparations. At night, Nerona City's aristocrats gathered in the extravagant and luxurious main hall of the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace was embedded with countless magic lamps and its ground was covered in marble. Dressed in formal clothing, Yang Feng entered the palace and attracted the gazes of practically everyone present. Steel City's mechanized infantry division displayed their overwhelming superiority as they easily defeated the Snake Hellion Legion commanded by 2 level 3 warlocks, revealing to everyone in Fernandro Principality Steel City's depth and strength. In Tyrannid subcontinent, the strong were revered, especially now that the underworld's allied force had invaded. Steel City had established 10 mechanized infantry divisions. After only dispatching 3 of them, they defeated the Snake Hellion Legion in one fell swoop. The depth of Steel City could very well be imagined. As the only kin of Still City's city lord, Yang Feng had enough power to dissolve a lot of small warlock families and then take the countless people under his wing. Hello, Yang Feng. I'm Helena. May I make your acquaintance? A seemingly mature and lovely beauty adorned in light makeup and dressed in a revealing pitch-black low-cut evening dress exposing large patches of snow-white skin and a pair of slender legs. Helena arrived before Yang Feng and said with a sweet smile, "New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com." Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance." Helena was one of the most beautiful women in this dinner party. Yang Feng naturally wouldn't refuse to get acquainted with such a beauty with good intentions. "Hello, Yang Feng GG. My name is Nis. I want to thank you for saving us all." A 13 or 14 years old pure yet somewhat sensual little girl with a head full of dazzling golden hair, a petite figure, ample tween peaks and fair skin arrived before Yang Feng. Her limpid big eyes brimmed with worship as she spoke sweetly towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "It's something that I should do, like planets and asteroids circling around the sun." Fernando Principality's aristocratic youngsters successively came before Yang Feng and courteously greeted him. Helena and Nis, one on the left and the other on the right, stood beside Yang Feng without batting an eyelid as aristocratic young ladies flocked towards him. "His Majesty the Archduke has arrived." Following a resonant voice, Archduke Fernando entered the main hall under everyone's gazes. Standing beside him was the beautiful Jessica adorned in light makeup and wearing a white evening dress. She had fair skin, exquisite features, a sensual figure and seemed to be draped in a layer of dim fluorescence while being illuminated by the magic lamps. Gazes gathered on Archduke Fernando once he entered the main hall. Simultaneously, a lot of gazes gathered on Jessica standing beside him. Jessica and Helena were the two most beautiful pearls of Nerona City. Jessica, being the younger and more talented, was regarded as Fernando Principality's greatest beauty. In Fernando Principality, countless aristocratic young men were smitten by her, with more than 100 of them being present in this banquet. "I'm very glad to see that everyone could attend this banquet. I would like to announce something here in front of everyone." Archduke Fernando smiled kindly, looked around and said, "My most beloved daughter and Fernando Principality's most beautiful pearl, Jessica, and the one that today saved Nerona City's 1,500,000 people and is Steel Lord's only kin, Yang Feng. I would like to announce their engagement." At once, overwhelming applause sounded in the main hall. Archduke Fernando said with a smile, "Yang Feng, please come here." Yang Feng also smiled and went to stand beside Jessica above the dais. Jessica looked at Yang Feng and a smear of red surged on her face. She was somewhat overwhelmed at the thought that this young man beside her would be her husband. Archduke Fernando adopted a kind expression as he took Jessica's hand and placed it on Yang Feng's. "Yang Feng, henceforth, I betroth Jessica to you. Take good care of her." "Hold on." Just then, a bark came from below. A handsome young man with short blue hair, under the protection of 4 other men, stepped out. The young man's eyebrows were shrouded in a trace of a gloomy aura. Archduke Fernando's eyes flashed with a touch of dread and annoyance, and he said in a deep voice, "Weaver, what are you doing?" Weaver said with a cold smile, "Your Majesty, Archduke, Jessica is my fiancée. How could you betroth her to the waste Yang Feng?" The entire main hall went into an uproar. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly and his gaze that fell on Archduke Fernando and Jessica at once became extremely cold. He was no longer that ordinary person that could be casually made fun of. If Fernando family dared to make fun of him, then he'd make Fernando family pay a heavy price. Jessica was shocked and quickly asked, "Father, why don't I know of this?" Chapter 128, Killed. Chapter 128, Killed. Translator, Xuanhuan. Archduke Fernando's eyebrows creased slightly and he said with some dread, "Weaver, I have never said that I would betroth Jessica to you. Is this a misunderstanding?" Weaver smiled arrogantly, swept Yang Feng with a gaze full of contempt and then threatened coldly, "My uncle is Scarlet Hans Blitz. Your Fernando family should feel honored that I fancy Jessica. Since I'm fond of her, then she's my fiancée. Yang Feng, you waste scram. If you dare fight over this woman with me, then you'll die without a burial to show for it. And Steel City will follow you suit. After listening to Weaver, the complexions of everyone changed greatly. Those aristocrats that originally felt like speaking out swallowed their words. Scarlet Hand's Blitz was a peerless expert of Warlock College Antalya, only second to great warlocks. Warlock College Antalya's great warlocks were all practicing cultivation and studying all kinds of knowledge in seclusion, with everyday affairs being handled by Blitz. If great warlocks didn't step in personally, it could then be said that Blitz was Warlock College Antalya's uncrowned king, and his status comparable to Black Dragon Empire's Emperor Solomon. With regards to a lot of states of the Southern States Coalition, Blitz's orders were not to be violated. The warlock families which violated his orders, they all had been massacred by him. The nickname Scarlet Hands was also given to him after massacring 6 or 7 warlock families. Archduke Fernandro's face turned red and was slightly twisted because of his anger. Yet he didn't say a word. Fernandro family's biggest backer was Warlock College Antalya. Therefore, they didn't dare offend Blitz's nephew. In fact, there weren't many people in Southern States Coalition that dared offend Blitz's nephew. Jessica was also so angry that her pretty face became pale. She clenched white teeth gloomily, not knowing what to do. As Warlock College Antalya's Level 2 Warlock apprentice, she was very clear about Scarlet Hand's Blitz's power and terror. Fernandro family was not stronger than those few families that he had massacred. The entire banquet fell into a peculiar silence. Weaver smiled proudly as he continued with his shamelessness. Yang Feng, I'm quite fond of your mechanized infantry divisions. Hand me control over them and then get lost. Yang Feng, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly showed a smile. Under such circumstances, I'm sure that Sir Scarlet Hand's Blitz will see the big picture. Finished speaking, Yang Feng flipped his hand and a pistol appeared in it, before aiming at Weaver's head. Stop! The source of this scentent is freewebnovel.com. Bang! Following the gunshot, Weaver's head instantly burst open. Red and white sputtered on the ground and his headless corpse weakly fell to the ground. Right until his death, he didn't believe that someone would actually dare kill him. A figure flashed and Lamix appeared with a gloomy expression. Looking at Weaver's corpse, his eyes flashed with endless horror and despair. In his wrath, Scarlet Hand's Blitz might destroy the entire Fernandro Principality. Little Lord. Fuck. You even dared kill the Little Lord. Bring it on. The complexions of the 4 guards beside Weaver immediately turned extremely pale. They erupted with life force comparable to level 3 apprentice warlocks and then silently recited incantations, intending to cast their spells. Yang Feng ordered with a faint smile, Lamix, get rid of them. Otherwise, your Fernandro family will be an enemy of Steel City. The things that Scarlet Hand's Blitz is capable of, Steel City is as well. Lamix shuddered and then erupted with the terrifying life force of a level 2 warlock, before casually pointing and at once firing 4 gray radiances at the 4 guards. The bodies of the 4 guards withered in a flash as their life force disappeared and they turned into 4 dried-up corpses. Lamix had a bitter expression, followed by a long sigh. Yang Feng, you're too impulsive. Although Weaver was arrogant and domineering, but he was Scarlet Hand's Blitz's kin. Now that Weaver was publicly killed by Yang Feng, Blitz would never let him off. And even Fernandro Principality would be implicated. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, Lamix, do me a favor. Kill all the guards brought by Weaver and then send his corpse back to Blitz. In the face of this life or death juncture, I think that he'll see the big picture and will bear with it. My followers are relatively belligerent and may be very displeased if you don't heed my words. If there's an insurgence, I won't be able to stop them from acting out. Lamix felt a slight chill within, before smiling bitterly. He was in a dilemma. Yang Feng was forcing him to make a choice, either choose and join Steel City or remain allegiant to Warlock College Antalya. If Fernandro family remains allegiant to Warlock College Antalya, then the mechanized infantry division stationed in Nerona City might immediately turn on them and raise Fernandro family. Lamix hesitated for a moment and then said through gritted teeth, Yang Feng, The other side has great warlocks. Great warlocks were at the peak of Tyrannid subcontinent. Just a single great warlock could raise a small principality like Fernandro Principality. Forces that have and forces that don't have great warlock rank experts overseeing them shouldn't even be mentioned in the same sentence. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, Steel City has secret weapons capable of contending with great warlocks. Lamix felt startled within. His eyes flashed with a touch of determination, and he said through clenched teeth, "All right, I'll do as you say. The matter with Blitz would have to be dealt in the future, while Yang Feng was right here and now. Steel City's mechanized infantry division wasn't something that Fernandro family could deal with. Therefore, Lamix couldn't make any other choice. Before long, a group led by a level 1 warlock stormed the hotel that Weaver and entourage resided, killing all of his guards. Several days later, Weaver's corpse had arrived at St. Colin City. After seeing Weaver's corpse, the entire St. Colin City was fuming with rage. St. Colin City's Hall of the Council of Elders, the huge space capable of accommodating thousands of people, was already at full capacity. In the wake of the Holly War between humans and the underworld's allied forces, those warlocks that were traveling outside, searching for opportunities and exploring all kinds of ancient ruins, had already returned to Warlock College Antalya. Scarlet Hand's Blitz was sitting in the seat of honor. Beside him sat tens of formidable level 3 warlocks, faintly diffusing traces of terrifying fluctuations of power. Chapter 129, Warlock College Antalya's Resolution. Chapter 129, Warlock College Antalya's Resolution. Translator, Xuanhuan. Blitz had a gloomy expression as he said slowly, "Today I convened everyone here to make an announcement. My kind, courageous, and humble nephew, Weaver, was killed in Fernandro Principality in public. The one who killed him was the only kin of Steel City's city lord, Yang Feng." In the hall, gloating, ridiculing, expectant, enraged as well as all other sorts of complicated gazes fell on Blitz. Everyone present was clear on what sort of trash Weaver was. Weaver was the only son of Blitz's younger brother. His parents died early. Blitz regarded him as his own son and even loved him more than his own sons. However, Blitz was always busy dealing with Warlock College Antalya's various affairs, and he still had to practice cultivation. Therefore, he didn't had any time to discipline Weaver, allowing him to develop into a little silk pants bully. It's unknown with how many women he played with and abandoned. Were it not for Weaver being Blitz's nephew, then somebody would have killed him long ago. He was extremely daring, to the point of even harassing a lot of warlocks in the Council of Elders. With regards to his death, many warlocks in the Council of Elders cheered within, but they didn't dare reveal their thoughts. Marvin, a person trusted by Blitz, cried out in indignation, "Truly brazen! That Yang Feng, relying on Steel City's power, had actually committed murder in public. That's an extremely heinous and unpardonable crime and is deserving of the harshest penalty. I suggest that we dispatch the hidden corpse to arrest the Steel Lord together with Yang Feng and make a public judgment." "That's right. Such a criminal should get his due judgment. They should come here and apologize for their crimes." In the Council of Elders, nearly a third of the elders successively echoed the sentiment. All Warlock College Antalya's great warlocks were busy practicing cultivation. As the one handling the everyday affairs, Blitz managed to rope in a lot of people these past few years. Those capable of contending with Blitz, the level 3 warlocks, looked bored and indifferent as their minds wandered off. As long as their core interests weren't involved, then they basically wouldn't care about Blitz's actions. Most level 3 warlocks were seeking to upgrade their knowledge and strength. Once they promote to great warlocks, then their status and power would receive a huge boost. At that point, level 3 warlocks like Blitz would be of no importance. A part of bloodline warlocks, the lifespans of the majority of level 3 warlocks was merely around 400 to 500 years. They defied fate and went about searching for life-extending elixirs or researching ways to break through and promote to a great warlock. Practically all level 3 warlocks were research-crazed. While the lifespans of Black Dragon Empire's bloodline warlocks were longer and their cultivation practice went by far smoother than orthodox warlocks. That's the reason why they actively participated in the secular world. enjoying the sweetness of power and the pleasures of the secular world. It was precisely because those two grand warlock forces warlocks had different lifespans and their views on life differed that they would adopt two different methods of government. A handsome young man, mustache slanting over the corners of his mouth, looking about 25 or 26 years old, said with a smile, "I heard that Steel City's mechanized infantry division had just defeated the Snake Hellion Legion commanded by demonic snake Princess Illyria. Blitz, had this information been confirmed?" As if being slapped by someone, Blitz's facial muscles twitched slightly, before saying gloomily, "It was confirmed, Chucks." The Council of Elders suddenly fell into silence, before the eyes of many elders flashed with a touch of a peculiar radiance. Demonic snake Princess Illyria was a peak expert from Snake Hellion clan. In Warlock College Antalya, apart from the several great warlocks, there was no one bold enough to claim to be her match. And Steel City's mechanized infantry divisions managed to defeat such an expert, its power could very well be imagined. Under normal circumstances, there was no one willing to be enemies with such a formidable force, especially when there was a holy war between humans and the underworld's allied forces. Chucks said with a slight smile, "Blitz, I have no complaints regarding your proposal just now. However, my directly subordinated troops, the hidden demonic leopard, will not partake in this operation." Another man known as Arts, with a short and skinny figure like that of a skeleton, emitted negative force from all over. He said coldly in a hoarse voice, "I also won't dispatch my hands of death. Blitz, if you have to dispatch the hidden corpse, then dispatch your hidden scarlet hands." Blitz's expression at once became somewhat unsightly. Warlock College Antalya's hidden corpse was a formidable warlock assassin group. The hidden corpse was divided into three great factions, the hidden scarlet hands, the hands of death, and the hidden demonic leopard, respectively. These three great factions had successfully assassinated two enemy great warlocks by joining forces. The reason why Blitz convened the Council of Elders was in order to reach a verdict and have the hidden corpse's three great factions join hands to deal with Steel City. The Ost up-to-date novels are published on freewebnovel.com. Only that Chucks and Arts had no interest in using their directly subordinated troops to settle Blitz's personal grudges. Blitz suddenly revealed a trace of a smile as he said lightly, "Reportedly, Steel Lord Yang Yi had obtained 6th Warlock Dynasty's inheritance, and is the reason why he could develop so quickly and produce a huge mechanical golem legion. It would be a pity if my people accidentally killed him." Chucks and Arts, the both of them had their expressions change at once when they heard that. Chuck's expression changed quickly, and he said with a smile, "Sigh, since the Council of Elders already passed a resolution, then my hidden demonic leopard shall also collaborate with the hidden scarlet hands." Arts said coldly, "Hands of death will also join." Only now had Blitz revealed a trace of a smug smile. Blitz's ability to manage Warlock College Antalya's everyday affairs was a testament of his intellect. Secrets pertaining to the 6th Warlock Dynasty wasn't something that Blitz could digest by himself. If he didn't share some benefits, then he'd be swamped once the several great warlocks suspect anything. Within the Cineris Principality, boom, boom, boom. Along with earth-shaking explosions, 6 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters directly detonated. Following the terrifying explosions, all kinds of parts were hurled in every direction. Bruised everywhere, demonic snake Princess Illyria flew out from the midst of those explosions, before falling on the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood, panting heavily. Emma arrived beside Illyria and said anxiously, "Lady, this can't go on. If things continue like this, then our legion will be annihilated." Illyria looked at the remaining less than 1,000 Snake Hellion Legion's elites, feeling extremely heartbroken, before cursing, "This group of fucking rabid dogs bite really firmly." The mechanical legion dispatched by Yang Feng had been chasing the remnants of Illyria's Snake Hellion Legion all the way until Cineris Principality. Chapter 130 Great Warlord Israel. Chapter 130 Great Warlord Israel. Translator, Xuanhuan. Illyria had been fighting fiercely against that mechanical legion-sized mechanized infantry division for hundreds times, her troops continuously dwindling. Were she not a pinnacle level 3 warlock expert, then she would have already been killed by the mechanical legion. Even so, under the endless attacks from the Mechanical Legion, Illyria became bruised all over and her physical strength and spiritual force were nearly depleted. Only if Illyria and Emma abandon the Snake Hellion Legion, to build which they have nearly spent a century of sweat and blood. Otherwise, they have no way of escaping the Mechanical Legion's pursuit. Illyria hesitated for a moment, before saying through gritted teeth, "Follow me." Illyria changed the direction in which her Snake Hellion Legion was fleeing. Instead of continuing in the direction of Potent Principality, they begun fleeing towards the west of Cineris Principality. The Mechanical Legion sent by Yang Feng was in hot pursuit, unceasingly chasing Illyria and her Snake Hellion Legion. After persisting for an entire day, suddenly, a valley covered in ice and snow appeared before Illyria and entourage. The Mechanical Legion sent by Yang Feng had chased them until the vicinity of the valley. All of a sudden, extremely tyrannical air flowed out of the valley covered in ice and snow. 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes with a pair of dragon wings on their backs issued brutal roars, before instantly flying out of the valley. They were around 5 meters tall and were covered in red fur. Boom! 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 The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes' flying speed was comparable to that of supersonic fighters. They rushed into the group of lightning supersonic fighters, before brandishing their fists and tearing the fighters to shreds. Clusters of fireballs were spat by the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes at the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters, blowing them into tatters. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes, as if in using cheats, were crazily destroying the Mechanical Legion sent by Yang Feng. The lightning supersonic fighters and Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters midair were quickly destroyed by the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes within half an hour. Extremely powerful fire elemental particles frantically gathered midair, forming a boundless sea of fire. 5 seconds later, as if raindrops, clusters of fireballs fell from the sky, frantically shooting towards the mechanized infantry division sent by Yang Feng. Under the terrifying fireball bombardment, tanks, IFVs, flamethrowers, self-propelled artillery and many other military weapons were continuously blown up and put on fire, turning into countless fragments and scrap iron. The 10,000 level 5 primary battle robots were also blown up by those endless fireballs, immediately perishing. Fruebubble.cm. Warning! Warning! The 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division was wiped out. The preliminary energy analysis concluded that the other party is a great warlock rank expert. Giant Stone City, within the portable fortified stronghold. Yang Feng's true body was practicing cultivation, when all of a sudden, he received the warning issued by 3796. The 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division was wiped out? I remember sending it after Snake Hellion Legion's remnants. If they had a great warlock rank expert, then they would have used them in the battle with Fernandro Principality. Read 8 chapters at fguyuyobinovel.com only. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased and the quickly looked up the record of the battle. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased, his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. They were wiped out in the vicinity of a nameless valley in Cineris Principality. It proves that there is a great warlock rank expert lurking over there. I need to identify the purpose of the other party. Not far away, in the back of the 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division, the scouting units at once released large quantities of tiny mechanical cockroaches, mechanical mosquitoes and mechanical flies, lurking in the direction of the valley. In the vicinity of the valley covered in ice and snow, an extremely gloomy voice arrived from within the valley. Illyria, you even dare to use me. You're really courageous. A terrifying life force, comparable to that of a great warlock rank, spread from the valley and shrouded Illyria and entourage, constricting them to the point that they had difficulty breathing. The 3 pinnacle level, 3 warlock rank dragon-winged demonic fire apes landed on the ground and ferociously glared at Illyria and entourage, their eyes flashing with fierce glints. Illyria lied prone on the ground, saluting towards the distance, before saying in a magnetic voice, "Mighty Scarlet Flame Traveler Israel, Your Holiness, I'm extremely apologetic for having troubled you. To quell your rage, I'm willing to offer you a tribute of 100 beautiful maidens from my clan, as well as 10 million magic stones." That voice from within the valley sounded once more. Within a month, Send them to the demonic fire ape fort. Yes, your holiness, Illyria said deferentially. After finishing speaking, Illyria quickly led the remaining Snake Hellion Legion's elites towards the distance. Within the valley, a 13 or 14 years old little girl was icebound in a huge crystal-clear chunk of ice. She had a head full of long silver hair, extremely delicate facial features, and jade-like fair skin. The extremely adorable little girl had a black dagger inserted in her lower abdomen, with a wicked breath exuding from it. The little girl was embracing a silver box. Silver-white radiances forming stifling ice-cold breath were exuding from the silver box. The exterior of the chunk of ice was enveloped by a huge patch of scorching hot black flames, slowly melting that crystal-clear chunk of ice. In the center of the dark flames stood a seemingly young man of just 22 or 23 years of age dressed in black formal clothing. This young man was Scarlet Flame Traveler Israel. Israel revealed a handsome smile capable of enticing countless young lady from just a glacé and said, "Snow White Madam, give up. This area has already been shrouded in my magic power. Therefore, there's no way for you to send a message outside. If you surrender now, then I'll let you become my wife and even help you switch your bloodline to that of my noble Hellion clan, speeding up your rate of cultivation." An ice-cold voice was transmitted from that chunk of ice. "Surrender? I'm afraid that when I surrendered, you'll just kill me and then eat my body. Hellion clan's clan members that devour human warlocks can greatly upgrade their strength, and even obtain a portion of the strength, bloodline, and knowledge from the human warlocks. Israel, you've been trapped in this realm of great warlocks for more than 1,000 years. If you eat me, then you'll have a chance of promoting to a Starry Sky warlock. You want me to believe that you'd let this chance slip by your fingers?" Israel said with a smile. "You're right. I can indeed increase my chances of breaking through to Starry Sky Warlock to 50% if I eat you. However, I prefer beauties over everything else. And as long as you follow me, then we can hunt other human warlocks together." Chapter 131, Surrounding Israel I. Chapter 131, Surrounding Israel I. Translator, Zayamoj. Israel said some cruel words with a smile. "Snow White Madam, I know that Savage Claw's great warlock Isidore admires you greatly. As long as we work together, then with some tricks we can easily assassinate him. Afterwards, we'll each eat half of his corpse, thus greatly upgrading our strength." Although Hellion Great Warlock rank experts didn't need to consume humans in order to preserve their reason, but devouring a warlock of the same rank would still spell great benefits for them. Therefore, this was the reason why Hellions were one of the most terrifying enemies of humans. A fierce voice came from that chunk of ice. "I won't surrender and will never join you," Israel said with a slight smile. "No, you'll surrender. You were stabbed by the legendary dagger kiss of the damned. Even with the legendary secret treasure snow icebox, at the most you'll only be able to bear it for another 3 days. 3 days later, your snow ice barrier won't be able to withstand my erosion anymore and will vanish into nothing. After I capture you and implant you with my clan's pure bloodline, then you'll transform into a Hellion. By that time, you'll certainly change your mind and become my wife." The art of switching to the Hellion clan's bloodline was extremely terrifying. From the era of the Third Warlock dynasty until now, the Hellion clan was repeatedly attacked by human warlocks, yet they still didn't went extinct but rather quickly developed after several ups and downs. That was only possible because the Hellion's art of switching bloodline was formidable. If there was no great warlock defending Tyrandit subcontinent, then the Hellions could transform Tyrandit subcontinent's tremendous human population of more than 10 billion into low-level Hellions within a year. Hellions were like cancer cells parasitizing the human body that would quickly spread if one was the slightest bit careless. That chunk of ice became deathly silent. No matter what Israel said, there was no response from the chunk of ice. As a great warlock, Israel's perception was extremely frightening. No life form was able of escaping his perception within an area of more than a dozen square kilometers. But there were too many insects in this area. Therefore, he didn't notice that there were several mechanical mosquitoes spying on him. One day passed in a flash. The black flames had already melted the crystal-clear chunk of ice into a thin layer. Israel suddenly creased his eyebrows, then looked southwards. With his extraordinary hearing, he could clearly hear the mechanical rumblings coming from that direction. Israel said coldly, "Go! Get rid of them." "Yes, master. We'll tear those lumps of steel into scrap iron." Outside the valley, the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes gave sinister smiles, before instantly erupting with the terrifying life force of pinnacle level 3 warlocks. Their figures shook, and as if embodying 3 clusters of fire, they swept southward. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes flew for 6 kilometers southward, before finally seeing densely packed 4 types of primary battle robots advancing in their direction. The troops surpassed 100,000 units and were composed of level 8 bladed robots, gunner robots, artillery robots, and shielded robots. New novel chapters are published on fguriwebnovio.com. When the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes saw this scene, their scalps turned somewhat numb and their rampant arrogance disappeared in a flash. Every level 8 primary battle robot was more than 5 meters tall and was equipped with all kinds of military weapons. With just a single glance, one would know not to mess with them. As long as there were less than 10 units of those level 8 primary battle robots, then the 3 brothers, the dragon-winged demonic fire apes, could easily destroy them. But against 100,000 primary battle robots, even if they went all out, they might not be able to completely destroy those level 8 primary battle robots. Once the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes appeared, the level 8 gunner robots immediately adjusted their aim, before their Gauss cannons rumbled madly and countless terrifying Gauss cannon shells madly swept towards the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes. In a split second, a network of countless red fire shrouded the sky. Suddenly, a sense of danger pervaded the minds of the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes. They roared furiously. Countless flames formed a flame cover around them, following which they directly fled into the valley covered in ice and snow. The level 8 gunner robot's smart microchips were equipped with the most advanced trajectory prediction system, and with the supercomputing optical computer within the portable fortified stronghold, the dragon-winged demonic fire ape's escape route was completely sealed. Countless Gauss shells exploded on the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes' flame shields, crushing them after less than a second. In a split second, countless Gauss shells bombarded the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes, riddling them with gaping wounds and causing a mist of blood around them, following which they immediately fell to the ground. If it was a level 2 extraordinary life form or lower, then they would have already been pummeled into mincemeat by those Gauss shells. But the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes were pinnacle level 3 extraordinary life forms. Even though they were pierced through by countless Gauss shells, they still hadn't died. 3 bloody magical radiances shot up and directly merged with the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes' bodies that were nearly torn to bits. Their bodies riddled with gaping wounds at once recovered, only their complexions pale. They knelt weakly beside Israel and said with great shame, "Master, we're very sorry. We aren't up to par with the task." Israel's eyes were extremely cold. He casually flicked his hand. Flames congregated into an eye of flames and shot towards the sky. The site within a radius of several dozen kilometers of the scene was entirely taken in by the eye of flames. FRIOEBnovel.com. Israel silently recited an incantation. A second later, he pointed towards the sky. A crimson radiance entered the sky, followed by countless fire elemental particles congregating. As if a scene straight from hell, a large sea of fire quickly took form. 5 seconds later, it reached an area of several kilometers in radius. Fireballs fell from the sky, madly shooting towards the 100,000 primary battle robots down below. Not long ago, Israel had taken advantage of this spell, rain of fireballs, and instantly slayed the several thousand units sent by Yang Feng to chase after Illyria. The mechanical shielded robots among the primary battle robots raised their shields and instantly shrouded themselves and the primary battle robots that they were protecting with level 3 protective covers. The rain of fireballs fell by the thousands and tens of thousands, bombarding the shielded robots' protective covers, before successively collapsing. Very strangely, they were absorbed by the level 3 protective covers and turned into energy for the level 8 shielded robots to use. The new technology contained within those level 8 shielded robots enabled them to defend against energy attacks and then absorb energy. Any energy attacks that didn't exceeded their defensive limit the energy from the energy attack could be absorbed for their own use. Even though the mechanical shielded robots was a battle unit with the lowest level of Shizu technology, yet it still had various miraculous powers. Chapter 132, Surrounding Israel 2. Chapter 132, Surrounding Israel 2. Translator, Xuanhuan. 10 seconds later, the surrounding area of several kilometers in radius had become a tract of scorched black, with potholes and rising black smoke everywhere. The temperature pervading this place was so high that it would be difficult for ordinary people to bear it. Yet the primary battle robots still walk forward expressionlessly in this kind of place, moving towards the valley covered in ice and snow. Israel's gaze became gloomy in a flash. With Israel's strength as a great warlock, he could only cast a meteorological spell with such a large area of effect like rain of fireballs 5 times a day. Meteorological spells capable of annihilating a mortal army of several 100,000 people with a singly terrifying blow was one of the reasons why great warlocks stood at the summit of Tyrannid subcontinent. When Israel saw the 100,000 primary battle robots, seemingly unaffected by the rain of fireballs, he became extremely shocked and his gaze alternated between bright and gloomy. Israel cast a spell by casually clapping his hands and sealed the place where the chunk of ice with snow-white madam in it was. Following which, he released a terrifying pressure belonging to a great warlock and roared out, "I'm Bear of Flames Master, Great Warlock Joyman. The friend that just arrived, please come out to chat." Bear of Flames was a first-rate warlock group in Tyrannid subcontinent and Great Warlock Joyman was its master. Israel and Joyman were the same person. "I'm Yang Tai, a direct subordinate of Steel City's Yang Feng. I came to investigate the site where the 3rd Division of Steel City's Mechanized Infantry Division was annihilated by someone. According to the information sent back by our subordinates, they were annihilated here in this area. Additionally, the one that annihilated them used a large area of effect fire-attributed meteorological spell. Joyman, Your Highness, when we arrived, you used a large area of effect fire-attributed meteorological spell to attack us. Could it be that you're the one behind the attack on our Steel City?" A young man with oriental features stepped out from the rear of the mechanical army and asked coldly, "You actually dare to talk with me in that way? You're quite brave." Israel flew out of the valley. His gaze fell on Yang Feng. Instantly, a terrifying life force erupted, and a spirit pressure as vast as the ocean immediately smashed towards Yang Feng. As a great warlock, Israel had already exceeded ordinary life forms and was at the boundary of becoming a terrifying pinnacle being just like gods, ancient fiends, ancient devils and other formidable and other terrifying pinnacle beings. With his terrifying strength, he could kill a level 1 warlock or lover with a glance. At this moment, a level 8 shielded robot beside Yang Feng stepped forward in a flash, raised the shield in its hand and instantly started a level 3 protective cover to block in front of Yang Feng. The protective cover released by the level 8 shielded robot had comprehensive defensive ability. It didn't matter if the attacks were of the physical or magical nature, they were all equally unable of penetrating this level 3 defensive cover. The gunner robots instantly adjusted their aims, followed by the frantic rumbles of countless Gauss cannons, before madly shooting at Israel. The artillery robots also adjusted their aims, following which, as if raindrops, countless missiles and shells madly shot towards Israel. Israel hadn't thought that Yang Feng would go as far as to launch a sudden attack on him. Countless Gauss shells instantly destroyed the level, for life force continuously revolving around him. Following which, countless Gauss shells hit his body, immediately sending him flying, before crashing into the valley. Countless shellfire rumbled, with all kinds of shells and guided missiles bombarding Israel and the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes couldn't react and were immediately blasted into sieves by the countless shells. 3 level 8 bladed robots flickered madly amidst the hail of shells. They appeared in front of the 3 heavily wounded dragon-winged demonic fire apes in a single breath, before immediately chopping down at their heads. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes were terrifying, extraordinary life forms. They had extremely tyrannical battle prowess, comparable to pinnacle level 3 warlocks. However, due to a moment of carelessness, they were killed by the huge mechanical legion. With every level of Shizu technology that was cleared, terrifyingly, the battle prowess of the Mechanical Legion would rise geometrically. The source of this scentent is freowebnovel.com. Stop! I'm Bear of Flames Master Joyman. Do you really want to be enemies with my Bear of Flames? Along with a raging roar, a flame storm instantly gushed out of the valley and formed a pillar of flames, blocking the Mechanical Legion's long-range attacks. With his hair disheveled and bleeding from the corners of his mouth, just like a flame demon, Israel stood in the middle of the flame storm and glared angrily at Yang Feng. Every great warlock rank expert was at the peak of Tyrannid subcontinent. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, the words of great warlock Joyman, who was now Israel's avatar, carried great authority, while he himself was the target of veneration for countless people. Yang Feng waved his hand and the attack ceased. His expression fierce, he roared overbearingly. You actually dared to attack me. If you don't give me a proper explanation, then I'm getting rid of you here and now, and then gonna lead my Mechanical Legion to raise your Bear of Flames. Israel's eyebrows creased slightly as he had a headache. Why did I ran into such a moronic silk pants at this time? Doesn't he knows that even if he hides amongst those mechanical golems, I would only need 3 moves to kill him? In peace times, Israel would definitely break into that Mechanical Legion and kill Yang Feng and then quickly leave. No matter how strong that Mechanical Legion was, there was no way for it to contend against a great warlock. FREOUBNovel.co. But great warlock Snow White Madam was currently sealed in the valley. If she were to be released, then Israel would be in big trouble. The legendary dagger kiss of the damned was a level 4 secret treasure used for assassinations. In Tyrannid subcontinent, the Hellion clan didn't had more than 4 of them. Without a legend rank secret treasure, it was nearly impossible for someone below the great warlock rank to injure a great warlock. With a legend rank secret treasure, even an apprentice warlock had a chance of assassinating a great warlock. Legend rank secret treasures were very rare, and even great warlock rank experts might not have one, with many great warlocks from weak backgrounds being forced to use level 3 secret treasures. Israel wouldn't give up the opportunity of obtaining 2 legend rank secret treasures. Israel's eyes flickered with a fierce glimmer as he weighed the situation repeatedly, before finally making a compromise. He repressed his anger, dispersed the flame storm cover, and casually tossed a bottle of elixir towards Yang Feng. Regarding this matter, I'm the one in the wrong. This is Nin's soul elixir. It's an ancient elixir capable of improving one's soul aptitude. Can also be used to break trough a bottleneck. With it, a level 1 warlock has a 30% chance of promoting to a level 2 warlock. Yang Feng quickly caught that vial of elixir. He immediately opened it and let a mechanical tentacle penetrate the elixir. Initiating the analysis of the elixir. Analyzing the feasibility. The elixir can be analyzed and synthesized. Initiating the analysis model. Analysis rate at 0.01. With the current computing power, it is estimated that the elixir will be completely analyzed after 1 hour. After the construction of the portable fortified stronghold was completed, the analytical and computing power of the portable fortified stronghold's optical computer by far surpassed 3790 SIXS. Only because of this would an ancient elixir like Nin's soul elixir be so quickly analyzed. Chapter 133, Surrounding Israel 3. Chapter 133, Surrounding Israel 3. Translator, Zayamoch. Yang Feng put away the Nin's soul elixir. He revealed his greedy nature by continuing overbearingly. This little bit is not enough compensation. I want a complete corpse of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form. At the very least, it should contain its magic core and skeleton. If it has bloodline essence, then that's even better. Israel's eyes flickered with a fierce glimmer, but he suppressed his rage and instead said coldly, a complete corpse of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form. Are you joking? It's such a precious treasure. Even if you add up your entire Steel City, it still wouldn't be worth as much. The corpse of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form was of astonishing worth, with everything about it being a treasure. Extraordinary life forms from whose bloodline essence could be extracted. Their skeleton, fur, and magic core were precious alchemy materials that could be refined into legend rank secret treasures. The corpses of great warlock rank extraordinary life forms were precious treasures for which there was demand but no supply. Once such a corpse appeared in an auction house, it would attract a lot of great warlocks to compete for it. Yang Feng said with a smile, "That's right. I was just thinking about refining a legend-rank secret treasure and offer it to Steel City's city lord, Yang Yi. But I'm currently short on materials. Hand over a complete corpse of a grand warlock rank extraordinary life form, and I'll put this matter to rest." Israel's eyes flashed with a touch of cold killing intent, before he said coldly, "Yang Tai, you even dare threaten me? You've got guts. Don't you know that your life is in my hands? If I want to kill you, then even those many mechanical golems won't be able to protect you." Tate's most up-to-date novels are published on fguyuyobinovel.com. Israel was a Hellion great warlock rank expert disguised as the Bear of Flames master, Joyman. He was a bigwig high above the masses and his words were of tremendous weight. But now he was actually being threatened by a level 1 warlock. Therefore, it's only natural for him to have killing intent towards the other. Yang Feng swept Israel with a glance, his eyes flashing with a touch of contempt, before saying with a sneer, "Joyman, your highness, such a bigwig like yourself being so meek and mild, to the point of apologizing to myself, it surely must be because there's an item in that valley that you must have. You could kill me, but my mechanical legion would definitely rush into the valley and seize everything within. The alchemy of Steel City's city master is peerless under the heavens. Steel City still has at least 3 more mechanical legions of like this. Are you sure that you can take care of several such mechanical legions by yourself?" Israel's eyes instantly surged with endless rage, but he forced himself to calm down. With his strength, killing someone inside this mechanical legion and then escaping was really easy. But to destroy the mechanical legion made up of 100,000 level 8 primary battle robots, that would be very difficult. Great warlocks were truly the strongest beings on Tyrannid subcontinent. But as long as the enemy's strength reached a certain extent, then human wave attacks could also be used to overrun a great warlock. Israel was silent for a moment, following which, he casually waved his hand and immediately sent an up to 5 meters long corpse of a dire wolf covered in blue fur flying towards Yang Feng. This is the corpse of a blue Dokphin demonic ice wolf. The magic core and bloodline essence are included. Take it and leave. Yang Feng received the corpse of the blue Dokphin demonic ice wolf and took a careful look at it, his eyes flashing with a touch of satisfaction. Although the blue Dokphin demonic ice wolf was one of the weakest level 4 extraordinary life forms and its strength was far from that of formidable beings such as human great warlocks and dragons, but it was still a level 4 extraordinary life form and its fighting strength was extremely frightening. It was a being capable of tearing the majority of pinnacle level 3 warlocks to shreds, as long as it was modulated in the portable fortified stronghold. Then before long, a new mechanical battle beast comparable to a level 4 extraordinary life form would appear. Yang Feng waved his hand and kept the corpse of the blue Dokphin demonic ice wolf inside a dimensional crest, before casually throwing the dimensional crest towards a level 8 shielded robots. That level 8 shielded robots immediately retreated into the crowd of primary battle robots. Israel's eyes surged with to killing intent. He suppressed his anger, forced out a trace of a smile and said, "Please leave." Yang Feng stared at Israel as if looking at an idiot and said with a chuckle, "Joyman, are you really that stupid? Did you really believe that I would keep my word? Since even you are tempted by the treasure inside the valley, then how can I let it slip past me?" Practically at the same time, all the gunner robots and artillery robots opened fire, with countless Gauss shells shooting towards Israel. The countless horrifying Gauss shells instantly destroyed Israel's life force cover, before directly bombarding his body, piercing his flesh and crashing him into the valley. Endless shellfire, practically without respite, locked onto Israel and madly bombarded him. "Yang Tai, I'll kill you. There's no one in the entire subcontinent that can save you. I'll not only to kill you, but also everyone else from Steel City." A flamestorm instantly took shape and formed a barrier, easily withstanding the bombardment of Yang Feng's flamestorm barrier. Israel stood loftily in the center of the flamestorm, like a flame fiend god. His eyes emitted 2 streams of flames. Deep within his eyes, there was a raging fury. He had never been so duped before. But today, this trifling ant of a level 1 warlock did it, making his fury rise to the limit. There's no elixir for stupidity. You're so stupid that you can't help not being duped, but I'm here to help you. Now that you were cheated once, later on, you'll have your psychological defenses up and your human behavior will benefit greatly. Therefore, you should be thankful. But instead, you want to kill me? That's truly biting the hand that feeds you. Yang Feng's figure suddenly retreated and entered the area protected by level 8 shielded robots, greatly contrasting with his cynical remarks. Very well. I'll thank you properly and repay your kindness by cutting you into pieces. Israel's eyes spurted furious flames with every word he said. After finishing speaking, Israel's figure shook and at once 9 flame arrows detached from him, frantically shooting towards the Mechanical Legion. Those 9 flame arrows at once arrived before the Mechanical Legion. Every level 8 primary battle robot was equipped with level 2 protective covers or higher. At the nick of time, the entire Mechanical Legion flared with a large protective cover. The 9 flame arrows hit the Mechanical Legion and pierced more than 90 bladed robots, incinerating them in the process. Israel's expression was somewhat unsightly as he watched the more than 90 bladed robots turning into cinders. With his current strength, he could only release the level 4 spell 9 flame arrows 10 times a day. In other words, if he continued to cast such a spell like 9 flame arrows, then he would at most be able to destroy more than 900 bladed robots before depleting his spirit force. Even if he continuously drank precious elixirs to recover his spirit force, destroying 2,000 primary battle robots in one day would already be his limit. Chapter 134. Surrounding Israel. 4. Chapter 134. Surrounding Israel. 4. freewebnovel.com. Translator. Xuanhuan. In Tyrannid subcontinent, level 2 warlocks were already the masters of many small principalities. Even in Warlock College Antalya, level 2 warlocks were elders of the Council of Elders with sky-high statuses. On the whole, there were less than 2,000 level 2 warlocks in Warlock College Antalya. Being capable of killing 2,000 level 2 warlocks in a day, Israel's strength was extremely terrifying. But he came across such a freak of a Mechanical Legion. Only like this would he appear somewhat helpless. Yang Feng, hiding within the Mechanical Legion, sneered, "Joy man, your highness, this little bit of power isn't enough to kill me. Could it be that, as a great warlock, you're only capable of this much? That's truly too weak. You'll know of what I'm capable after I'll tear you into pieces." Israel was so angry that he instead started smiling. His figure shook, countless flames shot into the sky and turned into the level 4 extraordinary life form Byron demonic flame bear. It was up to 6 meters tall with raging flames all over. Level 4 extraordinary life form Byron demonic flame bears were second only to dragon-type extraordinary life forms of the same rank. If they had the ability to fly, then they would be able to even contend against dragons. The figure of the Byron demonic flame bear shook and, like a terrifying tank, it swiftly shot towards the Mechanical Legion. Boom! 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 When the Byron demonic flame bear morphed, Israel shot into the Mechanical Legion. He brandished his huge bear paws and slapped the Mechanical Legion's primary battle robots. Whether it was a bladed robot or a shielded robot with the strongest defensive strength, their protective covers were like thin sheets of paper before Israel's bear paws, unable to withstand a single strike. Spare parts spattering everywhere as the primary battle robots blocking in front of Israel were all flung back with a single slap. They simply couldn't withstand a single one of Israel's mighty strikes. Within just a few breaths, Israel had torn to shreds more than 100 of the Mechanical Legion's primary battle robots and killed his way right before Yang Feng. Amazing! So fierce. Worthy of a great warlock rank expert. Even though he was protected by countless primary battle robots, Yang Feng still didn't felt the least bit secure, as if he could only depend on his own power to withstand Israel. The 100 level 8 shielded robots in front Yang Feng had already formed a defensive array. They lifted their shields and started their level 3 protective covers, superimposing them, to block in front of Yang Feng. Although I don't have a way of killing those 100,000 mechanical golems, but now that I want to kill you, there's no one in Tyrannid subcontinent that can save you. Israel uttered a proud beast-like growl and forcefully shattered layers upon layers of the level 3 protective covers with each slap, before crushing a level 8 shielded robots in front of him. Within a few breaths, the level 8 shielded robots blocking in front of Israel were one by one sent flying. A huge hole was torn in the defensive array, exposing Yang Tai. Lowly ant, to actually dare play me for a fool, a honorable great warlock. For that, you'll have to use your life to atone for your sin. Israel's eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness. He extended his claw towards Yang Feng's head, and as if pinching a bug's head, pinched fiercely. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint, before revealing a trace of a smile. To burst in so readily, I don't know if you're just a fool or think too highly of yourself. Israel saw Yang Feng revealing a trace of a smile, and he suddenly had a feeling of extreme danger surging within. In an instant, the eyes of 50,000 level 8 primary battle robots flickered red and they detonated the bombs within them. Boom! 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 The terrifying shock wave from the 50,000 level 8 primary battle robots exploding shrouded a surrounding area of several kilometers in radius. A huge mushroom shot into the sky, with countless spare parts and stones spattering everywhere. Suddenly, a violent hurricane burst out from the mushroom cloud, blowing away countless ash and smoke. With one of his arms blown, his face bruised and traces of scorched black all over his body. With a frantic expression, Israel came out from the explosion site. He felt fear and anger within. That lunatic! To actually detonate so many mechanical golems. Such a madman. The value of this mechanical golem legion is much higher than a legendary secret treasures. After all, the destructive force from those 50,000 level 8 primary battle robots detonating wasn't gathered in a single point, therefore merely heavily injuring Israel. If the destructive force from those 50,000 level 8 primary battle robots detonating were to be gathered in a single point, then the explosion would tear Israel to shreds. Nonetheless, those 50,000 level 8 primary battle robots detonating still cost Israel his right arm. Israel had just left the smoke resulting from the explosion, when the 8-meter-tall mechanical demonic polar bear drilled out of the ground behind him, before fiercely swinging its paw at him. Moffin demonic polar bear. Israel's expression changed greatly. He raised his left paw and collided with mechanical demonic polar bear's right paw. With their power of earth manipulation, Moffin demonic polar bears were terrifying extraordinary life forms on the same general level as dragons. Its all-out strike once more injured heavily the originally heavily wounded Israel. Israel was enraged. He spat out, and a cluster of magic flames instantly pounced at the mechanical demonic polar bear. The mechanical demonic polar bear flickered with an earth-yellow radiance. Instantly, a layer of thick rock armor appeared on it. Simultaneously, it once more swung its paw violently at Israel, sending him flying. When Israel was sent flying, he suddenly felt pain from his back. Instantly, more than a dozen long blade cuts appeared on his back, with large amounts of blood spurting from them. Invisible freaks. Fuck! Israel's battle experience was very abundant. He slapped with the back of his paw towards an empty place, crushing more than a dozen phantom hunters. The mechanical demonic polar bear once more approached. Taking advantage of the split second when Israel was distracted, it slapped him, breaking the bones of his chest in several dozen places. After he suffered heavy damage from the mechanical demonic polar bear's strike, Israel spat a mouthful of blood, recovered his human form, turned into a cluster of flames and shot towards the sky, escaping northwards. The sourk of this content is frubuvel.cm. The reason why human great warlocks were terrifying was because it was very difficult to kill them as they had many means, with countless escaping spells among them. A fierce gust of wind sprang up in the middle of the sky. The mechanical black dragon, that had been hiding amidst the clouds, abruptly flew out form within the clouds. As swift as a clap of thunder, it dropped from the sky and pierced Trough Israel's heart with its claw, before digging out his hellion core. Motherfucker! Israel gave a cry full of indignation and grief. The mechanical black dragon slapped Israel with its claw, crushing his viscera and sending him flying towards the ground. Chapter 135. Profiteering. Chapter 135. Profiteering. Translator, Zayamoch. At last he's dead. Great warlocks are really hard to deal with. Yang Feng walked out from amidst that huge mechanical legion, looked at Israel's corpse that was dragged until in front of him and heaved a long sigh of relief. This chapter is updated by freebnovel.cm. To the current Yang Feng, defeating a great warlock rank expert was easy, but to kill a great warlock was nevertheless very difficult. Yang Feng had to first lure him in, then heavily injure Israel by detonating 50,000 primary battle robots and then follow up with surprise attacks. That's the reason why he could kill Israel. In Tyrannid subcontinent, 7 human great warlocks were individually killed by either assassins or teams of 3 to 4 great warlocks. In a one-on-one confrontation, it was very difficult for a great warlock to kill another great warlock. Only if a great warlock had a special secret treasure or had strength approaching a starry sky warlocks, only then would it be possible for him to kill another great warlock in a one-on-one confrontation. Engineering robots arrived from afar and started gathering all the wreckage from the battlefield. Although 50,000 primary battle robots had detonated, but as long as their wreckage was gathered and a bit of energy was consumed, then they could be manufactured anew. In Steel City's sphere of influence, Yang Feng had already built quite a few large nuclear power plants. With their support, there was no shortage of energy until the portable fortified stronghold was upgraded to a level 2 portable fortified stronghold. It was only because of this that he would so decisively detonate 50,000 primary battle robots. A cute and adorable lowly, Snow White Madam, an expert famous for more than a century in Tyrannid subcontinent. How come she's a lowly? The world of warlocks is really wonderful. As soon as he entered the valley, Yang Feng saw Snow White Madam in the chunk of ice and his eyes lit up. Steel City's people? I'm Snow White Tower's Snow White Madam. I'm very grateful for saving me. After I recover, I'll compensate you accordingly. A cold voice came from within that chunk of ice. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, I'm a subordinate of Steel City's Sir Yang Feng, the 5th Division's Division Commander, Yang Tong. Snow White Madam, I'm officially inviting you to join Steel City. An angry voice arrived from the chunk of ice. You want a profiteer? Yang Feng said with a slight smile. It's up to you how you look at it. Steel City's alchemy is peerless under the heavens, but is still lacking in terms of high-end combat strength. Therefore, we need for you to join Steel City. Snow White Madam said coldly. Impossible. I'm the master of Snow White Tower. I definitely won't join any other forces. I'm sorry to hear that. Now I'll have to apply some fairly crude methods. Yang Feng snapped his fingers. The mechanical black dragon slapped its wings and dropped from the sky like a small mountain. It opened its mouth and instantly shot from its dragon breath gun, bombarding the chunk of ice protecting Snow White Madam. Under the bombardment from the dragon breath gun, the thin layer of the chunk of ice covering Snow White Madam was weakened. 300 gunner robots quickly activated their external flamethrowers. They spurted long flame dragons, shrouding the chunk of ice covering Snow Ice Madam in flames and weakening it in the process. That mechanical Moffin demonic polar bear gave a furious roar. It rushed inside the flames, brandished its huge bare paws and fiercely slapped at the chunk of ice covering Snow White Madam. With each slap, the huge chunk of ice would be sent flying. The huge chunk of ice covering Snow White Madam was continuously weakening. Yang Feng smiled and tried to sway Snow White Madam's mind with his words. Snow White Madam, you can still join Steel City. After all, we are a human force. As long as you join Steel City and are willing to serve Steel City, then you'll definitely receive the appropriate courtesy. If you continue to be so obstinate, then once you surrender and loose the initiative to join, at that time you won't have as high of a status. From the chunk of ice came an infuriated voice. Scoundrel, you're just a vulture. Very well, then I'm a vulture. You're shameless. If you say that I'm shameless, then I'm shameless. A round of expletives came from the chunk of ice with Snow White Madam within it. But she obviously had an excellent upbringing, and so, she would only use a few benign expletives repeatedly. Like shameless, vulture, despicable, and others, Yang Feng would also cheekily let her scold at him. Snow White Madam scolded for a while, then went silent for a moment, before saying dispiritedly, Stop your attacks. I agree to join Steel City. The crystal-clear chunk of ice barrier couldn't withstand the attacks of Yang Feng's mechanical legion. At most, the chunk of ice barrier would last for several hours before collapsing. Yang Feng raised his hand and the attack ceased. Snow White Madam promptly dispersed the chunk of ice surrounding her and fell weakly to the ground. An aura of deathly stillness spread from her small abdomen and swiftly reached her pretty face, making her look extremely haggard. The legend-rank dagger kiss of the damned had a very scary curse attached to it. Even a great warlock rank expert like Snow White Madam, once she got stabbed by it, she would have her life force slowly drained until finally dying. Merely being stabbed by the kiss of the damned, a great warlock like Snow White Madam had her means of coping with it. But she was also heavily injured by Israel's sneak attack. And when she escaped until here, she no longer could suppress the kiss of the damned's powerful curse and could only choose to get herself icebound. Quite the strong curse. I'll come up with a method to help you get rid of it. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly. He pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, retrieved a syringe with liquid nanorobots, pricked Snow White Madam's right hand with it, and then injected the liquid nanorobot elixir into her. As soon as those liquid nanorobots entered Snow White Madam's body, more than half of them were immediately destroyed by her strong vitality. The true bodies of great warlock rank formidable beings had extremely terrifying immunity, their formidable life force being capable of destroying a lot of foreign bodies. A lot of toxins had no effect on great warlocks. Yang Feng was slightly alarmed within. Amazing! Great warlock rank experts are really scary. It seems that it's necessary to get more knowledge pertaining to warlocks or manufacture a level 2 portable fortified stronghold to upgrade the level of technology. Otherwise, the liquid nanorobots won't be able to continue exercising their control over the stronger beings. Liquid nanorobots was a practically infallible method that Yang Feng used to control others. But now that he used it on Snow White Madam, more than half of the liquid nanorobots were destroyed, making him greatly alarmed and alert. But Snow White Madam was seriously injured, with the decline of her physique being very eye-catching. Her life force was also greatly impaired and therefore didn't kill all the liquid nanorobots that invaded her body. The liquid nanorobots absorbed Snow White Madam's strength and life force and swiftly matured, seemingly becoming a part of her while merging with every nook and cranny. After seeing this, only then did Yang Feng heave a slight sigh of relief and revealed a trace of a smile. The data pertaining to the evolution of the liquid nanorobots was obtained firsthand by Yang Feng. With this first-hand data, 3796 could quickly develop a liquid nanorobot elixir capable of controlling great warlocks. Chapter 136, Snow White Madam Joins. Chapter 136, Snow White Madam Joins. Translator, Xuanhuan. Snow White Madam saw everything with some unwillingness, before saying coldly, "You don't look like you're in a hurry to help me heal." Although Snow White Madam didn't know what Yang Feng had injected her with, but after her immune system started killing large amounts of the liquid nanorobots, she realized that it definitely wasn't anything good. Don't worry, Steel City's healing arts are also unparalleled under the heavens. Yang Feng gave a confident smile, then grabbed the legend-rank dagger kiss of the damned and pulled it out from Snow White Madam's abdomen. In a split second, a terrifying curse power erupted, guiding Snow White Madam's blood to madly surge towards the wound where she was stabbed by the kiss of the damned, about to burst out of her body. Countless liquid nanorobots were quickly stirred towards Snow White Madam's wound and swiftly formed new blood vessels, flesh and skin on her wound, and guided Snow White Madam's blood to circulate in her body. Countless liquid nanorobots jointly exerted their power, swiftly stimulating Snow White Madam's hidden apertures, stirring her life force. An extremely overbearing life force instantly erupted from Snow White Madam's delicate body. Countless black curse smoke left trough her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The countless black curse smoke continuously gathered into all kinds of human faces and issued extremely mournful wails. A full 10 minutes later, Snow White Madam was limply lying on the ground, drenched in perspiration. She was panting heavily and traces of red welled up on her face. Those liquid nanorobots stirred Snow White Madam's life force, instantly dispersing the curse in her body, but also injuring her vitality. She needed to rest for a while in order to recover. After Snow White Madam dispelled the curse, her charming and supple temperament was shed. While emitting a noble and ripe temperament, she swept Yang Feng with a glance and said lightly, "What kind of elixir have you injected me with?" Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "This elixir serves as a precaution against betrayal. If you wholeheartedly serve Steel City, then it'll be a panacea. But if you betray Steel City, then it will be the deadliest poison." Visit freewebnov.com for the best novel reading experience. Snow White Madam mocked, "Forcibly injecting a young lady with poison. Is this Steel City's modus operandi?" Yang Feng said with a smile, "As an expert with the combat strength of great warlock rank, the current me still doesn't has the qualifications to let you slip trough my fingers." Snow White Madam continued calmly, "What do you want from me?" Yang Feng said, "I want the secret method West Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix art, as well as all the spells and knowledge that you wield." Snow White Madam didn't resist, wisely agreeing, "Very well." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of smile. Shui was extremely talented. She had promoted to a level 1 warlock faster than Yang Feng. She'd been stuck on the verge of promoting to a level 2 warlock long ago. As long as she was given the complete version of West Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix art, she then could swiftly break trough and promote to a level 2 warlock. Moreover, with her peerless talent and Yang Feng's tremendous resources, promoting to a great warlock would be merely a matter of time. Inside a heavy-duty transport aircraft. It's really true that every great warlock is a moving treasure trove. Yang Feng scanned a space ring obtained from Israel's corpse, and his eyes immediately flashed with a touch of delight. Israel's space ring was high-level goods, with a space of 30 by 50 by 50 cubic meters. Inside that space, chests were neatly arranged, with 1,000 magic stones each. There was a chest with top-grade magic stones that couldn't be acquired on the market. One top-grade magic stone was equivalent to 1 million low-grade magic stones. That is to say, that chest with 1,000 top-grade magic stones was worth more than 1 billion low-grade magic stones. Apart from the chest with top-grade magic stones, there were still several hundred chests with high-grade magic stones, 30 with mid-grade magic stones and 200 with low-grade magic stones. Apart from magic stones, the space was filled with all kinds of rare and peculiar magical or extraordinary life-form skeletons, extraordinary plants and alchemical elixirs. There was a large number of documents, real estate deeds or vein mining contracts and other important documents among them. In a corner of the space, there was a large pile of secret treasures. Among the various secret treasures, there was an exquisite necklace exuding traces of faint blue radiance carefully stored in a crystal box. Yang Feng's mind moved. He retrieved the crystal box, opened it and took out the blue necklace. From his right hand, traces of scanning waves were released, swiftly scanning the blue necklace. Insufficient data, unable to carry out the analysis. According to the item's materials and its fluctuations of energy, it should be a level 4 secret treasure from this world. A legend rank treasure. I've struck it big. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. He passed the necklace to Snow White Madam resting beside him and said, "Old freak, what is this?" The ice-cold Snow White Madam, as if a kitten with its tail stepped on, widened her eyes and cried out, "What do you mean by old freak? I'm not old. I'm only 180 years old this year. I'm a young lady in her prime. Do you understand? I'm still a young lady in her prime. 180 years old is still not old? Women at this age would already be great-great-great-grandmothers. Lack of culture is really scary. In this world, there are many extraordinary clans with by far longer innate lifespans than humans. Like the pure-blooded elf clan, they have an average lifespan of 1,000 years. An 180-year-old elf is barely an adult and is merely equivalent to an 18-year-old human young lady. The dragon clan has lifespans of several thousand years. An 180-year-old dragon hasn't yet matured. I'm currently a great warlock and my lifespan is at 1,100 years. 180 years old is only equivalent to an 18 years old ordinary human young lady. Don't talk about things that you don't know. Or else, just like a country bumpkin, you'll appear very uncivilized. Snow White Madam glared at Yang Feng with contempt. "Oh, an 18-year-old young lady. Then I shall call you Little Snow White." "What do you mean by Little Snow White? I have a name, it's Dephilia." When chatting with Dephilia, Yang Feng discovered that this Snow White Tower's master seemed to be somewhat simple-minded. She was easily led by him, unlike an experienced old freak that lived for 180 years. Yang Feng conjectured within. She might have secluded herself for too long when practicing cultivation, ignorant to the ways of the world and to the fickle minds of people. Only like this would a traitor be able to stab her. In the world of warlocks, outstanding strength didn't represent abundant experience nor craftiness. On the contrary, many powerful warlocks were research-crazed and simple-minded. Dephilia was hiding in Snow White Tower, wholeheartedly practicing cultivation. Even tough, she was called Snow White Tower's master and her status matchless. But she wasn't the one to manage the everyday affairs and naturally wasn't as crafty as Yang Feng. Chapter 137, Legend Rank Secret Treasure. Chapter 137, Legend Rank Secret Treasure. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng handed Dephilia the blue necklace and asked, "Dephilia, what is this?" Dephilia received the blue necklace. Her beautiful eyes erupted with a trace of a dazzling light. She gently caressed the blue necklace and said, "It's the legend rank secret treasure heart of the ocean. With it, the level 4 defensive spell Skyflower Water Curtain can be triggered twice a day. It strengthens the power of below level 4 water-attributed spells by 100%, level 4 water-attributed spells by 50% and level 5 water-attributed spells by 20%. It can also nourish the wearer's physique and spirit force." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of delight. He took the heart of the ocean. "Good stuff. It's just right for me." Dephilia mocked somewhat jealously. "It's a lady's necklace. A grown man like yourself wants to wear it. Don't you feel ashamed?" The heart of the ocean was clearly a lady's necklace, and it would conflict with Israel's fire-attributed spell. It was because of this that he didn't wear this legend rank necklace. Dephilia was very fond of this exquisite and formidable heart of the ocean. But the legend rank necklace secret treasures was extremely rare. In the entire Tyrannid subcontinent, there were only 4 legend rank necklaces currently known. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "It doesn't matter. I'm currently low in strength. The key point is my survival." In the world of warlocks, there were no limitations to survival. The heart of the ocean could trigger the level 4 defensive spell Skyflower Water Curtain 2 times a day. It was equivalent to having 2 additional lives. Humph! Dephilia snorted somewhat unhappily and turned her face to the side, no longer paying Yang Feng any attention. Yang Feng also began to reflect on the merits and demerits of today's battle. With regards to great warlock rank experts, detonation tactics are still too lacking in terms of destructive power. The main reason being that I'm unable to gather the power of the explosions in a single point. The range is wide enough, but the power is too lacking. Next time, I should directly bury a small nuclear warhead within my avatar. Looking at the current data, a small nuclear warhead is enough to kill a great warlock rank expert. However, this tactic can't be casually exposed. Once used, then the enemy needs to be killed. Otherwise, it'd lose its effect if exposed. The reason why human warlocks could coerce countless planes, defeat countless extraordinary life forms, gods, fiends, devils, and other terrifying beings, was because they wielded countless spells. Different circumstances required different spells to deal with the enemy. Once Yang Feng's detonation tactic was seen through, then it would be very difficult for it to threaten great warlock rank experts. If great warlock rank experts were to thoroughly study Yang Feng's primary battle robots or his nuclear warheads, then they wouldn't wait for Yang Feng to approach them and then detonate the nuclear warhead inside him. That way, Yang Feng would have sent his troops to be destroyed by the other party in vain. Because Israel didn't know about Yang Feng's 2 killer moves, namely the mechanical black dragon and the mechanical demonic polar bear, he was caught off guard and was killed by Yang Feng. The source of this content is freewebnovel.com. If Israel were to be prepared in advance, then Yang Feng would at most only be able to defeat him. Because warlocks once dominated countless planes, they had a high degree of acceptance of all kinds of knowledge. As long as there were enough warlocks in a research teams, Then they could decipher any knowledge and react accordingly. The reason why Yang Feng previously hadn't exposed his two trump cards, namely the mechanical black dragon and the mechanical demonic polar bear, when dealing with the Snake Hellion Legion, was because he wanted to keep these trump cards for when he had to deal with great warlock rank experts. And it really was a KO move. The tactic of detonating a nuclear warhead, Yang Feng intended for it to act as a reserve trump card, only using it at the most critical moment. Bailu City, the capital of Cineris Principality. Dame, there's trouble. Steel City's mechanized infantry division has chased us until here. Illyria had just woken up and arrived at the main hall of the hall, when Emma hurried towards her and reported the bad news. Illyria's pretty complexion changed and she exclaimed, "Fuck! Wasn't the mechanized infantry division already wiped out by Sir Israel?" Emma said with a pained expression. The one wiped out was Steel City's 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division. The one currently chasing after us is Steel City's 5th Mechanized Infantry Division. Within Hellion Clan, Snake Hellion Legion was considered to be a very strong legion. But surprisingly, they were chased until their lair, leaving Emma very furious and helpless. However, when thinking about the terrifying battle prowess of the Mechanized Infantry Division, Emma couldn't help but feel slightly fearful. When Emma and Illyria led the Snake Hellion Legion to flee, the two people relied on their terrifying military might to kill an unknown amount of Mechanized Infantry Division's warriors. But all of those warriors were robots. No matter how many of them they killed, those robots would never feel fear and their morale would never decline. They would only attack, keep attacking, and massacre their subordinates. The Snake Hellion Legion's warriors were also seasoned warriors, but against that fierce and unafraid of death mechanical legion, their tyrannical firepower and the nearly endless killing, they still felt fearful. Illyria made a prompt decision. "Let's immediately withdraw our clansmen from Cineris Principality. Older sister, you currently don't have the authority to issue this order." Following a seductive laughter, a beautiful woman, slightly resembling Illyria, arrived smilingly. The woman had a seductive waist, huge twin peaks, a blue ponytail, and very alluring looks. Illyria took a step forward. Her eyes instantly became snake-like vertical slits. The terrifying life force of a pinnacle level 3 warlock revolved around her, before saying in a cold voice, "Tetna, you want to go against my orders?" Tetiana retrieved a document with a smile, then threw it at Illyria. "This is an order from the Council of Elders. Due to your defeat, you're no longer Snake Hellion Legion's Legion Commander. I'm the newly appointed Snake Hellion Legion's Legion Commander." Illyria received the document and carefully looked at it, her beautiful eyes surging with a trace of bitterness. She was deprived of all authority. Now, the highest commander of Snake Hellion clan that entered the surface world was her younger sister, Tetiana. Illyria advised bitterly, "Tetiana, the warriors in Steel City's Mechanized Infantry Division are mechanical golems. Those mechanical golems can operate Steel City's various alchemical military weapons. They're definitely not easy to deal with." Tetiana's complexion was frosty as she said coldly, "Illyria, I'm the Snake Hellion Legion's Legion Commander now. Please call me Dame Legion Commander. You're now my subordinate and must obey my orders. Follow me into battle. Let's destroy Steel City's 5th Mechanized Infantry Division. If you disobey my order, then I have no choice but to capture you, seal you power, and send you back." Chapter 138, Fierce Battle in Bailu City. Chapter 138, Fierce Battle in Bailu City. Translator, Zayamoj. Illyria went silent for a while, before sighing faintly, "Yes, Dame Legion Commander." Tetiana laughed unbridledly, expressing the resentment that she had been repressing for several hundred years. "Ha ha ha ha, for 400 years, dear sister. You've been always oppressing me. All the good stuff, all the glory, all of it was for you to take. Simply because you were born an hour sooner. And me? I could only live in your shadow. And now I've finally surpassed you. I'll show you the gap between the both of us. I'm Snake Hellion Clan's strongest genius. Not you." Oliaria's eyebrows creased slightly, and she said slowly, "I'm sorry." Tetiana snorted coldly, turned around and went outside. I don't need your I'm sorry, and you aren't sorry. I'll prove it to you all, that I, Tatiana, am Snake Hellion Clan's strongest expert. Snake Hellion Clan's future matriarch shall be me. There was a commotion inside Bailu City. Countless boa cavalries gushed madly out of Bailu City, swiftly forming a 30,000-strong Bagru boa cavalry's legion in an open field. Countless large and small poisonous snakes also gushed out of Bailu City, forming a large snake ocean on a large tract of land. Tatiana, Illyria, and Emma, Snake Hellion Clan's 3 great level 3 warlocks, stood loftily on the level 3 extraordinary life form Kamatu silver-white demonic horned boa. Sonaris Principality was a human nation conquered by Snake Hellion Clan. According to the Hellion Clan's practices, this principality belonged to Snake Hellion Clan's territory. Within Hellion Clan, not unlike in the human society, there were always struggles and endless infighting. Although, under the orders from the Hellion royal clans, all the Hellions united and killed their way out of the underworld. But there were still distinctions, each with their own sphere of influence. Only the areas occupied by the Hellion royal clans would have a large gathering of Hellion Clan's experts. They're here. This group of ants made the both of you flee in a sorry plight? The both of you are really wastes. Tatiana stood on the head of the Kamatu silver-white demonic horned boa. Her eyes became a pair of vertical slits. She could easily see the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division more than 20 kilometers away. She gave a cold smile and ridiculed. Emma's eyes flashed with a touch of anger, about to refute her. Illyria reached out and stopped her adjutant. Boom! 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 Tatiana had just finished speaking, when flames flashed and self-propelled artillery shells dropped on the neat and orderly Snake Hellion Legion. Along with the uninterrupted sound of explosions, hundreds and thousands of Snake Hellion Legion's warriors with outstanding battle prowess were blasted into tatters by that shellfire. Blood sputtered everywhere. When Tatiana saw the Snake Hellion Legion's elite warriors being blasted into tatters by the shell fire and their blood sputtering everywhere, her eyes turned extremely bloodshot and she screamed in horror, "Fuck! They're more than 20 kilometers away. What is it? Could they be human warlocks' magical artilleries? But weren't they unusable in field warfare? More than 20 kilometers away." Tatiana finally realized that they had military weapons capable of long-range attacks. Personally witnessing hundreds and thousands of Bagru boa cavalries being killed made her so angry that she almost wanted to vomit blood. With Illyria's ample battle experience, she immediately cried out loud, "Those are Steel City's weapons. We must go over and destroy them." The self-propelled artillery had a wide range and formidable firepower, but once one gets near them, then they were just lumps of scrap metal. "I don't need you to tell me what to do. Follow me. Let's destroy those lumps of scrap metal." With bloodshot eyes, Tatiana screamed. Magical radiance flickered all over her body, and a pair of wings grew on her back. She flapped her wings, shooting towards the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division with a terrifying speed. Illyria and Emma looked at each other before shooting after Tatiana. The 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's level 5 humanoid robots took out their Gauss rifles before madly shooting towards the sky. A variety of anti-aircraft cannons, surface-to-air missiles, and other anti-aircraft arms were started, forming a thickly dotted firepower network madly shooting towards the sky. Tatiana immediately started demonic snake morph, changing into a half-human half-snake monster. Her body was shrouded in matchless life force. With ghost-like movements, she evaded the majority of Gauss bullets. Simultaneously, the rest of the Gauss bullets were deviated by her life force. The hands of Illyria and Emma continuously flickered with magical radiances, shooting black rays of light at the surface-to-air missiles, blowing them into fragments. With a rumbling, lightning supersonic fighters dropped from the sky. Their cannons rumbled, madly shooting at Tatiana's group of 3. The lightning supersonic fighters were the reason why Illyria and Emma had to flee in a sorry plight. If the extremely fast lightning supersonic fighters weren't present, then they could leisurely tear apart the battle robots down below. Under the pursuit of the 100 lightning supersonic fighters, countless shells bombarded Illyria's group of 3, unleashing ripples on their life force covers, bringing them to the brink of collapse. Toxic mist. Frubnov.com Tatiana's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint. She gave a piercing howl, opened her mouth and spurted green mist. With the rising of the wind, it turned into a huge green poisonous mist, shrouding the mechanized infantry division's primary battle robots down below. Toxic mist. This was the strongest level 3 area of effect poison attributed spell that Tatiana practiced. Once tainted by a trace of the mist, then even Earth Knight rank experts would be poisoned to death. But the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division was solely composed of robots. The green mist shrouding them didn't seem to have the slightest effect. There's no effect? As expected. But my spell isn't that simple. Tatiana gave a cold smile, then faced upwards and issued a piercing howl. When the boas beneath the Bagru boa cavalries heard the piercing howl, they opened their bloody maws and shot clusters of black venom towards the sky. Tatiana extended a finger. With her as the core, a powerful suction swiftly gathered the countless churning black venom. Corrosive snake venom rain. Tatiana waved her fair hand. Like raindrops, countless black venom dropped from the sky and sprinkled the ground. Drops of the black venom landed on the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's primary battle robots that were already tainted with the toxic mist. The Mechanized Infantry Division's primary battle robots had white smoke sprang out from all over, they strangely dissolved and turning into scrap metal. New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. Chapter 139, Defeating Snake Hellion Clan. Chapter 139, Defeating Snake Hellion Clan. Translator, Xuanhuan. Once the level 3 spell Toxic Mist and the level 3 spell Corrosive Snake Venom Rain were combined, then they would form a terrifying large area of effect poison attributed spell. Even level 2 warlocks, once they were corroded by the Toxic Mist, and then sprinkled by the Corrosive Snake Venom Rain, only death would await them. In order to cast this combined spell, it was required to draw support from countless Bagru boas. Solely one level 3 warlock was unable of casting this terrifying spell. Illyria's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a complicated look as she watched Tatiana in the sky, before sighing faintly. She really managed to mold this spell. Read latest chapters at freewebnovel.com only. Emma's eyes flashed with a touch of delight. She revealed a trace of a smile. This time, it should be our victory. Tatiana watched the large amounts of primary battle robots down below melting in the corrosive rain. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she revealed a trace of a smile. That's an amazing large area of effect poison attributed spell. No wonder the status of warlocks is so high in this world. Mortals simply can't resist the power of warlocks. Even an army of 1 million mortals, if it didn't have the aid of warlocks, then this spell would kill everyone in its wake. On the other side, Yang Feng saw the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's primary battle robots being melted in that corrosive rain, and he shivered slightly within. In Tyrannid subcontinent, warlocks dictated from high above and mortals were unable to contend with them. Trough this battle, Yang Feng had a more profound understanding. Yang Feng ordered with a cold smile, "Execute Plan B." The 5th Mechanized Division immediately began dispersing. Simultaneous, all battle units equipped with level 1 protective covers at once started them. On the battlefield, several thousand battle units started their level 1 defensive covers. Under the protection of the level 1 protective covers, the battle units survived the large area of effect spell Corrosive Snake Venom Rain. A defensive spell. How can it be? How can those mechanical golems have defensive spells? Tatiana was stunned as soon as she saw those several thousand battle units erupting with protective covers. In Tyrannid subcontinent, mechanical golems rarely had defensive spells. They basically only used their strength to crush their enemies. Mechanical golems with the ability to trigger defensive spells. Every one of them was exceedingly terrifying and formidable. They were terrifying weapons comparable to level 3 warlocks. They were trump cards for many powerful forces. Those ordinary humanoid mechanical golems were actually capable of triggering defensive spells that undermined Tatiana's common sense. Tatiana's superposed level 3 spell destroyed more than half of the 5th Mechanized Division's battle units. The remaining battle units either madly attacked Tatiana's group of 3 or madly assaulted the Bagru boa cavalries. A variety of artillery bombarded the Bagru boa cavalries. Every moment, there would be hundreds and thousands of Bagru Boa cavalries being blasted into pieces. The 100 lightning supersonic fighters were also madly attacking Tetiana's group of 3. Illyria sensed that the Bagru Boa cavalry's auras were continuously disappearing and cried out loud, "Tetiana, let's withdraw. If we don't withdraw, then our clansmen will die." Bagru Boa cavalries were Snake Hellion clan's elite warriors. If those Bagru Boa cavalries were to all die, then Snake Hellion clan's strength would suffer greatly. "No, heed my orders. Go destroy those lumps of steel." With bloodshot eyes, Tetiana opened her mouth and spurted out a black poison arrow. Like a black light, the black poison arrow instantly stabbed into a lightning supersonic fighter. In a flash, that lightning supersonic fighter was being corroded. There was noise for a while. With white smoke rising from it, the fighter fell to the ground, before exploding and turned into a fireball. Tetiana and Illyria, the two women, were terrifying beings of the pinnacle level 3 warlock rank. They were proficient in many kinds of spells. Even if it were the lightning supersonic fighters, they also had the ability to deal with them. Previously, as she was chased by the Mechanical Legion, Illyria was in a predicament. She lacked any ability to resist, only because she had to protect Snake Hellion clan's warriors and Emma. Illyria clenched her teeth, then opened her mouth and spurted out a black poison arrow. The black poison arrow hit a lightning supersonic fighter. The fighter was immediately corroded and then fell from the sky. Emma's figure shook and she landed on the ground. Her fair hands danced around, smashing those primary battle robots. Lightning supersonic fighters were falling down and exploding. A large number of Bagru Boa cavalries were torn into shreds amidst the shellfire. In this mad battle, everyone was in a killing frenzy. The Bagru Boa cavalries, with their bodies of flesh and blood, finally managed to force their way through the shellfire blockade, before rushing towards the scattered 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's primary battle robots. A Bagru Boa arrived next to a primary battle robot, then opened its bloody maw and crushed the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's gunner robot with a bite. That Bagru Boa had just crushed a gunner robot with a bite, when another gunner robot frenziedly shot at it with its Gauss rifle. The hail of countless bullets pierced the Bagru Boa, with blood splashing everywhere. That Bagru Boa struggled desperately. It shot its huge snake tail and rammed it against that gunner robot, smashing the gunner robot apart. After destroying 2 gunner robots, the Bagru Boa struggled for a while and then finally died. After the Bagru Boas managed to approach the gunner robots, for every Bagru Boa killed, 7 or 8 gunner robots would be destroyed. The tides of this battle were gradually turning in Snake Hellion clan's favor. The fierce and brutal battle had lasted for 2 hours. After Tetiana destroyed the last lightning supersonic fighter, she had a pale expression, was gasping for air and clutching the wound on her abdomen. She laughed unbridledly. "Haha! I did it! I wiped out Steel City's 5th Mechanized Infantry Division. Ha ha ha! Illyria, my dear sister, have you seen it? I wiped out Steel City's 5th Mechanized Infantry Division. I won. I'm much stronger than you are." There was no joy on Illyria's pretty face. She spat out a mouthful of blood, looked down below and sighed faintly. "However, the price we paid was too grievous. From the 30,000 Bagru Boa cavalries, only 3,000 remained. Illyria's adjutant, Emma, was also critically wounded. From the 1,000 Omegudo flying snakes, only 135 remained. It could be said that Cineris Principality's Snake Hellion clan had been crippled. Even so, it's still my victory. As long as I win, then I can get a steady flow of reinforcements." Tetiana gave a crazed smile. She watched the unbridled revelry down below as the Snake Hellion Legion's remnants were victoriously crying out loud and cheering. Her beautiful eyes were replete with elation. As long as she could establish herself in Cineris Principality, then Snake Hellion clan would continue to send her reinforcements from the underworld. All of a sudden, Tetiana's smile froze. She looked into the distance and her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of fear. In the distance, smoke and dust billowed, and mechanical rumblings reverberated. APCs, tanks, self-propelled artillery and other military weapons were approaching. In the clouds, lightning supersonic fighters were shuttling back and forth. I'm 6th Mechanized Infantry Division's Division Commander, Yang Tong. Let's begin the second round. Suddenly, a beast-type bladed robot jumped above a heavy tank. It used its mechanically synthesized voice to laugh heartily. Boom, 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 boom. The mechanically synthesized voice had just sounded, when nearly endless shellfire immediately covered the several thousand remnant Bagru Boa cavalries. Amidst the terrifying shellfire, Bagru Boa cavalries were being blasted apart, with mournful cries sounding everywhere. Why is this happening? Why? Tatiana's face paled. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. She gave her all and used every bit of strength of Cineris Principality's Snake Hellion clan to crush and annihilate that mechanical infantry division. But at the moment of victory, yet another mechanized infantry division appeared. Under the contrasting emotions of overwhelming jubilation and overwhelming sorrow, her mind was crushed. Withdraw! Illyria's pretty face paled. She issued a piercing howl, picked up Tatiana and became a black light escaping into the distance. Emma also dragged her heavily wounded body along. She glared hatefully at the 6th Mechanized Infantry Division, before fleeing in disarray. The remnants of the Snake Hellion Legion retreated in fright. A large number of primary battle robots entered the battlefield and started sweeping it clean. Yang Feng looked at the land littered with wreckage, his eyes slightly constricting. Those Hellions can't be underestimated. Just the Snake Hellion clan was this powerful. And it wasn't even Snake Hellion clan's entire power. It would be troublesome if I were to be targeted by the strongest experts from the Allied forces. The Underworld's Allied forces had many clans among them, of which the strongest were Dark Elf clan and Hellion clan. Snake Hellion clan was merely a branch of Hellion clan's forces. According to the information displayed by Black Dragon Empire, Snake Hellion clan had at least one great warlocks overseeing it. They shouldn't be underestimated. Yang Feng calculated within. Nowadays, in order to expand one's power, one would have to offend others, unless the other is a sissy. But expanding and not attracting the attention of the Allied forces, that would certainly be a bit difficult. After occupying Cineris Principality, it is necessary to stop the expansion and observe the situation for a while. With Yang Feng's current strength, it was possible to recover the majority of Southern States Coalition's principalities captured by the Hellions. But that would be too conspicuous. Once the Underworld's Allied forces joined hands, then it would be possible for them to uproot his forces. Long live Sir Steel Lord. Long live Sir Yang Feng. Long live Sir Yang Tong. As soon as Yang Feng's mechanical legion entered Bailu City, as if awaiting their savior, everyone in Bailu City warmly received them. Countless people rushed to join the army, taking the initiative to capitulate and draw closer towards Yang Feng, letting him easily capture the hearts of the majority of Bailu City's people. Freewebnovel.com. Chapter 140 Rose Garden's Invitation. Chapter 140 Rose Garden's Invitation. Translator, Zayamoj. Hellions needed to consume human flesh and blood in order to keep their reason. After Snake Hellion clan entered Bailu City, they wantonly captured humans to serve them as rations. Moreover, they demoted all the humans to slaves, wantonly promoting their humiliation. Bailu City was just like hell. When Yang Feng arrived, not unlike an advent of a savior, he easily captured everyone's hearts. Yang Feng took the opportunity to dispatch the 6th Mechanized Infantry Division to move forward, driving out all Snake Hellion clan's Hellions from Cineris Principality and subsequently gaining a firm control over Cineris Principality's area of 120,000 square kilometers. After gaining control over the entire Cineris Principality, Yang Feng wasn't in a hurry to continue expanding. Instead, he dispatched large numbers of engineering robots to begin construction of defensive fortifications in Cineris Principality's major cities. After Cineris Principality was recovered by Yang Feng, the whole Tyrannid subcontinent was shocked. Countless gazes gathered on Steel City, with the peak forces also taking notice. When Steel City defeated Fernandro Principality's main forces, Tyrannid subcontinent's peak forces only regarded Steel City as a small player and didn't pay it any attention. Now that even the Snake Hellion Legion was defeated and Cineris Principality was captured, only now did Tyrannid subcontinent's peak forces started to acknowledge Yang Feng's Steel City. Countless scouts and spies with all kinds of identities, like moths to a flame, secretly entered Fernando Principality and then Steel City's headquarters, Black City, to search for any information. At the same time, as if encouraged by Yang Feng, tyrannical human warlock forces sprang up abruptly one after another, revealed their long-hidden trump cards, and erupted with formidable battle prowess. The Allied forces' blood flowed in rivers. freewebnovel.cm. While consolidating his forces, Yang Feng sent a mechanized infantry division to attack the obscure mountain range, easily gaining control over that tract of land. Obscure mountain range was fairly barren. There were no magic stone veins there. Therefore, no one paid it any attention and Yang Feng could easily gain control over it. With the obscure mountain range under his control, Yang Feng intended to go there and carefully explore the other side of the planar gate. Planar exploration was what every warlock after promoting to a great warlock would do. Exploring countless planes, gaining their knowledge and inheritances, conquering them and obtaining their resources. While continuously exploring and conquering, human warlocks could be located at the summit of various planes. Just then, Yang Feng received an invitation. Yang Feng pinched the letter and carefully looked at it for a while, before asking with some curiosity. Rose Garden is holding a genius convention for young warlocks, with the reward for the top 3 being a chance to practice cultivation at the Rose Divine Pool. Dephilia, is there anything special about this Rose Divine Pool? Sitting on the sofa opposite to Yang Feng, Snow White Madame Dephilia glanced at him and said, Rose Divine Pool is a level 6 secret treasure and one of Rose Garden's foundations. On other planes, level 6 secret treasures are called divine armaments. Every 3 years, the Rose Divine Pool gives birth to a pool with miraculous powers. When practicing cultivation in the Rose Divine Pool, a warlock could be transformed as well as get their soul aptitude upgraded. In Rose Garden, more than 95% of the warlocks are females. They only recruit the most gifted females. One of the most crucial factors why they can become one of the 6 great forces of Tyrannid subcontinent is their possession of the Rose Divine Pool and the subsequent steady fostering of geniuses. At one point, I also entered the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation. Afterwards, my cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. It's also the reason why I entered the domain of great warlocks so quickly. If I hadn't entered the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation, then right now, I'd still be a level 3 warlock. Perhaps I would have to wait another century before I could promote to a great warlock. Therefore, I still owe Rose Garden a great favor. Yang Feng, if you want to tread further on the warlock path, then you can't miss this chance. Warlock College Antalya, White Elephant Ivory, Eyes of Justice, Savage Claw, and Black Dragon Tower, they all have similar treasures. But in terms of effect, Rose Divine Pool is the best when it comes to warlocks below the Great Warlock rank. Additionally, the other 5 Great Warlock forces don't let their non-core members use such treasures. Dephilia said lightly. TH most up-to-date NOVLS are published on freewebove.com. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glow as he said faintly, It seems like I need to go to Rose Garden. Yang Feng was very shocked when he discovered that Rose Garden actually had a divine armament. The so-called divine armaments were personally created by different planes gods. Countless power and precious materials were spent in order to forge those treasures with miraculous powers. Among the different worlds, there were many kinds of beings known as gods. Even the weakest gods had strength by far surpassing that of starry sky warlocks. Each divine armament created by those formidable gods had terrifying abilities. Additionally, not all gods had the ability to create divine armaments, with some weak gods being unable to create one. Rose Garden even had a divine rank secret treasure. Their depth could well be imagined. Yang Feng had some understanding of why Tyrannid subcontinent's human warlock would hold the allied forces from the underworld in such contempt. 3 days later, the news of Snow White Madam joining Steel City swiftly spread through Tyrannid subcontinent. This piece of news immediately shocked Tyrannid subcontinent's human forces. Steel City defeating the Snake Hellion Legion and recovering Cineris Principality, that only made the formidable forces acknowledge it. But now that Snow White Madam, this great warlock rank expert, had joined Steel City, that meant that Steel City had already risen to a first-rate force, second only to Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups. Countless forces sent gifts to congratulate Snow White Madam joining Steel City. If it were not for the allied forces from the underworld rampaging all over, then there would definitely be countless experts going over to congratulate. St. Rose City was located in the Rose Mountain Range. It had a population of up to 1 million people. Rose Garden was located in the depths of the Rose Mountain Range. No outsiders were allowed to enter Rose Garden. Only apprentice warlocks and warlocks of Rose Garden could enter it. St. Rose City was a city built for apprentice warlocks and warlocks of Rose Garden to enjoy secular pleasures. Aristocratic youngsters who desired to visit Rose Garden, businessmen who hoped to do dealings with Rose Garden, and people with all kinds of objectives. They all gathered in St. Rose City, turning the city exceedingly prosperous. The places where the peak warlock groups dwell are indeed high-end. Yang Feng looked at the towering buildings within St. Rose City, the spacious streets and the magic chariots speeding along. It gave one the feeling of an even more technologically advanced world than Earth. "Hi, ladies, do you need a ride?" An extremely eye-catching silver convertible magic chariot came rushing from the distance, before halting in front of Yang Feng and delegation. A woman frivolously revealed a charming smile towards the several young ladies beside Yang Feng. The woman had fair skin, a head full of long red hair, was brimming with charm and wearing sunglasses. "I've heard that there were a lot of lesbians in Rose Garden, but I didn't expect to encounter such a situation." Yang Feng was somewhat speechless as he looked at the sensual red-haired beauty. Among Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups, Rose Garden was the only warlock group dominated by women. The successive generations of Rose Garden's masters were all outstanding beauties. Simultaneous, the successive generations of Rose Empire's rulers were all empresses. The number of lesbians in Rose Garden was high because there were more females than males. According to legend, the successive generations of Rose Garden had the most powerful lesbians in Tyrannid subcontinent. Xuanhuan swept the silver convertible magic chariot with a glance and said with a slight smile, "Ask my big brother. If he says that we do, then we do. We have a vehicle." Yang Feng gave a slight smile, pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and a glistening gold-plated 10-seated convertible luxury chariot with countless gems embedded appeared on the road. Yang Feng gave the red-haired beauty a somewhat provocative look, then snapped his fingers and the convertible luxury car, embedded with gems, automatically opened its door. Xuanhuan and the several ladies boarded the convertible luxury car. The guards standing beside Yang Feng successively pressed the dimensional crests on their chests, and silver chariots instantly appeared on the street. Very quickly a fleet of luxury cars appeared on the wide passage. The red-haired beauty took off her sunglasses, revealing an irresistibly beautiful complexion. She asked, "Are those Steel City's chariots? They appear to be quite good. What is their power source?" "Yang Feng, is it Steel City's newly developed high-energy crystal power source?" Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of vigilance as he asked, "Who are you?" The red-haired beauty said with a slight smile, "My name is Angelina, the oldest daughter of Her Majesty, Rose Empire's Empress, and Rose Empire's first successor. May I have the privilege of becoming friends with you?" Yang Feng said with a smile, "It would be my honor." Angelina asked curiously, "What is the top speed of your chariot?" Yang Feng said with some pride, "This is a lightning dragon chariot. It can reach a top speed of 600 kilometers per hour. In Tyrannid subcontinent, the top speeds of magic chariots ranged between 80 kilometers per hour to 150 kilometers per hour in general. Magic chariots manufactured by level 3 alchemists could reach top speeds in the range of 300 kilometers per hour to 400 kilometers per hour. However, there was a relatively small number of level 3 alchemists, and there was only a handful of magic chariots refined by level 3 warlocks. As for great warlock rank alchemists, they generally wouldn't bother refining such toys like magic chariots. This magic chariot with its top speed of 600 kilometers per hour was already the peak chariot in Tyrannid subcontinent. 600 kilometers per hour. Angelina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of excitement, and she said with a smile, "Yang Feng, do me a favor. I want to participate in a car race. Please join me in this race." Chapter 141, Cookson and Rymont. Chapter 141, Cookson and Rymont. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng said with slightly creased eyebrows. When is it? I might not have the time for it. Angelina's eyes shined and she said with a charming smile, It's right now. Go to the fiery dragon racetrack. It'll only take you half a day. I think that it'll be a great experience. Yang Feng immediately boarded the lightning dragon. The doors automatically closed. He said towards Angelina with a smile, What are you waiting for? Let's roll. The fiery dragon racetrack was St. Rose City's most well-known racetrack. It had a length of more than 450 kilometers. The long track had slopes, sharp turns, cliffs, tall mountains, sand dunes, hills, and other types of landscape. In St. Rose City, it was the favorite gathering spot for racing zealot princeling warlocks. Magic chariots had a selling price of at least 10,000 magic stones, with a fuel efficiency of 1 low-grade magic stone per 200 kilometers. Only powerful warlocks or exceedingly wealthy princeling warlocks were eligible to have the financial resources to play with magic chariots. While following behind Angelina, Yang Feng arrived outside the entrance to the fiery dragon racetrack, only to see several dozens magic chariots with very eye-catching shapes parked. Many youngsters were gathered next to the magic chariots, with handsome men and beautiful women everywhere. At the same time, formidable life forces were emitted from those youngsters, with most being apprentice warlock rank life forces, but there was no lack of level 1 warlock rank life forces. In a small principality like Fernandro Principality, level 1 warlocks were regarded as exceedingly rare experts. But in St. Rose City they were nothing special. When Yang Feng's lightning dragon arrived at the fiery dragon racetrack, it immediately attracted the gazes of countless people. The extravagant and luxurious 10-seated convertible lightning dragon chariot and its elegant mold. It was a very rare sight on the fiery dragon racetrack. A golden chariot. That's so basic. A 10-seated convertible magic chariot. Why is it here? This is fiery dragon racetrack. To actually make a fool of oneself by bring here such a basic vehicle. Did this bumpkin crawled out from under a rock? Ridiculing voices came from the crowd. The lightning dragon was plated with a layer of thick gold and embedded with numerous gems. On Earth, it would definitely make countless young ladies shriek, with countless beautiful women submitting before this super luxurious chariot. But in the world of warlocks, gold was just slightly higher in value than silver and copper. The truly expensive stuff were the magic cores of the various demonic beasts, hellions, and extraordinary life forms, as well as magic crystals. Yang Feng listened to the voices of mockery coming from the surroundings, his face twitching. He turned towards Eunice and the other ladies in the back to look. Different worlds really have different aesthetics. I'm even being looked down by these guys. No wonder Angelina's expression had been so weird, only to see Eunice cover her smile and Dephilia, the ice-cold lowly, revealing a trace of a smile. They were warlock royalties. They naturally knew that the appearance of the lightning dragon would seem extremely basic to magic chariots enthusiasts. Once Angelina exited her car, she attracted gazes brimming with adoration, envy, jealousy, and other complicated feelings to focus on her. A blue-eyed bombshell with a golden ponytail, similar features to Angelina's and dressed in black, tight-fitting clothing. But her facial features seemed to be somewhat immature. The seemingly 15 of 16-year-old young girl smiled happily as she walked up to them. Big Sister Angelina, you came. If I'm not mistaken, the man beside you should be Steel City's Yang Feng. The young girl had just spoken, when gazes from all over focused on Yang Feng. That is Steel City's only successor, Yang Feng? Is it that lucky waste Yang Feng? After Snow White Madam joined, Steel City became a force second only to the 6 great warlock groups. It turned out to be Steel City's only successor. Such a lucky bastard. Steel City's city lord cares so much about him. Even though he's a wasp, he can still practice cultivation until an official warlock. Yeah, reportedly, all of Steel City's resources are being deviated towards him. Him coming to St. Rose City. Is it because of the Rose Divine Pool? Gush discussions were heard from the crowd of youngsters. Practically all of the youngsters looking at Yang Feng had their gazes brimming with envy and jealousy. When Snow White Madame Dephilia, When this great warlock joined, Steel City immediately soared in status, becoming a first-rate warlock group second only to Tyrannid Subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups. As Steel City's only successor, Yang Feng naturally attracted the envy and jealousy of those princeling warlock youngsters. This content is taken from fga.iwebnavio.l.co. The more powerful a life form was, the more difficult it became for it to reproduce. Once humans had promoted to warlocks, their being would suffer a terrifying evolutionary transformation, with their stage of being changing. After evolving to an official warlock, one's success rate in reproduction started to decline swiftly. The more powerful a warlock was, the more difficult it was for one to reproduce. But in this world of warlocks, human warlocks had already overcome this great challenge by devising an elixir capable of upgrading their success rate in reproduction, raising a warlock's success rate in reproduction to the level of an apprentice warlock. Therefore, in the Tyrannid subcontinent, the majority of forces leaders had countless descendants. It was practically impossible to become the sole successor of those forces. As Steel City's sole successor, Yang Feng's status was extremely distinguished and even somewhat higher than that of Rose Empire's first successor, Angelina. As Rose Empire's first successor, Angelina still had to face many other successors competing with her. As for Yang Feng, it was already preordained that he would succeed the terrifying force known as Steel City. Angelina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glow as she said with a smile, "Pix Mei Mei. That's right, he's Yang Feng." A young man with a tall and sturdy figure, a head full of short crimson hair and a valiant aura around him. With a mocking expression, the young man arrived beside Pix and sneered, "Yang Feng, that is, the waste Yang Feng with an inferior level 1 soul aptitude? You're merely a silk pants that commits all sorts of crimes by relying on his family's forces. Right now, you wouldn't even be an apprentice warlock if it wasn't for your family's help." A young man dressed in a warlock's white robe with a tall and thin figure and a handsome appearance walked over with a smile and threatened without a trace of anger. "Yang Feng, you waste. Don't be so close to Angelina. Otherwise, I don't mind putting you to rest and then send your body to your uncle. That definitely would be very amusing." More than a dozen youngsters faintly emitting official warlock rank life force swiftly gathered beside the man with short scarlet hair and the man wearing a warlock's white robe. They all adopted expressions of ridicule as they looked at Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly. He turned towards Eunice and Dephilia and asked, "What's the matter with those two brainless idiots? They actually dare spout nonsense in front of me?" Judy and Shui didn't have much experience. Therefore, it was impossible for them to recognize these two men. Dephilia said apathetically, "I'm not familiar with those nobodies." Eunice's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of graveness and she said lightly, "The red-haired man should be Savage Claw's strongest genius of this generation, Blood Beast King Cookson. The other should be White Elephant Ivory's young Thunder King Rymont." Eunice sent mentally, "Every time Rose Garden holds a warlock convention, it isn't just to open the Rose Divine Pool for the most outstanding geniuses to practice cultivation, but also to select sons-in-law for the most outstanding maidens of Rose Garden. The Warlock Convention hosted by Rose Garden is actually a marriage convention. In Tyrannid subcontinent, many peak experts have a wife or a lover from Rose Garden. Anyone with the intention to mess with Rose Gardens must take into account the reaction of those peak experts." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of understanding. "I see. In this case, although Rose Garden isn't considered to be the strongest among the 6 great warlock groups, but it's definitely the most difficult to deal with. Rose Garden held a warlock convention every few years, gathering Tyrannid subcontinent's young genius warlocks and then picking the most outstanding genius warlocks for marriage. As a result, Tyrannid subcontinent's peak experts had inextricable connections with Rose Garden. Even the remaining 5 great warlock groups had many people married with Rose Garden's female warlock. Therefore, no one dared to mess with Rose Garden. Otherwise, they would risk becoming enemies with Tyrannid subcontinent's genius warlocks. Eunice continued to send mentally, "Angelina is Rose Garden's first successor. If you can take her as your wife, then once she ascends the throne, as her husband, a grand prince, you'll receive access to a tremendous amount of resources. Beside the Rose Divine Pool, Rose Garden still has many other secret treasures second only to divine armaments. Those secret treasures are definitely capable of further transforming people. Yang Feng finally understood. No wonder these two rushed over akin to dogs in heat. It turns out that the hidden benefits are this huge. Rose Empire was one of the strongest empires in Tyrannid subcontinent. Once Angelina ascends the throne, then she would wield tremendous resources. Although she would need to hand over the majority of those resources to Rose Garden. But the rest of the resources, which was an exceedingly terrifying amount, she could allocate to herself. As her Grand Prince, the benefits would definitely be immense. Cooksen's eyes flashed a touch of a fierce glint. His body became shrouded in a thick layer of killing intent, and he threatened coldly. Yang Feng, you even dare insult us? Does Steel City actually want to betray humanity, become a disgraceful traitor and seek refuge with the Underworld's allied forces? With the Underworld's allied forces bearing down menacingly, sweeping everything wherever they passed through. Some human warlocks who didn't escape in time would choose to betray humanity and seek refuge with the Underworld's allied forces. What kind of nonsense is this? You dare to frame me? As I see it, you two are trying to instigate a rift in the relationship between Steel City and Rose Garden. It's clear that you're traitors of humanity. Angelina, let my guards chop those traitors of humanity into pieces as a warning. The two units standing guard behind Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crests on their chests. Immediately after, two 6-meter-tall level 8 beast-type bladed robots shot out of the dimensional crests. The two level 8 best-type bladed robots straightforwardly launched in a flash and madly chopped, with their high-frequency oscillation blades at Cookson and Rymont, the two young geniuses from Savage Claw and White Elephant Ivory respectively. Cookson's eyes flashed with a touch of horror. He gave a furious roar, erupted with the terrifying life force of a pinnacle level 2 warlock and morphed into a 3 meters tall gorilla with red fur, alike a burning flame. After morphing into a red-furred gorilla, Cookson took out an up to 3 meters long wolf-tooth club and vigorously brandished it, striking at the high-frequency oscillation blade of a beast-type bladed robot and knocking it away. Rymont had lightning streaking on his body, seemingly reigning over it. He didn't retreat but rather advanced. In a blink of an eye, he avoided the attack of the beast-type bladed robot and then weirdly appeared in front of Yang Feng. He kicking at Yang Feng, bringing lightning along. A transparent protective cover instantly flashed and blocked in front of Yang Feng. Rymont hit the transparent cover, setting of ripples before shooting backwards. His eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. In front of Yang Feng appeared a 6 meters tall level 8 shielded robot with a huge shield. Stop! Angelina's eyebrows arched, before emitting the terrifying life force of a level 3 warlock. She swept Yang Feng and the other two with a dignified glance and said coldly, "This is St. Rose City. Here you must abide by Rose Empire's laws. Any grudges that you might have, leave them outside St. Rose City and settle them in private. Once you leave St. Rose City, it's none of my concern if you fight or not. But those who fight in St. Rose City, they will be treated as Rose Garden's enemies. Morons, haven't you heard her? Why haven't you stopped yet? Or could it be that you want to become enemies with Rose Garden? Are you deaf? You ugly red-furred orangutan?" Yang Feng snapped his fingers and the several level 8 primary battle robots shot back into the dimensional crests of his guards staying behind him. At the same time, he didn't forget to ridicule them. Cookson was so angry when he heard that remark that his eyes almost spurted flames. He clenched his fists, his entire body surged with a killing intent, and he took a step forward. Angelina had a slight headache as he glared at Yang Feng. Without batting an eyelid, she took a step forward, blocked in front of Yang Feng and coldly watching Cookson. Rose Garden's dignity was not to be violated. If Cookson didn't stop, then Angelina would definitely suppress him. Rymont said solemnly, "Enough! Cookson, stop it. We're at St. Rose City." Cookson's expression changed several times. He finally clenched his teeth. His figure shook and swiftly reverted to its human form. He glared hatefully at Yang Feng. Chapter 142, Demigod Rank Armament Planar Astrolabe. Chapter 142, Demigod Rank Armament Planar Astrolabe. Translator, Xuanhuan. Raimon's eyes flashed with a touch of despondency. Yang Feng, we're at the fiery dragon racetrack. The way the grudges are settled here is by racing with magic chariots. Do you dare to have a bet with us? If you don't even dare to have a bet, then be a good boy and get the fuck out of St. Rose City. The storage ring of Yang Feng's hand flashed and a chest immediately fell on the ground. He opened it and revealed top-grade magic stones. A bet, you say? Interesting. I'm only worried about one thing, that is, that you're not able to call my stake. This is a chest with top-grade magic stones. You both should know about the worth of top-grade magic stones. You good-for-nothing paupers, if you can't call my stake, then be good boys and get the fuck out of St. Rose City. Those are the legendary top-grade magic stones. They contain the purest magic energy. If the magic energy contained in one top-grade magic stone were to absorbed, then it would be enough to promote a level 2 warlock to a level 3 warlock. It's the first time for me to see them. Only great warlocks are qualified to use such a treasure. One top-grade magic stone is worth more than 2 million low-grade magic stones. This chest is worth more than 2 billion low-grade magic stones. He's so damn rich. The Steel Lord spoils his nephew too much. He even gave him such a treasure. Frightened, greedy, jealous and envious gazes moved back and forth between the chest with top-grade magic stones and Yang Feng. Even Angelina, when she looked at the chest with top-grade magic stones, her beautiful eyes unconsciously flashed with a touch of absent-mindedness. Top-grade magic stones contain the purest and easiest to absorb magic energy. In a battle, one top-grade magic stone was equivalent to a charger. It could continuously recover a warlock's spirit force and physical strength. One top-grade magic stone was equivalent to a vial of a terrifying alchemical elixir capable of steadily recovering a given amount of spirit force and physical strength. Top-grade magic stones were extremely valuable. Generally, every single one of them would go to great warlocks to be used in their practice of cultivation. Ordinary warlocks couldn't even catch the sight of one. Most of the youngsters at the Fiery Dragon racetrack were extremely rich princeling warlocks, but there weren't many among them that have seen top-grade magic stones. Many young beauties had their eyes light up when they looked at Yang Feng, as if seeing a frog turning into a prince. The complexions of Cuxin and Raimont became exceedingly unsightly. That chest with top-grade magic stones was worth more than 2 billion low-grade magic stones. Although the two were top-notch geniuses from the younger generation, from Savage Claw and White Elephant Ivory respectively, who have promoted to level 2 warlocks before the age of 50, but they still couldn't come up with such an exorbitant amount. Yang Feng ridiculed with a cold smile. You two good-for-nothing paupers, if you can't come up with the corresponding amount, then get the fuck out of St. Rose City. The pitying and ridiculing gazes gathering on Cuxin and Raimont were as painful as being pricked by swords. Yang Feng observed the two as if watching two clowns. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of delight. The feeling of taking out magic stones and smashing people with them was quite refreshing. With his eyes bloodshot, Cuxin flipped his hand and a palm-sized bronze disc with sun, moon and star engravings appeared in his hand. He clamored, "Who said I can't call your stake? This is a planar astrolabe, a level 5 secret treasure. In the different planes, level 5 secret treasures are called demigod rank armaments. The worth of this demigod armament is no lower than that of your top-grade magic stones. A level 5 secret treasure. Demigod rank armament. He actually has an demigod rank armament." Voices of astonishment sounded, as practically everyone's gazes were firmly attracted to the bronze disc in Cuxin's hand. In Tyrannid subcontinent, secret treasures higher than level 3 were very rare, with some great warlock rank experts not even having a single level 4 secret treasure. As for level 5 demigod rank secret treasures, even great warlocks from the 6 great warlock groups might not have one. Cuxin actually had a level 5 secret treasure. Naturally, it caused a huge sensation and attracted countless gazes. Even the always apathetic Dephilia, her pretty complexion also changed slightly as she unwaveringly stared at the planar astrolabe. Eunice sent mentally, "Planar astrolabes are essential items for great warlock rank experts or higher to carry out planar travels. Without planar astrolabes, Once their bodies leave this world, if they're the slightest bit inattentive, then even great warlock rank experts might get lost in the boundless depths of the ocean of stars. If you leave for the astral boundary that connects countless planes without a planar astrolabe, if you're the slightest bit inattentive, you might get lost in the astral boundary. Apart from this, the planar astrolabe has another use, that is, it can be used to stabilize the planar passageway. With a planar astrolabe, a planar passageway can have more stability, allowing for stronger beings to cross it. Visit freewebnov.com for the best novel reading experience. With regards to warlocks, planar travel was the most dangerous but also the most profitable adventure. Once a mighty human warlock descended on a plane and successfully became said plane's ruler, then they'd gain exceedingly terrifying benefits. As a part of the world of warlocks, it was forbidden to carry out wicked large-scale human experiments in Tyrannid subcontinent. But there was no such restriction in the other planes. Some powerful wicked human warlocks would seize a plane. Regarding it as their base, they would rear humans for the purpose of carrying out wicked experiments. There were basically 3 methods for warlocks to leave with their bodies for other planes. The first was to fly with their bodies into the boundless starry sky and leave for other planes via the starry sky plane coordinates. The second was to enter the astral boundary that connects countless planes with their bodies, search for other planes' coordinates in the astral boundary, and then enter those other planes trough the astral boundary. The third was to set up a planar passageway and then leave with their bodies for other planes trough the planar passageway. Apart from those 3 methods, the other methods for entering an other world with their bodies contained great dangers. As for entering other planes with projections, avatars, incarnations, and other methods, they all were unable to express the terrifying strength of their true bodies. In order to carry out planar travels, merely a planar passageway wasn't enough. It still required all kinds of treasures to stabilize the planar passageway. Otherwise, powerful warlocks were unable of crossing planar passageways, with only a few weak beings being capable of doing so. Planar astrolabe was a treasure that could stabilize a planar passageway. It was extremely important to Yang Feng. Once Cookson took out the demigod rank armament planar astrolabe, he took pleasure in the several envious gazes, but then he felt regretful inside. Shit, now that the planar astrolabe was exposed, it will be very difficult to keep it. Cookson's regret was fleeting. His gaze fell on the chest with top-grade magic stones. His eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. However, as long as I win that chest with top-grade magic stones, then even if I offer the planar astrolabe to the organization, they won't treat me unjustly. For the current me, a chest with top-grade magic stones and the reward from the organization would be more useful than this planar astrolabe. A demigod rank armament like the planar astrolabe that was only useful in planar travels was of great use to experts higher than great warlock rank. To great warlock experts or lower, the planar astrolabe wouldn't be the least bit useful. With regards to Cookson, the worth of the planar astrolabe was by far lower than that of the chest with top-grade magic stones. Cookson said coldly, "How about my treasure? Its worth is no lower than 2 billion magic stones, right?" With a cold smile, Yang Feng played down the worth of the planar astrolabe until it seemed worthless. Planar astrolabe, although this treasure is a demigod rank armament, but the scope of its use is too limited. Only experts higher than great warlock rank can use it. In the main continent, this treasure would be worth more than 2 billion magic stones. But in Tyrannid subcontinent, to auction it for 1 billion magic stones would already be amazing. Cookson's complexion became unsightly. He couldn't refute Yang Feng's statement. If it was in the main continent, then a demigod rank armament like planar astrolabe would definitely be priceless, attracting countless experts to vie over it. But in Tyrannid subcontinent, it was of little worth. It wasn't that the planar astrolabe wasn't good, but it was rather too high-end, to the point that no one in Tyrannid subcontinent could use it. With regards to warlocks, secret treasures that couldn't be used were akin to rubbish. That's right. This planar astrolabe is useless. Yeah, although this planar astrolabe is a demigod rank armament, but without any additional offensive nor defensive spells, apart from localization in the starry sky and stabilizing the planar passageway, it isn't the slightest bit useful. In Tyrannid subcontinent, as there are no planar passageways nor starry sky warlock rank experts, this planar astrolabe isn't the least bit useful. I reckon that the most useless demigod rank armament in Tyrannid subcontinent is this planar astrolabe. Ha ha! Dot. Laughter came from those youngsters. As soon as they recovered from the shock of it being a demigod rank armament, they realized the worth of this planar astrolabe. One of the reasons why Cookson had the planar astrolabe catch dust was because he wouldn't be able to fetch a good price for it in Tyrannid subcontinent. Yang Feng's words took a turn, but I'm a magnanimous individual. Additionally, I'm sure to promote higher than the Starry Sky Warlock rank. I'm slightly interested in this planar astrolabe. I'll reluctantly let you use it as a stake. In order to ensure fairness, let's ask Angelina to act as a notary. Let's place our stakes with her. Cookson heaved a sigh of relief and handed Angelina the planar astrolabe. All right. Yang Feng also handed Angelina the chest with top-grade magic stones worth 2 billion magic stones. Angelina was Rose Empire's first successor. As Rose Garden's representative in St. Rose City, she naturally wouldn't embezzle the stakes of Yang Feng and Cookson. The trifling chest with top-grade magic stones and the rubbish-like planar astrolabe weren't enough for Rose Garden to be willing to lose face. Yang Feng waved his hand. 10 chests with high-grade magic stones appeared on the ground. He sneered, Raimont, these are 10 chests with high-grade magic stones. They're roughly worth 1.5 billion low-grade magic stones. If you want to have a bet with me, then come up with the appropriate amount in treasures. Otherwise, please get out of St. Rose City and don't embarrass yourself anymore. Chapter 143, Crazy Race, I. Chapter 143, Crazy Race, I. Translator, Xuanhuan. 10 chests with high-grade magic stones. So rich. Steel City is so rich. No wonder they could invite Snow White Madam to join them. How could Steel City be that rich? After seeing the 10 chests with high-grade magic stones, the eyes of those young princeling warlocks became bloodshot. Although high-grade magic stones weren't as valuable as top-grade magic stones, yet they were still exceedingly valuable treasures. The pure magic energy contained within the high-grade magic stones had also great benefits with regards to great warlocks. For to level 1 warlocks, a high-grade magic stone would be as precious as a secret treasure. They would only use it when attempting to break through a bottleneck in their cultivation. Only those at the summit of Tyrannid subcontinent, that is, only great warlock rank experts would wield a large amount of high-grade magic stones. While being bullied by Yang Feng, Raimont's complexion became pale and extremely unsightly. If he dejectedly left St. Rose City, henceafter, his reputation would be completely destroyed. His status in White Elephant Ivory would also plummet. In White Elephant Ivory, geniuses were as common as clouds and the competition was brutal. Trough great effort, Raimont finally became White Elephant Ivory's #1 genius of the younger generation. He didn't want to fall from this position. Once he stumbled and fell on the ground, there would be countless geniuses eyeing covetously his position, willing to use him as a stepping stone to acquire the leading position. Raimont's complexion changed several times before he finally clenched his teeth, took out a box from his bosom and opened it, revealing a resplendent magic core. This is the magic core of a Chromera lava boa. Chromera lava boas are comparable to dragons. When they mature, they have battle prowess comparable to great warlock rank experts. When auctioned, this magic core should be able to fetch a price of 1.5 billion magic stones. Among great warlock rank extraordinary life forms, there was a huge gap in strength. Like dragons, this extraordinary life form lied at the summit of extraordinary life forms of the same rank. A great warlock rank adult dragon could definitely deal with 3 great warlock rank extraordinary life forms like Sphinx lava direwolves. Since Chromera lava boas were comparable to dragons, then the appearance of one of their magic cores in an auction would definitely fetch a price of at least 1 billion magic stones. This was an extremely valuable treasure. It was a top-notch material used in refining a lot of legendary secret treasures. Not bad. I'm quite fond of this magic core. It barely qualifies to bet with me. Yang Feng smiled faintly and handed Angelina the 10 chests with high-grade magic stones. Raimont gave a cold snort and handed Angelina the magic core. If I were to appropriate these stakes, then I'd make a fortune. Angelina looked at the ridiculous figure of stakes and treasures, Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint, and greed flashed past deep inside her. Even great warlock rank experts would be tempted by this huge fortune. She was but a trifling level 3 warlock, naturally, she would be tempted as well. Now let me announce the rules of this race. Each vehicle may at most carry 2 people. The route shall be the Fiery Dragon Racetrack and its length of 458 kilometers. En route, spells to directly attack the driver or their vehicle are not permitted. The usage of the vehicle's equipment to attack the opponent is permitted. The first person to finish the track wins. Angelina quickly calmed down and said with a smile, "Unlike on Earth, magic chariots could use their offensive systems to attack the other party's vehicle and driver in the race. Such matches were more cruel but also more thrilling. Princeling warlocks were quite fond of them. I'm starting a handicap bet. I only accept stakes with bets on my loss. Those who want to bet on my loss, feel free to do so. Magic stones, secret treasure, gold. Anything of value can serve as a stake." Yang Feng smiled faintly, then waved his hand, and 10 chests with high-grade magic stones appeared before everyone's eyes in a flash. The bright magic glimmers from the high-grade magic stones dazzled people's eyes. He said heroically, "Here are then chests with high-grade magic stones. You don't need to worry that I won't be able to pay up. I bet 10,000 magic stones. I bet 30,000 magic stones. ... The princeling warlocks assembled near the Fiery Dragon Racetrack were hot-blooded youths with the desire to stir up trouble. They came before Yang Feng to bet with him. freewebnovel.cm. This content is taken from fgeribnovel.com. Eunice gave an exceedingly fascinating and charming smile, attracting the gazes of nearly 90% of the male princeling warlocks. "Those who want to bet with my family's little lord, come over to register." The princeling warlocks assembled near the Fiery Dragon Racetrack went beside Eunice and started registering. Dephilia sent mentally, "Are you short on magic stones?" Although these little guys come from rich backgrounds, putting forth 20,000 magic stones to bet would already be their limit. With all those little guys added together, at most you'll gain a few million low-grade magic stones. While appearing to be concerned about the future, Yang Feng sighed in disappointment. "As small as they may be, mosquitoes are also protein. I have so many mouths to feed. Therefore, every single magic stone counts." After the registrations were completed, several dozen magic chariots appeared on the Fiery Dragon Racetrack. Angelina looked at Dephilia beside Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of peculiarity, and she asked in curiosity, "Yang Feng, you sure you want to bring someone along?" With this heaven-shaking magic chariot bet, even great warlocks would be tempted. The others were anxious to throw everything out of their vehicles, while Yang Feng, resembling an ignorant moron, even brought a person along. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "I'm sure. With this heaven-shaking bet, he still doesn't forget to pick up chicks. This Yang Feng sure is a sex fiend among sex fiends. Awesome. Even with such a bet, he's still picking up chicks. Such a brilliant method. Like this, the chick might become dead set on him. That's such a brilliant method to pick up chicks. But that chick seems a tad too young. He even has such preferences. What a pervert. ... Hushed discussions came from the surroundings. Quite a few princeling warlocks revealed expressions of enlightenment. They followed suit, and quickly invited their female companions to board their vehicles. Cookson ridiculed with a sneer, "You're really an idiot. In such a high-speed race, even a difference of 1 kilogram might decide the outcome. I'm so happy to see that you're this stupid." Yang Feng gave a faint smile, then without uttering anything in reply, went with Dephilia towards the lightning dragon chariot. Suddenly, Dephilia sent mentally, "You actually chose me as your companion. That's too shameless." Dephilia, however, was a great warlock rank expert. In a direct confrontation, even with a hand tied behind her back, she would still easily beat everyone up. Suddenly, the corners of Dephilia's mouth rose slightly and she sent mentally, "But I'm fond of such shamelessness. I'm helping you so much. Therefore, I want 50 of those top-grade magic stones." Yang Feng also revealed a hint of a smile and sent back, "Deal." The Fiery Dragon Racetrack was exceedingly spacious, It could accommodate 20 magic chariots side by side. But the number of magic chariots participating in this race had reached 153. As a result, the vehicles of experts like Yang Feng, Xuanhuan, and Raimont were all arranged in the last row. The several rows in the front were all arranged with some magic chariots with not particularly outstanding performances. This arrangement was made in order to give a huge advantage to those magic chariots so that they also have a chance. 3 other chariots were beside Yang Feng's basic 10-seated lightning dragon chariot. One was Xuanhuan's favorite vehicle, the white tiger chariot. It had the portraits of a white tiger as well as countless other extraordinary life forms traced on it. The other one was Raimont's favorite vehicle, the Thunderstreak chariot. It had countless lightning marks traced on it. The last one was the Rose chariot. It was a red vehicle with red rose designs traced on it. Yang Feng swept the red rose chariot with a glance and said, "Angelina, how come you're also participating in this race?" Angelina was dressed in red tight-fitting clothing. She had a delicate smile and her beautiful eyes seemed to burn with a violent fighting spirit. "I'm very fond of magic chariot races. Yang Feng, even if it's against you, I definitely won't lose. But I don't have any malice towards you. I only put a stake of 3,000 magic stones. It's unfortunate, but you've already lost. Nothing's decided yet. Go!" After Pix waved her hand and before she said go, the frontmost magic chariot glinted with a strong fluctuation of magic, and with a rumble, it immediately shot forward like a hurricane. "Feast your eyes upon my greatness." Xuanhuan gave a furious roar, before tremendous spirit force swiftly flooded the white tiger chariot. A pair of huge wings swiftly extended from the front of the white tiger chariot. Simultaneously, the vehicle took merely 1 second to accelerate until 100 kilometers per hour. It flapped its wings and rose like a hurricane, shooting above the other magic chariots while grinding their roofs. Raimont's Thunderstreak chariot instantly flashed with lightning. A fierce gust of wind sprang up, and it shot forward like a lightning streak. It strangely ground the magic chariots in front of it as it shot into the sky. "Yang Feng, I'll go first." Angelina gave a sweet smile, then operated her magic power. Countless red rose petals abruptly extended from the rose chariot, forming a bridge of roses. The rose chariot ran across the bridge of roses. It easily leaped across the magic chariots bearing its way, and then sped along towards the distance. Obstacles that would be insurmountable on Earth were easily crossed by the magic chariot's trough different extraordinary powers. After Xuanhuan and the other 2 rushed towards the front, more than 20 magic chariots tacitly slowed down and firmly blocked in front of Yang Feng's lightning dragon chariot. "You bunch of idiots! Get the hell out of my way!" Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of excitement before fiercely stepping on the gas pedal and pushing a button. The lightning dragon chariot's engine immediately issued rumblings alike to beast roars. It accelerated to a speed of 200 kilometers per hour within a second and ferociously bumped into the rears of the magic chariots in front of it. Boom! Along with a blare, a magic chariot was forcibly knocked away by Yang Feng, before revolving several times midair and crashing outside the track. Chapter 144, Crazy Race, 2. Chapter 144, Crazy Race, 2. Translator, Xuanhuan. Boom, 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 boom. The lightning dragon chariot driven by Yang Feng was alike a brutal beast that had just emerged from the wilderness as it rampaged. It forcibly flung away the magic chariots barring his way. The expensive magic chariots were being flung away like toys, continuously revolving midair. The sight was shocking. So savage. It's such a fierce magic chariot. The shape of that magic chariot is so basic. I didn't expect it to be so fierce. Outside the entrance to the fiery dragon racetrack, there was a tremendous magic screen clearly depicting the race. When those princeling warlocks saw the scene of the lightning dragon chariot driven by Yang Feng savagely sending the other chariots flying, they couldn't help but be left speechless. The princeling warlocks that enjoyed racing in the fiery dragon racetrack, they had rarely seen such a scene of forcibly sending the opponent's magic chariots flying. To send the chariot of another flying implied that the gap in performance between both vehicles needed to reach an astonishing degree. just like the huge gap in armor performance of passenger vehicles and heavy tanks on Earth. On the whole, magic chariots came from level 2 and level 3 alchemists. Naturally, the gap in performance wouldn't be too great. After witnessing this scene, the magic chariots blocking in front of Yang Feng successively got out of the way, forming a path. The lightning dragon chariot driven by Yang Feng accelerated, quickly overcoming magic chariots one after another, before joining the first group of magic chariots. All of a sudden, more than a dozen magic chariots that had fallen behind glimmered with magical lights, before instantly shooting fireballs at the lightning dragon chariot. The level 1 spell Fireball was the most common offensive spell added to magic chariots. Under the siege of more than a dozen magic chariots, Yang Feng's position on the track was practically covered by them. So ruthless. They're trying to beat Yang Feng to death. A fireball isn't a big deal, but being attacked by more than a dozen fireballs, the magic chariot definitely won't be able to resist it. This is their killer move. When the more than a dozen fireballs appeared, the eyes of the surrounding princeling warlocks on the fiery dragon racetrack flashed with a touch of graveness, and they successively commented. Magic chariots used in races were secret treasures remodeled and customized by those princeling warlocks. Every magic chariot was very sturdy, being capable of withstand the bombardment of a few fireballs. Yang Feng had overbearingly sent magic chariots flying, but because they were sturdy and durable, the drivers weren't injured in the slightest. It wasn't so easy to wreck them. In magic chariot races, a few fireballs would be launched at most, before the receiving party admitted defeat. This joint bombardment of more than a dozen fireballs would definitely result in the death of the receiving party. Boom! 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 When the more than a dozen fireballs hit the lightning dragon chariot driven by Yang Feng, they set off huge explosions. In a split second, under everyone's horrified gazes, the lightning dragon chariot shot out from amidst the flames. A transparent protective cover was shrouding the lightning dragon chariot. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Have a taste of my power. Killing intent flashed past Yang Feng's eyes and he pressed a button. From a compartment in the rear of the lightning dragon chariot, more than a dozen Gauss cannons extended. The more than a dozen Gauss cannons madly spit extremely brutal tongues of fire, shooting towards a magic chariot. That magic sports instantly unleashed a warping force field. The closely packed Gauss shells fiercely bombarded the warping force field. After barely withstanding for a second, the warping force field immediately shattered, before countless Gauss shell engulfed that magic chariot. Boom! Along with a heaven-shaking blare, the magic chariot exploded, with countless amounts of shrapnel splashing in all directions. A flustered figure shot out from amidst the explosion. It had an appalled expression as it hatefully looked at the lightning dragon chariot driven by Yang Feng. Were he not a level 1 warlock and hadn't he released a defensive spell in the nick of time, then he would have been crushed by those Gauss cannon shells. The more than a dozen Gauss cannons slightly adjusted their aims and spat countless flame tongs, once again engulfing a magic chariot. Boom! The magic chariot exploded under the barrage. Yet its driver had jumped out earlier after witnessing the previous scene. All of you go to hell! Yang Feng sneered and pressed another button. The lightning dragon chariot opened. Small laser-guided bombs immediately shot out. Along with trails of white smoke, they shot towards those magic chariots. Fuck! Bastard! The complexions of the magic chariot's drivers paled when they saw the densely packed small laser-guided bombs, before immediately blessing themselves with defensive spells, and then swiftly jumping out of their magic chariots in an awkward manner. Boom! 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 The more than a dozen magic chariots, under the bombardment of the small laser-guided bombs, turned into more than a dozen huge fireballs with countless shrapnel splashing everywhere. The complexions of the more than a dozen magic chariots' drivers were pale, and their eyes flashed with a touch of fear. Such a ruthless guy! If those more than a dozen guys from Savage Claw and White Elephant Ivory hadn't reacted in time and jumped out of their vehicles, then they would have died in the explosions. That guy Yang Feng sure is ruthless. Those more than a dozen guys from Savage Claw and White Elephant Ivory are sons and nephews of the elders from the respective Council of Elders. He actually dared to be this ruthless. He's truly a renegade. So wonderful. This is the most wonderful race that I had ever witnessed. This lightning dragon chariot was refined by Steel City. It's such a good vehicle. It's unknown how much it costs. If I could buy a lightning dragon chariot, that would be great. Outside the entrance to the fiery dragon racetrack, when the princeling warlocks saw the more than a dozen magic chariots being wrecked, they became very excited and continuously commented. It was the first time them witnessing a magic chariot wrecking more than a dozen other magic chariots. When those chariots zealots saw how fierce the lightning dragon chariot was, their eyes lit up. They were itching to immediately expropriate the lightning dragon chariot, then climb into it and go for a nice joy ride. When the other magic chariots behind Yang Feng saw this scene, they didn't dare to attack Yang Feng's lightning dragon chariot, but they still urged their spirit force to augment their speed. They were in hot pursuit. No matter how strong the attacks of Yang Feng's lightning dragon chariot were, he definitely wouldn't dare to kill the other drivers for no reason and risk universal condemnation. After all, although those drivers weren't remarkable per se, but their backgrounds were quite scary. After destroying the more than a dozen magic chariots behind him, Yang Feng pressed a button and a 4-barrel rocket jet extended from the rear of the lightning dragon chariot. The 4-barrel rocket jet ejected a terrifying airflow, once more frantically accelerating the speed of the lightning dragon chariot, shooting ahead like a rocket. Within a short span of more than a dozen seconds, the lightning dragon chariot driven by Yang Feng charged all the way until one could see with the naked eye the distance between him and the 3 top-notch magic chariot in the front quickly narrowing. So fast! The speed of this lightning dragon chariot is too formidable. Even with a late start, it can still overtake the others. This speed is unreasonable. This speed might already exceed 400 kilometers per hour. When the princeling warlocks outside the entrance to the fiery dragon race track saw this scene, their eyes brimmed with horror as they successively commented. In Tyrannid subcontinent, the speed of magic chariots lied in the 200s km/h. Even with all kinds of blessings, the speed would at most reach but 300 kilometers per hour. A speed of 400 kilometers per hour, only the legendary great warlock rank alchemists were capable of refining such top-notch magic chariots. But great warlock rank experts usually drove all kinds of flying secret treasures or powerful avian extraordinary life forms. Very few of them would be so bored as to refine such flashy and unpractical secret treasures like magic chariots. Experts of the great warlock rank or above were of terrifying strength. They were godlike beings. Those powerful beings generally weren't so bored as to play with things like magic chariots. Their own moving speed by far surpassed the range of magic chariots. Angelina, I'll go ahead first. As Yang Feng overtook the rose chariot, he simultaneously whistled at Angelina, laughed out loud, and then drove the lightning dragon chariot past Angelina. After all, he was a youngster from Earth. A youthful and frivolous temperament was unavoidable. Bastard! Angelina laughingly cursed under her breath, before the tremendous spirit force of a pinnacle level 3 warlock poured into the rose chariot's magic array. From within the rose chariot, countless rose petals abruptly emerged, turning into several rose magic chains and then sticking firmly to Yang Feng's lightning dragon chariot. While being dragged by Yang Feng's lightning dragon chariot, the rose chariot fiercely accelerated. While being linked by the rose magic chains, the speed of Yang Feng's lightning dragon chariot abruptly dropped, becoming a function of its speed and that of the rose chariot. Yang Feng was slightly distracted and then laughed out loud. "No way! Angelina, you're such a rascal," Angelina said with a pleased smile. "It's just a tactic. Magic chariot races are like this, where victory is justice." "Indeed, victory is justice." Along with a hearty laughter, Cooksen's white tiger chariot swiftly extended a 2-meter-long conical sharp ram from its front, before frantically accelerating and fiercely bumping into the left side of Yang Feng's lightning dragon chariot. So fierce. He even used a ram to collide into the other. That's so fierce. A collision with a speed of nearly 400 kilometers per hour as well as adding the ram, that could even wreck a spell cover from a level 3 warlock. That Cooksen is too fierce. The princeling warlocks outside the entrance to the fiery dragon racetrack were discussing very enthusiastically. The Ost up-to-date novels are published on freewebnovel.com. The White Tiger chariot was modified and weighed more than 5 tons. After being hit by such a colossus at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour, even a defensive spell from a level 3 warlock wouldn't be able to resist such an impact. Yang Feng pressed a button, and a transparent protective cover was instantly unleashed by the lightning dragon chariot, shrouding most of the vehicle. Immediately after Cooksen's White Tiger chariot ferociously rammed into that transparent protective cover, an ear-piercing friction sound was issued. In the next moment, a scene that no one had anticipated occurred. The ram of Cooksen's White Tiger chariot unexpectedly broke. The vehicle itself suffered a tremendous counterforce and it was sent flying, kept on spinning as it was sent outside the track. Yang Feng sneered and pressed a button. Countless gaps appeared on the vehicle with small laser-guided missiles, akin to raindrops, fiercely shooting towards Cooksen's White Tiger chariot. Boom! 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 Explosions sounded in split second, engulfing the White Tiger chariot. Countless lightning flashed, and the Thunderstreak chariot driven by Raimont shot like a railgun shell, bringing along countless electric arcs. With a rumble, its speed reached 500 kilometers per hour. It overcame Yang Feng in a split second, and frantically rushed towards the distance. Yang Feng's gaze constricted slightly, and he gave up on Cooksen before pressing a button. 2 flamethrowers extend from the lightning dragon chariot and spurted 2 long streams of flames, ruthlessly burning the several magic chains made out of rose petals. Under the flame, the rose magic chains ignited and then collapsed. The lightning dragon chariot's 4-barrel rocket jet's power output was raised to the limit, ejecting a terrifying flame draft, pushing the vehicle's speed to 600 kilometers per hour. The friction from the tires and the ground gave rise to countless sparks. As if flying, it tore apart the air and shot towards Raimont, while bringing along a terrifying hurricane. Angelina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint and she sincerely praised, "Such a fast chariot. This speed definitely surpasses 600 kilometers per hour. Such a nice vehicle. Steel City's alchemy is really amazing." Regarding speed, Yang Feng's lightning dragon chariot was definitely the fastest magic chariot that Angelina had ever seen. In a short several dozen seconds, the lightning dragon chariot driven by Yang Feng chased up to the Thunderstreak chariot driven by Raimont and then drove alongside it. Raimont's eyes flashed with a touch of astonishment. He was greatly shaken within. "Such a fast vehicle. My Thunderstreak chariot is a magic chariot refined by a great warlock rank alchemist. Steel City obviously doesn't has any great warlock rank alchemists, so how could they have refined a magic chariot with such a speed?" The Thunderstreak chariot was a treasure obtained by Raimont from a fortuitous encounter. The chariot was refined by a great warlock rank expert. He believed his Thunderstreak chariot to be the #1 magic chariot in the entire Tyrannid subcontinent. Never would he have though that Yang Feng's lightning dragon chariot was even faster. Thunderstorm. Raimont's complexion changed several times, before he finally took out a high-grade magic stone and entered it into a socket, before tremendous spirit force poured into the Thunderstreak chariot. The Thunderstreak chariot instantly flashed with lightning. With a rumble, a streak of lightning ferociously struck at Yang Feng's lightning dragon chariot. Chapter 145 Shameless. Chapter 145 Shameless. Translator, Xuanhuan. When the streak of lightning struck the lightning dragon chariot's protective cover, it forcibly ripped the cover open and then proceeded to attack the outer armor of the vehicle. The lightning dragon chariot's outer armor flashed with a radiance, and all the electricity was immediately channeled into its power source propulsion furnace. New Envel chapters are published on freewebnovel.co. Yang Feng was startled by the sudden changes and broke out in cold sweat. "Such a strong lightning. It's even capable of striking open a level 4 protective cover. If the lightning were slightly more powerful, then my lightning dragon chariot wouldn't be able to resist it." Yang Feng had already realized that the performance of Tyrannid subcontinent's magic chariots lacked in comparison to his lightning dragon chariot. But the power of the Thunderstreak chariot surpassed his expectations by far. "In this case, go to hell." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he fiercely pressed quite a few buttons in a row. Countless small laser-guided missiles flew out of the lightning dragon chariot, and headed towards the Thunderstreak chariot like raindrops. Rymont became alarmed. He then threw quite a few high-grade magic stones into the Thunderstreak chariot's socket. Simultaneously, with his spirit force as a primer, he launched the Thunderstreak chariot's supplementary defensive spell, Storm Barrier. A matchless storm instantly shrouded the Thunderstreak chariot. The small laser-guided missiles were deviated by the storm, before falling beside the road and exploding, leaving huge pits behind. When the princeling warlocks outside the entrance to the Fiery Dragon racetrack saw this scene, they became unable of tearing their eyes away from the magic screen. The atmosphere was so heavy that they didn't dare to breath heavily, for fear of missing the fight between the two legendary chariots. Rymont had just heaved a sigh of relief, when he suddenly felt cold inside and a premonition of a deadly crisis welled up in his chest. He glanced back, only to see Yang Feng's lightning withdrawing all of its weapons, before extending an artillery. Countless electromagnetic radiances converged on the artillery. Fuck! What is that thing? An unknown fear welled up inside Rymont. He clenched his teeth and like a streak of lightning, drove the Thunderstreak chariot in a twisting and winding manner, executing all kinds of outrageous maneuvers. Apart from brisk stops, dodging was the best method of evading attacks from Magic Chariot. The top Magic Chariot's competitive drivers could even evade the bombardment of fireballs. Excellent idea, but it's a pity as no matter how you evade, it's impossible to evade from the computing of a supercomputer. The computing power evolving to the summit will give rise to foresight. Yang Feng sneered within. 3 seconds later, a terrifying lightning streak was spurted from the Lightning Dragon Chariot's artillery, the super electromagnetic gun, shooting towards Rymont's Thunderstreak chariot. Boom! More than half of Rymont's Thunderstreak chariot was blasted away, with countless remains splashing everywhere, while the rest of the vehicle was flung into the air. In the place where the Thunderstreak chariot had been, a 13 or 14 meters deep and 5 or 6 meters wide pit appeared. So brutal! What spell was that? Too brutal. Yang Feng's Lightning Dragon chariot is truly too brutal. Are chariots developed by Steel City that brutal? They can be regarded as military weapons. The princeling warlocks at the entrance to the Fiery Dragon racetrack exclaimed in bafflement. It was the first time they saw a magic chariot equipped with such powerful weapons. After half of Rymont's Thunderstreak chariot was destroyed, a killing intent flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and he once more began charging the super electromagnetic gun. After another 3 seconds, he would be able to once more shoot from the super electromagnetic gun and slay Rymont. I won't resign. I won't resign. Yang Feng, go to hell. Everything is going to be settled once you're dead. Rymont's eyes were bloodshot, hatred filling his chest, and he resolutely crushed a jade slip. In a split second, a terrifying life force comparable to that of a great warlock rank expert pervaded the surroundings. Great warlock. Those are great warlock rank fluctuations of power. Rymont had finally lost his mind. It seems that he had used the final trump card given to him by White Elephant Ivory. He even has a great warlock rank force protector. It seems like this Rymont is White Elephant Ivory's most valued genius. It seems like Yang Feng will die once a great warlock rank expert acts, unless there is an expert of the same rank. Otherwise, there's no way to resist. The complexions of the princeling warlocks outside the entrance to the Fiery Dragon racetrack changed slightly, and their eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. When they looked at Yang Feng, their eyes flashed with a touch of pity. Each great warlock rank expert had earth-shaking strength. In many other planes, they were known as legend rank experts who left their marks in history. Against experts below the great warlock rank experts were invincible. Magic power gathered into a giant hand and, while carrying a tremendous pressure, grabbed at Yang Feng's Lightning Dragon chariot. Fucking bastard! Angelina's pretty face changed and she cursed fiercely, and a touch of helplessness and bitterness swept past her beautiful eyes. Although she was a peerless genius of Rose Garden, but she was also powerless against a great warlock. Haha! Yang Feng, you're dead meat. When Cookson approaching from the rear saw this scene, a trace of sinister smile crept onto his face. under everyone's gazes. Once the giant hand formed from magic power appeared, like a little white mouse desperately struggling in the hand of a human. The lightning dragon chariot with its speed up to 600 kilometers per hour was immediately powerlessly suspended midair, its tires frantically revolving in the air. The giant hand formed from magic power poked gently, and the protective cover shrouding the lightning dragon chariot immediately collapsed, before grabbing at Yang Feng. A trifling remains of power that isn't even a projection dares to bare its fangs in front of me. Become a chunk of ice and shatter. Dephilia, the cold and unconcerned lowly sitting beside Yang Feng, snorted coldly. Terrifying great warlock rank fluctuations of power permeated from her immature body. She reached out with her lily-white finger, and a white cold stream shot out, before instantly shrouding the huge hand formed from magic power. Once the white cold stream shrouded the huge hand formed from magic power, it then condensed into a huge chunk of ice, before instantly crumbling and turning into silver ice fragments scattering on the ground. A great warlock. That's a great warlock rank expert. That girl turned out to be a great warlock. Snow White Madam. It should be Snow White Madam. Snow White Madam had just recently announced her entry into Steel City. She's Snow White Madam? He actually had a great warlock rank expert on board. That's too shameless. Too despicable. Freewebnovuel.com. The princeling warlocks on the fiery dragon racetrack were exclaiming in bafflement. Snow White Madam, that girl turned out to be Snow White Madam, and she's even accompanying Yang Feng. How is this possible? Angelina was dumbstruck, her beautiful eyes brimming with incredulity. Practically everyone was doubting their eyes, not daring to concede this fact. In Tyrannid subcontinent, every great warlock rank expert was a top being. Most of the time, they stayed in their warlock towers and practiced cultivation or carried out all kinds of research. Such a bigwig was actually accompanying Yang Feng, acting as a bodyguard. It was as unfathomable as having an aloof king lower their status to that of an ordinary civil servant. Bets need to be settled. Since you're reluctant to pay up, then go to hell. Dephilia snorted coldly, then flicked her finger, and a white cold stream instantly swept towards Rymont. Facing the white cold stream, Rymont's complexion changed greatly. He extracted a magic staff and silently recited an incantation, bore a long flame like a huge flame serpent swept towards the white cold stream. As soon as the giant flame snake connected with the white cold stream, it issued sizzling noises, and then disappeared with a pop. Once the white cold stream shrouded Rymont, it directly froze him into a human-shaped ice sculpture. All of a sudden, a bloody cross appeared between his eyebrows. In a flash, terrifying great warlock rank fluctuations of power erupted, and bust open the ice sculpture, with countless ice fragments slashing everywhere. As if changing into a completely different person, Rymont's aura changed. His eyes were shrouded in a layer of profound and matchless light of wisdom, and his voice became slightly aged as he spoke extremely overbearingly. So it's Snow White Madam. I'm White Elephant Ivory's Grant. Rymont is the most outstanding grandson of mine. You actually dare to act against him. Do you want to be enemies with White Elephant Ivory? In Tyrannid subcontinent, the 6 great warlock groups were high above the masses, their conduct extremely overbearing. Even the fairly approachable Rose Garden. At its core, it was also brimming with arrogance. Dephilia's eyebrows arched, and she sent mentally, Yang Feng, messing with the little ones attracts the big ones. Do you want to get rid of this good-for-nothing? If you get rid of him, then we'll fall out with White Elephant Ivory. Yang Feng sneered. This old thing is so savage it doesn't give me any face. Get rid of them. Anyway, we're at Rose Garden and not White Elephant Ivory. With his power growing, Yang Feng's trump cards also became more numerous. Although he was still not a match for the joint forces of the 6 great warlock groups, but if the opposite side were to attack him, then he'd definitely give them a pleasant surprise. Grant, you're but a projection of force attached to your grandson, and you still dare threaten me? You're truly reckless. Now die. Dephilia sneered, operated her magic power, pointed with her lily-white hand, and then gathered her ice force into a white ice-cold breath sweeping at Rymont. In a split second, Rymont was frozen into an ice sculpture, an expression of fright and anger frozen on his face. Grant, who was attached to Rymont, was also a great warlock rank expert, but a force projection couldn't contend against a formidable great warlock. Chapter 146, Clarissa. Chapter 146, Clarissa. Translator, Xayamoj. Angelina hastily shouted out loud, "Your Holiness Snow White Madam, please be lenient." Your Holiness was a title used by low-level warlocks when addressing powerful beings like great warlocks. Only great warlock rank experts and above had the qualifications to be called Your Holiness. This was one of the titles unique to Tyrannid subcontinent. Dephilia waved her lily-white hand, and Rymont, this genius of white elephant ivory, turned into sparkling ice fragments, leaving only a storage ring behind. The storage ring flew into Dephilia's lily-white hand, before being put away lightning fast. When Angelina saw this scene, her pretty face paled and her beautiful eyes flickered with an extremely complicated light. Continue with the race. As long as no one violates the rules of the race, then I won't act anymore. With an erudite demeanor, Dephilia said a few words lightly, then turned around and boarded the lightning dragon. Yang Feng's companion turned out to be Snow White Madam. I even believed him to be an idiot. I didn't anticipate him to be that cunning, to even secretly bring a great warlock along. With Snow White Madam by his side, there's no one capable of even harming a hair of his. The princeling warlocks outside the entrance to the fiery dragon racetrack were brimming with envy and jealousy as they suddenly saw the light. Having a beautiful and tempting great warlock closely protect one, they didn't even dare to imagine it. Dephilia had just boarded the lightning dragon, when Yang Feng gave a mild cough, took her hand, and then said with a radiant smile, "Take it out." Dephilia cast Yang Feng a fuming glance. "Those are my spoils." Yang Feng said with a radiant smile, "Yours is mine and mine is still mine. Therefore your spoils are also my spoils." "Shameless. Have it." Dephilia pouted, and then immediately threw the ring at Yang Feng. After Yang Feng received the storage ring and swept its interior with his spirit force. After picking a few materials and alchemical elixirs that he needed for practicing cultivation, he handed Dephilia the storage ring with a smile, and then said straightforwardly, "This is for you." Dephilia's anger turned into joy, and she snatched the ring. "That's more like it." After the race resumed, there was already no suspense. The lightning dragon driven by Yang Feng barged about, took the lead, and then greatly pulled open the distance with Angelina, who was in second place. He easily seized first place, before receiving his spoils from Angelina. With Dephilia, a great warlock, beside Yang Feng keeping watch, Cookson didn't even dare complain, and could only watch helplessly as Yang Feng pocketed the planar astrolabe. His expression was remorseful as he departed dejectedly. Planar astrolabe. I didn't expect to see here such a treasure. A light sigh sounded. Dressed in a silver-white warlock's gown with a deep décolleté, the base of the gown was fluttering with the wind, revealing a pair of slender and beautiful legs. A woman with a well-developed sensual figure, a head full of dazzling golden hair, exuding a thick feminine hint, and giving off a sense of an absolute beauty, appeared out of a void. "Respectful greetings, Your Holiness Clarissa." Angelina's pretty face changed once she saw the absolute beauty, before bowing deeply towards the absolute beauty in salute and saying deferentially. The one giving off a sense of an absolute beauty was one of Rose Garden's 3 great warlocks, as well as one of Rose Garden's 3 rulers, Clarissa. "Respectful greetings, Your Holiness Clarissa." Outside the entrance to the fiery dragon racetrack, apart from Dephilia, everyone bowed deeply towards Clarissa in salute and said deferentially. Even Yang Feng was no exception. Apart from great warlocks, anyone who saw great warlock rank experts had to pay them their respects. It was a publicly accepted custom in Tyrannid subcontinent. Although Yang Feng was no longer afraid of great warlock rank experts, but he still was unwilling to offend a great warlock without any reason. Although Rose Garden had only 3 great warlock guarding it, yet they not only had divine rank secret treasures, but also had good relations with countless experts in Tyrannid subcontinent, their potential monumental. If they made an all-out summon, they could even gather more than 10 great warlock rank experts in a short period of time. Clarissa swept Yang Feng with a glance. Her eyes flashed with a touch of amazement and she said, "You're Yang Feng? Not bad, you even became a level 1 warlock. It looks like your uncle Yang Yi is really fond of you." A level 1 warlock, he actually promoted to a level 1 warlock? How is this possible? Wasn't he a good-for-nothing with merely an inferior level 1 soul aptitude? How could such a good-for-nothing practice cultivation until level 1 warlock? After Clarissa had spoken, the minds of everyone on the fiery dragon racetrack became blown. TH's most up-to-date novels are published on fguyuyobinovel.com. In Tyrannid subcontinent, an inferior level 1 soul aptitude was the lowest possible. Even ordinary peasants would generally have intermediate or even superior level 1 soul aptitudes. In Tyrannid subcontinent, to promote to an official warlock with an inferior level 1 soul aptitude, Yang Feng was the first one in several millennia. Angelina swept Yang Feng with a glance, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of envy and jealousy. He turned out to be a level 1 warlock, with his soul aptitude. How many unearthly treasures did he had to waste in order to promote to a level 1 warlock? Yang Feng gave a silly smile, as if a simple and honest youngster. Clarissa said with a slight smile, "Dephilia, it has already been 50 years since we had last met. How about accompanying me to my Storm Rose Tower and have a proper chat?" Dephilia pointed towards Yang Feng and said, "I promise to protect this brat. If I go to the Storm Rose Tower, then I need to bring him along." "All right." Clarissa creased her eyebrows slightly, and then loosened them, before saying with a smile, "Angelina, come here and help me take proper care of Yang Feng." Angelina said deferentially, "Yes, Your Holiness." Clarissa waved her lily-white hand, and countless pink rose petals flew around, before gathering into a rose magic carpet. After everyone had boarded, the rose magic carpet then flew straight towards the entrance to Rose Garden. Among the youngsters at the entrance to the fiery dragon racetrack, a youngster with an ordinary appearance suddenly cursed in a low voice, "A great warlock. Fuck, he even has a great warlock as a guard. Arts, have you any certainty in capturing him from under Snow White Madam's nose?" A youngster with dead fish eyes and an average appearance said chilly, "If it is to assassinate him, then I have a certainty of 30%, while it is impossible to capture him alive. After assassinating him, I would definitely die." The two youngsters with ordinary appearances were Chucks and Arts, the leaders of Warlock College Antalia's Hidden Demonic Leopard and Hands of Death respectively. In order to catch Yang Feng, the two pinnacle level 3 warlocks had set out personally. Chuck sighed faintly. Now that he had entered Rose Garden, it would be even more difficult to capture him. Art said frigidly, "The information that Snow White Madam followed Yang Feng to Rose Garden. We should leak it to them." Chuck's eyes lit up and he exclaimed in admiration, "That's an excellent idea. They definitely wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. We'll wait until they and Steel City whittle each other's forces, before we go over and get a bargain. The information that Snow White Madam, in the capacity as Yang Feng's guard, arrived at Rose Garden, send it to the underground world's allied forces." Chucks immediately extracted a communications crystal, before whispered an order to the one on the other end. Rose Garden was located in the Rose Mountain Range, 10 kilometers to the north from St. Rose City. There was a long flight of steps outside the entrance to the Rose Mountain Range. Shortly after, the Rose Magic Carpet stopped outside the entrance to the Rose Mountain Range. Clarissa waved her lily-white hand and put away the Rose Magic Carpet away. Inside the 6 great warlock groups' territories, they all had extremely powerful restricted airspace arrays placed, restricting flight. Only by going on foot could one enter, and only experts with special treasures could fly in their territory. Outside the entrance to the Rose Mountain Range, an up to 6 meters tall Mantura Cyclops monitor lizard with earth-yellow scales and a huge single eye crawled out of a corner. Mantura Cyclops monitor lizard, a fully grown specimen, is an extraordinary life form comparable to a level 3 warlock. They have a racial innate skill of soul peeking and can peek at a warlock soul origin. Even great warlock rank experts can't evade their peeking. A series of information emerged on Yang Feng's eyeglasses. The 6 great warlock groups would raise extraordinary life forms with special racial innate skills capable of picking out enemies, like Mantura Cyclops Monitor Lizard, in captivity, for the purpose of preventing the infiltration of spies from different races. Warlocks had countless secret methods to change their shape and size, but they couldn't change their soul origin. The reason why Yang Feng didn't use a liquid metal robot avatar to participate in the Warlock Convention, part of it was in order to get the qualification to practice cultivation in the Rose Divine Pool, and part of it was because a liquid metal robot avatar couldn't conceal one from extraordinary life forms like the Mantura Cyclops Monitor Lizards. Everyone is human, and I have remembered their soul origin fluctuation. Your Holiness Clarissa, please enter. The Mantura Cyclops Monitor Lizard issued in a hoarse voice, and then immediately stepped aside. Clarissa took Yang Feng and entourage along the passage, before arriving inside Rose Garden. At the end of the passage, there was an extremely lush garden with all kinds of rare and exotic flowers blooming with variety of colors. The fragrance of flowers was omnipresent. The scene was incredible and picturesque, akin to a paradise. Some beautiful and tempting Rose Garden's female apprentice warlocks, just like fairies in a country of flowers, were shuttling the garden and picking up a variety of flowers. In the center of this world akin to a country of flowers, there lied a crowd of warlock towers surrounding 9 7-story tall warlock towers. In the center of the 9 7-story tall warlock towers, there was an up to several hundred meters tall, resplendent and gorgeous blue rose absorbing the drifting energy from its surroundings. Incomparably powerful magic energy was being dispersed by the giant blue rose, making the concentration of magic energy in its surroundings by far superior than that of other places. Chapter 147 Information on the Continent. Chapter 147 Information on the Continent. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng looked at the giant blue rose, his eyes flashing with a touch of a peculiar glint. Warlock College and Talia's core energy source was an ancient energy-absorbing tree, while Rose Garden's core energy source is a magic energy blue rose. Although in terms of energy absorption, this magic energy blue rose is a long cry from the ancient energy-absorbing tree, but it still has other miraculous properties. It's precisely because of this giant blue rose that Rose Garden never ceases to give birth to female experts. Rose Garden only recruited outstanding genius females to join them. Such a biased recruitment of new blood resulted in some challenges. Were it not for the fantastic abilities of the magic energy blue rose, then Rose Garden might not even have these 3 great warlocks. Arad Lattice T Chapter S at freeobnovel.com only. In Rose Garden, the majority were females. When these females saw Yang Feng, this sole male, their inquisitive gases couldn't help but gravitate towards him. Among them, there was no lack of young ladies throwing flirtatious gazes and blowing kisses at him. In Rose Garden, women were respected while men were humbled. Their women were more passionate and unrestrained than women from other forces. While following Clarissa, Yang Feng arrived below a 7-story tall warlock tower, before being taken to the surrounding garden by Angelina. Defilia followed Clarissa into the Storm Rose Tower. Storm Rose Tower was the same as Clarissa's home. For centuries, no man had ever taken a step inside. Yang Feng took a deep breath and lightly sighed within. Such dense concentration of magic energy. The degree of concentration is 4 times that of Black Cottage's elemental pool. In here, the concentration of magic energy is already this high. Then inside the 7-story tall warlock towers, to what extent would the concentration of magic energy reach there? So this is the gap in foundation. In Tyrannid subcontinent, geniuses were as common as clouds, with some exceptional geniuses appearing ever so often. After Thao's geniuses promoted to great warlocks and established their own forces, those forces would experience a period of prosperity. But once those geniuses fell, and if there were no qualified successors, then those forces could only gradually decline, before disappearing in the long river of history. The 6 great warlock groups had cultivation holy lands as well various other foundations. Only because of this would they continuously birth great warlock rank experts and stand at the summit of Tyrannid subcontinent. All of a sudden, Angelina gave a somewhat complicated sigh. Snow White Madam turned out to be your guard. That truly goes beyond my expectations. Yang Feng, it seemed like your uncle, Yang Yi, is really fond of you. Yang Feng smiled as he thought within, Yang Yi is me and I am Yang Yi. It's only natural that I wouldn't maltreat myself. This is Green Cloud Immortal Tea from a warlock empire in the eastern continent known as Dachu Empire. Have a taste of it. Angelina clapped her hands lightly, and a maid holding a few cups of steaming hot tea handed them Yang Feng and Entourage respectively. Yang Feng took a slight sip of the Green Cloud Immortal Tea. A bitter taste swiftly spread trough his tongue. But in the next moment, a fragrant aroma swiftly spread in his mouth, before a warm current spread through his entire body, rinsing his flesh. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. He first praised and then said ostentatiously, Such a good tea, it's such a nice treasure. Do you have more of this Green Cloud Immortal Tea? Name a price. Angelina, with great elegance, took a sip of the Green Cloud Immortal Tea. She comfortably exhaled a long white breath, and then said with a smile, This is a specialty from an eastern continent's warlock empire, with every tale of tea leaves being worth at least one high-grade magic stone. Most importantly, the amount of tea leaves that reaches our Tyrannid subcontinent is very meager. Our rose garden can only buy 1 caddy per year on average. We can't sell you any of it. Yang Feng suddenly asked, The continent? Angelina, how can one leave for the continent? The surface area of the Tyrannid subcontinent was already quite a few times larger than that of Earth's dry land. But in the world of warlocks, it was nothing more than a small enclave. The continent was the birthplace of warlocks, with countless powerful warlocks gathering there. Tyrannid subcontinent was merely a corner broken off from the continent during a great war between experts. Regardless of whether it was resources or inheritances, it was far from being on the level of the continent. In Tyrannid subcontinent, great warlock rank secret methods were not to be casually passed down. But in the continent, they were regarded as nothing special. Tyrannid subcontinent and the continent are separated by a sea, the Sea of Monsters. The sea is full of countless terrifying sea monsters as well as all kinds of very powerful members of Sea Clan. One would have to cross the Sea of Monsters in order to travel to the continent. In the Sea of Monsters, there are countless powerful monsters. Even great warlock rank experts, once they enter a nest of sea monsters, then only death would await them. Even Starry Sky warlock rank experts, if their ships aren't powerful enough, they also might fall in the Sea of Monsters. Once every 3 years or so, there is a fleet crossing the Sea of Monsters, heading towards our Tyrannid subcontinent from the continent, and bringing all kinds of goods from the continent to sell to us. In exchange, they receive large amounts of top-grade magic stones as well as our specialties. It is also the only chance for our warlocks to depart this place. Angelina unhurriedly informed Yang Feng of this big secret. With regards to ordinary warlocks, information on the continent was confidential. But with regards to forces like Steel City that had great warlocks overseeing them, they had the right to be privy to this information. Yang Feng suddenly asked, The reason why there are no Starry Sky warlocks and above in Tyrannid subcontinent, is it because all those peak geniuses left for the continent? Angelina sighed unhurriedly. That's right. Tyrannid subcontinent is poor in resources. Even if there are any peerless geniuses promoting to the realm of Starry Sky warlocks, they won't be able to go further than that. If they don't go to the continent, then they'll stay in the realm of Starry Sky warlocks for the rest of their lives, before slowly dying of old age. It's not that there are no Starry Sky warlock rank experts in Tyrannid subcontinent. It's that those experts had already left for the continent. Yang Feng continued asking, What are the restrictions on going to the continent? Angelina said lightly, For 1,000 top-grade magic stones can buy you a ship ticket to the continent. Also, 1 ship ticket can only be used by a single person. Yang Feng became speechless. He currently only had 1,100 top-grade magic stones, and it wasn't even enough to buy a single ship ticket to the continent. The high price of the ship ticket implied that only great warlock or Starry Sky warlock rank experts could go to the continent. Ordinary warlocks couldn't afford such an expensive ticket. Yang Feng asked, Warlock College Antalia's several holiness, why haven't they departed for the continent? With their strength, Gathering several thousand top-grade magic stones shouldn't be an issue, Angelina said with a smile. In Tyrannid subcontinent, great warlock rank experts are already at the peak. But in the continent, they aren't anything special. While Starry Sky warlock rank experts would only have a little bit of status. They're already at the peak of Tyrannid subcontinent. How could they go to the continent to bow down their heads and play second fiddle to others? Yang Feng thought it over, and had to admit that Angelina's argument was persuasive. Those great warlocks who were peak beings in Tyrannid subcontinent, akin to forces of nature, enjoyed power and pleasures beyond those of monarchs. They naturally were unwilling to go to the continent to bow down their heads and play second fiddle to others. Unless one was a powerful warlock who had practiced cultivation until the realm of Starry Sky warlocks and was without a path to tread forward, or monstrous geniuses full of self-confidence who wholeheartedly pursued the summit of warlocks, only then might they board a ship to cross the sea of monsters and go to the continent. Yang Feng asked, "Are there currently any Starry Sky warlocks in our Tyrannid subcontinent?" "I don't know," Angelina said with a slight smile. Starry Sky warlocks are aloof. In the last millennium, there had been no news of someone promoting to a Starry Sky warlock. But I know of several Starry Sky warlocks that had already left Tyrannid subcontinent. Yang Feng changed the topic, his eyes lit up as he proposed. The warlock convention held 3 days later. How about we join hands and open a handicap bet? Only accepting bets with stakes on me being unable to reach the top and claim the first place in this warlock convention, with the odds being 120? With such odds, it's sure to attract many people to place bets. On my end, I'll take care of the capital. While on your end, you'll organize the manpower to spread the news and accept the stakes. If I win, I'll give you 10% of the profits. If I lose, I'll do the payout. Regardless of the outcome, you won't suffer any losses. After he had killed a great warlock and obtained his wealth, Yang Feng was under the impression that he was very rich. But seeing that the ferry to the continent required 4,000 top-grade magic stones, only now did he realize that he was still very poor. He still needed to take hold of any chances related to gaining magic stones. Angelina said with a sweet smile, "It's a good idea, but are you sure you want to open the handicap bet here?" Rose Garden's policy with regards to public gambling is to levy an oppressive tax of 40%. Yang Feng looked around, and then whispered somewhat sneakily, 40%? Isn't it too black-hearted? Can't it be lowered? If the levy tax is too oppressive, then your portion of the profits would also be greatly reduced. How about I'll give you 20% of the profits instead? Would you be able to lift the tax? Angelina teased, "I'm sorry, but even tough I'm Rose Garden's first successor. I still don't have the authority to alter Rose Garden's tax policy. If you'd open the handicap bet in my territory, then I could lift the tax." Yang Feng muttered with a pained look, "That's so black-hearted, but I'm an honest person. If it's set to a tax of 40%, then so be it. You're so confident. Are you sure that you'll get the first place in the Warlock Conference? You should know, in this Warlock Conference, experts are as common as clouds. Tyrannid subcontinent's peak experts of the younger generation, like Savage Claws Cookson, Warlock College Antalia's Kashmir, Eyes of Justice's Haldane, Black Dragon Tower's Newlay, White Elephant Ivory's Bagley, Rose Garden's Dietrich, as well as the just recently risen Tiger Lachie of the Southwest, Lion Cobham of the North, Battle Goddess Jenny of the South, all of them will gather here. They all haven't yet reached 50 years of age, yet have already reached the level 2 warlock rank. Coupled with the power of their secret treasures, they're even capable of contending against level 3 warlocks. You're but a trifling level 1 warlock. It's impossible for you to prevail over them." Angelina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint as she said with a grave tone, "The Warlock Convention convoked by Rose Garden was only accessible to warlock geniuses from the younger generation." Warlock geniuses from the younger generations referred to warlocks under the age of 50. Warlocks under the age of 50 who could reach the level 2 warlock rank were extremely terrifying. It's important to keep in mind that 90% of Warlock College Antalia's elders had promoted to level 2 warlocks over the age of 100. With Cookson's tender age, his cultivation of a level 2 warlock and the power of his secret treasures, to be capable of contending against some weaker level 3 warlocks with that cultivation and age, such strength could be rated as terrifying. There was no way a level 1 warlocks could contend against them. Yang Feng said with a confident smile, I have my methods to deal with them. Moreover, I have absolute confidence in obtaining first place in the Warlock Convention. Angelina stared at Yang Feng for a while, and then said with a sweet smile, Since you're that confident, then I won't persuade you any longer. However, if you want to open a handicap bet, then a single handicap bet is not good enough for attract people. I think that you should open a few more handicap bets, such as for Cookson achieving first place, Kashmir achieving first place, and so on. With a few more handicap bets, it will attract more people. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, Yes, you're right. For the specifics, you can discuss them with my secretary, Eunice. Eunice was the one most capable among Yang Feng's subordinates. She was specialized in handling everyday affairs, neatly managing the affairs pertaining to Yang Feng's forces. Yang Feng trusted her a lot. Shui was a cultivation genius and wasn't interested in handling the everyday affairs. Eunice said with a smile, Lady Angelina, let's discuss the specific details. The two very cunning women went tit for tat as they fiercely argued, before slowly settling on a series of details. Soon after, an organization in the name of Steel City swiftly emerged in St. Rose City and opened handicap bets with a large amount of different odds. The Warlock Convention held by Rose Garden attracted countless warlock geniuses. Apart from this, there was still a large amount of merchants and leaders from some small warlock groups. All those people had many magic stones. After they saw the handicap bets opened by Steel City, they went to put large stakes on warlock geniuses of whom they were optimistic of. Merely 2 days later, Yang Feng had received over 110 million magic stones in stakes, most of which were put on him being unable to get the first place in the Warlock Convention. 3 days later, Rose Garden finally permitted the entrance of Tyrannid subcontinent's warlock geniuses into Rose Garden. St. Rose City, in areas bustling with streams of people, magic screens switched on and transmitted live the scenes from the convention. Rose Garden's Warlock Convention was held once every few years. Simultaneously, they would transmit the battles of those warlock geniuses live. This was the most anticipated festival in St. Rose City. Rose Garden's Rose Garden Grand Arena, capable of hold 200,000 people, was already packed with warlocks from all over. At one end of the enormous arena was a small dais suspended in the air, with experts from the 6 great warlock groups sited above it. In Tyrannid subcontinent, the 6 great warlock groups stood far above the masses. Everything was within their palms. Their statuses far above those of other warlock groups. This was a well-known fact. During the various world-class events, there were a variety of formalities to showcase the status of the 6 great warlock groups. Chapter 148, Come at Me Together. Chapter 148, Come at Me Together. Translator, Xuanhuan. Sitting on the summit of the small dais were the 3 peerless, magnificent, gorgeous, and tempting beauties. The 3 peerless and magnificent absolute beauties were Rose Garden's 3 great warlocks, Storm Rose Clarissa, Flame Rose Cordelia, and Saint Rose Carolina. Flame Rose Cordelia had a head full of gorgeous long red hair, fair skin, and a sensual and fiery figure. She was dressed in a fiery warlock robe. She was akin to a beautiful flame, capable of melting any man's heart. Saint Rose Carolina had a head full of dazzling short golden hair, a wasp waist, and outstanding buttocks. She was dressed in a snow-white warlock robe, exuding a holy and noble aura, akin to an aloof and incomparably holly goddess. Among Rose Garden's 3 great warlocks, Saint Rose Carolina was the strongest. She was a peerless expert closest to the Starry Sky warlock rank in Tyrannid subcontinent, not losing in the slightest to any men. Clarissa and the other 2 women were known as Tyrannid subcontinent's most dazzling 3 roses. This pompous name had spread widely throughout the entire Tyrannid subcontinent, with countless people brimming with adoration towards them. Among the remaining 5 great warlock groups, there were many great warlocks who were very much admiring of them. There was no one capable of obtaining their favor. There was a person sitting to the right of Clarissa and the other 2 women. It was Dephilia. In Tyrannid subcontinent, only great warlock rank experts could seat side by side with the peak experts from the 6 great warlock groups. This was the privilege of every great warlock. On the 5 seats below Dephilia's sat the representatives from Warlock College Antalya and the other 4 great warlock groups. They were all level 3 warlocks. It was currently a critical juncture in the Holly War between the humans and the allied forces from the underground world. Every force's great warlock rank combatants were very precious. They naturally wouldn't lightly dispatch them. Ulrich, the representative from White Elephant Ivory, watched Dephilia icily and then said coldly, "Your Holiness Snow White Madame, 3 days ago, you had personally killed White Elephant Ivory's genius. Raimont, don't you owe us an explanation?" Dephilia's gaze was frosty, killing intent flashing in her eyes. Her great warlock rank life force pervaded the air and she said coldly, "Your genius Raimont not only violated the rules of the race, but also dared to raise his hand against me. So I killed him. What about it? For a level 3 warlock ant like yourself to dare speak with me in this way. Do you want to be sent back to your White Elephant Ivory as a corpse?" Anusha, the representative from Black Dragon Tower, said merrily, "That's right. Your genius dared attack Snow White Madam. Wasn't it just seeking death? You shouldn't blame others for it." Warlock College Antalya mortal enemy was Savage Claw. White Elephant Ivory's mortal enemy was Black Dragon Tower. And Rose Garden's enemy was Eyes of Justice. Black Dragon Tower's people took joy in the suffering of White Elephant Ivory's people. Ulrich bowed deeply towards Carolina in salute, and said deferentially with a hint of a threat, "Your Holiness St. Rose, White Elephant Ivory's genius was wrongfully murdered in St. Rose City. The murderer is right before your very eyes. Will you let her go scot-free? If you ignore this unbridled and savage murderer, then I'm afraid that it might affect the relationship between our 2 sides. Men are the ones I kill. If White Elephant Ivory wants to deal with somebody, then it'd better go deal with Steel City. As for you, if you provoke a great warlock for a 3rd time, then I'll grant you eternal sleep." Dephilia's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint, before instantly erupting with great warlock rank life force. She pointed with her lily-white finger and a white cold stream shot towards Ulrich. Ulrich was both scared and angry. His body shone with magical radiances in an attempt to withstand the white cold stream, but all his spells were completely suppressed by the white cold stream, unable to be released. In just a split second, he felt an ice force permeating his body and destroying his vitality. "Stay your hand." freewebnovel.com. A voice brimming with magnetism and dignity came out of Carolina's cherry lips, and an incomparably holy radiance arose from her lily-white hand before falling on Ulrich. Under the shine of the holy radiance, the cold stream released by Dephilia was immediately melted. Ulrich merely felt his body getting warm and brimming with power, and his mind being restored. While feeling afraid, he stared firmly at Dephilia. Such a vicious woman. She even dared to raise her hand here. "We're at Rose Garden, and I don't care about your grudges. After leaving Rose Garden, if you fight or not, that's none of my business. But in Rose Garden, I need to uphold Rose Garden's rules. Raimont attacked Snow White Madam, her striking back and killing him, that is considered self-defense. I won't punish her for that. However, Your Holiness Snow White Madam, the next time you raise your hand against others without any cause nor reason, then I won't have any other choice but to punish you." Carolina stared at Dephilia with a dignified gaze. Dephilia shivered slightly within and complied deferentially. "Yes, Your Holiness St. Rose, I'll comply with your decree." Through this veiled little fight, Dephilia realized that her strength was far below Carolina's. Among great warlock rank experts, there were also strong and weak, and Dephilia's strength was considered to be intermediate. After all, she was very young, merely 180-odd years. While Carolina was definitely at the pinnacle of the great warlock rank, she was infinitesimally close to the terrifying Starry Sky warlock rank beings. Ulrich could also only clench his teeth and swallow his displeasure. "Yes, Your Holiness St. Rose, I'll comply with your decree." When the other representatives formed the 6 great warlock groups saw this scene, their eyes revealed radiances of schadenfreude, and they remained silent. Although the 6 great warlock groups joined hands and established Tyrandot Subcontinent's order, but they still constantly competed among themselves, with quite a few of them being even mortal enemies. They were happy to see Ulrich being taught a lesson. With a light bound, the presenter landed in the center of the arena, before vehemently issuing a spirits-raising speech. After stirring the atmosphere in the grand arena, only then did he say passionately, "And now, without further ado, I'm announcing the start of the first battle. The contestants are the peerless genius Cookson from Savage Claw and the genius Yang Feng from Steel City. Cookson, kill him. Finish Yang Feng. Finish that good-for-nothing Yang Feng." Earth-shaking cheers sounded in the arena, with the majority of them being in Cookson's favor. Cookson was a peerless genius from Savage Claw's younger generation, and he made a name for himself 6 or 7 years ago. He was one of the favorites for the first place in this Warlock convention. Yang Feng was but a good-for-nothing from Earth with an inferior level 1 soul aptitude. Even tough he had promoted to a level 1 Warlock, nobody was optimistic about him. With a light bound, Cookson landed in the center of the grand arena, before waving his hands at the surrounding audience with a beaming smile. Once they saw the handsome Cookson, many young ladies issued excited shrieks, before casting him flirtatious glances and shouting his name. The young ladies were extremely passionate and unrestrained. Yang Feng's figure shook, and he also landed in the center of the grand arena, opposite Cookson. Cookson swept Yang Feng with a glance, and then sneered, "Yang Feng, I'm very surprised at your stupidity. You think that you can challenge me with your trifling strength of a level 1 Warlock? On this stage, even Snow White Madam can't protect you. You can still concede. Otherwise, I might not be able to control my strength, and what might await you on this stage is death." Yang Feng didn't give Cookson more than a glance, before turning towards the contestants' seating area. Warlock College Antalia's Kashmir, Eye of Justice's Haldane, Black Dragon Tower's Nule, White Elephant Ivory's Bagley, Rose Garden's Dietrich, as well as the just recently risen Tiger Lachi of the Southwest, Lion Cobham of the North, Battle Goddess Jenny of the South, Tyrandit Subcontinent's geniuses from the younger generation were before his eyes. Those world-renowned genius from the younger generation, every single one of them was a giant among men. They had formidable strengths comparable to level 2 warlocks. Without any treasures, Yang Feng definitely wouldn't be their match. As those young warlock geniuses were being swept by Yang Feng's gaze, unruly, provocative, curious, and all kinds of other complicated gazes focused on him. With his hands behind his back, Yang Feng said faintly, "Cookson, you're too weak and not my match." Cookson's face suddenly twitched and his eyes flashed with a touch of anger. He was a powerful being of the pinnacle level 2 warlock rank, who also had many fortuitous encounters, and had a number of precious and powerful secret treasures on him. Even an ordinary level 3 warlock might not be his match. But Yang Feng, this trifling level 1 warlock whom he hadn't paid any attention, actually said that he was too weak. This made him rage inside. Yang Feng turned towards Carolina on the small dais and said lightly, "Your Holiness St. Rose, I just had a look and discovered that the geniuses of this warlock convention are too weak, without a single one of them being my match. Please allow them to come at me together. I'm somewhat in a hurry and want to experience the miraculous effect of practicing cultivation in the Rose Divine Pool." He knows how to talk big. Who does he think he is? He even talks so big. The source of this scentent is freewebnovel.com. He even want to challenge all the geniuses at once. He's overestimating himself. Yang Feng, this good-for-nothing and but a trifling level 1 warlock. He wasn't even a match for Cookson, and now he wants to challenge all the young genius in the Warlock Convention at once. Is he tired of living? In the Warlock Conventions, there had never been a genius who dared to challenge so many geniuses of the same rank. He's either a madman or an extraordinary genius with absolute confidence in himself. After listening to Yang Feng's discourse, the atmosphere in the grand arena was immediately set ablaze, with everyone chiming in. A lot of people looked at Yang Feng as if at a madman, while some people were full of expectations towards him. Chapter 149, Who Dares to Fight Me? Chapter 149, Who Dares to Fight Me? Translator, Zayamoch. When Cookson saw this, he became so angry that he started trembling. His eyes spurted endless flames of rage, and a killing intent surged inside him. Lachi's eyes flickered with a vicious radiance. He licked his lips, and killing intent flashed past his complexion. He knows how to talk big. This Yang Feng is truly crazy, interesting. Kashmir snorted coldly, and then said in disdain, "He's just a hype man." Cobham's eyes flashed with a touch of a pensive glint, and he gave a slight smile without any trace of anger. "Interesting. That's Steel City's sole successor? I'm looking forward to see your hand." The blonde-haired and blue-eyed Dietrich had a slender figure and looked exceedingly beautiful. She creased her eyebrows as she thought within, "He wants to face us all? What is this? Even Tyrannid subcontinent's most remarkable geniuses wouldn't pick a fight with so many geniuses of the same rank. Not to mention that he has only the strength of a level 1 warlock. But he doesn't seem to be an idiot, so what gives him the confidence to be so arrogant?" Jenny glared coldly at Yang Feng, as if looking at a corpse. "Such an arrogant fool. Wait until my spear pierces through your body. Then you'll know the gap between us, you good-for-nothing." The crowd of geniuses ridiculed by Yang Feng, part of it glared back at him, and part of it was very calm, as if they were bystanders. Sitting on the small dais, Carolina was also slightly stirred upon hearing Yang Feng's request. For the past many years, this was the first time that someone so domineeringly challenged other warlock geniuses. Such a person was either a madman or an extraordinary genius. She had overseen the warlock convention for many years. The repetitiveness of it made her slightly fatigued. All of a sudden, Cordelia said with a sweet smile, "Big Sister Carolina, since Yang Feng wants to challenge the other geniuses at the same time, then he must have some cards up his sleeve. Why don't we just agree to his request? Anyway, the purpose of the Warlock Convention is to pick Tyrannid subcontinent's most outstanding young geniuses. If he can defeat all the other geniuses, then he'll be Tyrannid subcontinent's #1 genius in the true sense of the term, and perhaps even the strongest young genius in all of Tyrannid subcontinent's history." When Dephilia heard this, her face twitched slightly, and she cursed within, "Him being the strongest young genius in all of Tyrannid subcontinent's history. Yeah, right? He's but a contemptible and shameless little thief." Carolina said with a meaningful smile, "In spite of everything, I'll make an exception this once and agree to your request. Yang Feng, you can only simultaneously fight against those that agree to your challenge. However, I believe that no genius here would decline your challenge." "Many thanks, you holiness." Yang Feng bowed slightly towards Carolina in salute, then turned around and looked down at the geniuses from all over Tyrannid subcontinent down below. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile full of self-confidence. "I, Yang Feng from Steel City, challenge every one of you. Fight me if you dare. Those that don't dare to fight me are but spineless good-for-nothings." Following this remark, an uproar erupted down below. "Kill him! Go up and kill him! Hurry up and finish that good-for-nothing Yang Feng! Finish him!" The audience seated in the grand arena erupted with heaven-shaking jeers. The countless spectators who had placed bets on Yang Feng's defeat, all of them issuing resounding cries, looking forward to see the scene of Yang Feng being finished on the stage. "Yang Feng, you're just too stupid. No matter how many cards you have up your sleeve, my spear will still pierce-trough you and make you regret your stupidity." Battle goddess Jenny of the South was dressed in a black secret treasure armor, a spear in her hand. With a light bound, she landed on the stage. She stared at Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes brimming with cold glints, and like a leopard about to pounce on its prey, she said chilly. Kashmir jumped onto the stage, erupted with the terrifying life force of a level 2 warlock, and said, "Yang Feng, once a good-for-nothing, always a good-for-nothing. Even if your uncle used countless precious resources to push you to the level 1 warlock rank, but you're still a good-for-nothing at your core. You good-for-nothing, I don't require any help to finish you off." Ever since Yang Feng had sent back the corpse of Scarlet Hands Blitz's nephew, the relationship between Warlock College Antalya and Steel City had suddenly turned for the worst. Even tough both sides were still friendly on the surface, but in fact, both regarded the other as an enemy. Lachi's figure shook, and he landed on the stage, before silently glaring at Yang Feng. Cobham sighed somewhat regretfully. "It's a pity, Yang Feng. I'd rather had a fair fight against you. But now it looks like I won't the chance to do that. However, ganging up on others isn't my style, so I won't raise my hand against you while you fight with the others. Dietrich also landed on the stage, and then silently stood to the side as she calmly observed Yang Feng, who had his hands behind his back and loftily faced the countless geniuses. Geniuses from Tyrannid subcontinent's younger generation were landing on the stage. Before long, there were more than 100 geniuses gathered on the stage. The more than 100 geniuses on the stage were from all over Tyrannid subcontinent, with every single one of them being the pride of their respective warlock group and having the cultivation of a level 2 warlock. In terms of actual ability, every single one of them was much stronger than Yang Feng. Among these geniuses, in terms of battle prowess, even the weakest could match a pinnacle level 2 warlock. In the warlock convention held by Rose Garden, even tough anyone that was under the age of 50 and was a level 1 warlock rank expert could join it, but everyone was quite clear that only level 2 warlock rank experts could shine in this convention. In the previous warlock conventions held by Rose Garden, there had never been a level 1 warlock claiming first place. The more than 100 geniuses from all over Tyrannid subcontinent were very proud. They scattered around. Sneers adorned their faces, and they coldly eyed Yang Feng, their eyes flashing with a touch of disdain. Everyone is present, excellent. Yang Feng saw that the more than 100 warlock geniuses from all over Tyrannid subcontinent had climbed onto the stage and revealed a trace of a smile. Now, let me show you what I have to back up my words. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. Finished speaking, Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and with a flash of radiance, a Moffin demonic polar bear immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. That's a Moffin demonic polar bear. It's a great warlock rank extraordinary life form. It's actually a Moffin demonic polar bear. How come he has a great warlock rank extraordinary life form serving him? After seeing the Moffin demonic polar bear emerge, the entire grand arena went into a frenzy, with countless spectators being stunned and commenting. The more than 100 geniuses had their complexions become exceedingly unsightly. Moffin demonic polar bears were great warlock rank extraordinary life forms. Even though they couldn't compare to terrifying beings like dragons, but they were still fairly powerful among great warlock rank extraordinary life forms. Even when added up, the more than 100 geniuses still wouldn't be the Moffin demonic polar bear's match. Cookson swept it with his tremendous spirit force before immediately sneering. It doesn't has any aura of life. It is but a Moffin demonic polar bear's corpse. The geniuses swept the Moffin demonic polar bear with their extremely formidable spirit forces, before heaving slight sighs of relief as they hadn't discovered any fluctuations of life force. It's an alchemical golem. That's why there is no aura of life nor fluctuations of power. Additionally, it's an alchemical golem that needs to be operated manually. fgar.ewebnovio.com. Yang Feng gave a smile, his figure shook, and he landed before the Moffin demonic polar bear's chest, before pressing at it vigorously. Immediately after, a cockpit opened and he jumped right inside. Less than 2 seconds after Yang Feng had entered the cockpit, the originally inert Moffin demonic polar bear's eyes shone with traces of red radiance, and terrifying great warlock rank fluctuations of power were immediately diffused by it. The Moffin demonic polar bear stood upright. Its eyes flickered with vicious radiances as it stared firmly at the more than 100 geniuses. Now, who dares to fight me? Yang Feng was sitting in the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit, overlooking the more than 100 geniuses, before the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he said extremely domineeringly. The complexions of the more than 100 geniuses were unsightly, not one of them uttering a response. They were no fools. Great warlock rank extraordinary life forms were really too terrifying. Even if all of them worked together, they would still just die in vain. Shameless! Above the small dais, the depths of Dephilia's eyes revealed a trace of a smile as she murmured. Carolina's pretty face twisted slightly. She hadn't imagined that such a scene would emerge. Even if it was the weakest great warlock rank extraordinary life form, it still wasn't a being that the more than 100 geniuses could contend against. Cordelia said with a sweet smile. Interesting. The alchemy of Steel City's City Master is really terrific. He can even refine great warlock rank manually operated military golems. It is said that he received 6th Warlock Dynasty's inheritance. I wasn't convinced before, but now it seems like there is a kernel of truth in this assumption. I'm ready. Let's start the fight. The Moffin demonic polar bear operated by Yang Feng pointed with its index finger at the more than 100 geniuses, before beckoning them and extremely arrogantly provoking them. I concede. A great warlock rank extraordinary life form isn't something I can contend against. Yang Feng, I'm looking forward to a fair fight next time. Cobham smiled frankly, said a few words, and then his figure shook and he jumped off the stage. Chapter 150 Being Invincible is Truly Lonesome. Chapter 150 Being Invincible is Truly Lonesome. Translator, Xuanhuan. Cookson's complexion was very unsightly. He snorted coldly and said in provocation, "HM, you only know how to rely on golems. If you have any skill, then fight me without using golems." That's right. If you have any skill, then don't use your golem. If you beat me without using golems, then I'll be convinced of your victory. Is there any skill in using golems? If you have any skill, then use your own power to fight us. The more than 100 Tyrannid subcontinent's geniuses were passionately denouncing Yang Feng. Ayo! Yang Feng pressed a button with a sneer. In a flash, the Moffin demonic polar bear erupted with a terrifying life force, faced upwards and released a world-shaking howl. The horrifying howl turned into a piercing ultrasound, attacking those warlock geniuses who were hooting the loudest. The several dozen warlock geniuses spat out a large mouthful of blood, staggered, and then tumbled to the ground, their figures shaking. The other warlock geniuses erupted with their powerful life forces. Their power surged in order to withstand the Moffin demonic polar bear's bellow. 1 minute later, the Moffin demonic polar bear stopped its bellow. On the stage, half of the more than 100 Tyrannid subcontinent's geniuses were already collapsed on the ground. This was the horror of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form. Yang Feng looked at the geniuses lying on the ground and sneered, "You guys are idiots. Equipment is also part of a warlock's strength. Which one of you just relies on formidable secret treasures? Without secret treasures, your battle prowess would weaken by at least half." After hearing this remark, the geniuses' complexions became somewhat ugly. To make a judgment about a warlock's battle prowess, one had to look at their cultivation base, the number of spell models that they had mastered, and the secret treasures they rely on. With regards to warlocks, secret treasures were very important. They were their weapons. Like Cookson or Jenny, who were level 2 warlocks reputed for being capable of battling level 3 warlocks. It was precisely because of their formidable secret treasures. Without secret treasures, even against the weakest level 3 warlocks, they still wouldn't be their match. In Tyrannid subcontinent, the reason why the strength of the 6 great warlock group's great warlocks was far above that of the other powers' great warlocks was because they had many mystical legend rank and even demigod rank secret treasures. Yang Feng continued to ridicule, "I'm an alchemist, and alchemists fight by operating their battle golems. Don't you even have this bit of common sense?" Those warlock genius were so depressed that they felt like spitting blood. In general, level 1 alchemists who could refine level 1 alchemical golems were already extremely remarkable geniuses. Yang Feng was currently piloting the Moffin demonic polar bear, a great warlock rank alchemical golem. Even great warlock rank alchemists would find it extremely difficult to successfully refine alchemical golems of such rank. Yang Feng piloting the Moffin demonic polar bear golem was akin to an adult bullying kindergartners. He easily steamrolled through those warlock geniuses. Yang Feng said lightly, "All right, I don't want to waste any more time. I'll give you 10 seconds to prepare. Stay if you want to keep fighting me. If you don't dare to fight me, then concede and leave the stage." 10. I concede. I concede. Those warlock geniuses gritted and gnashed their teeth before jumping down from the stage with ashen complexions. Even Cookson, Jenny, and Kashmir, who exhibited the greatest fighting spirit, also had ashen complexions as they grudgingly jumped down from the stage. Only one person was left on the stage, and it was Yang Feng. Seeing that there was no one else on the stage, Yang Feng lightly jumped out of the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit. He stood on the stage with his hands behind his back, and then sighed in disappointment. Being invincible is truly lonesome. The complexions of the more than 100 warlock geniuses were ashen. They felt like spitting blood, as if somebody had given them a tight slap. They were itching to go up there and give Yang Feng a nice beating, but they knew that they were no match for the Moffin demonic polar bear. They knew that it would be courting death if they went up. Carolina's face twitched. She didn't think that Yang Feng would so easily claim the Warlock Convention's first place. And that speech that was deserving of a smacking. Interesting. Clarissa revealed a trace of a smile. Dephilia also revealed a trace of a smile. This guy is indeed cunning. Shameless. If you have any guts, then don't use that alchemical golem. Bullying others with alchemical golems, what does it count for? Earth-shattering boos and jeers came from the spectator seats. In the previous Warlock conventions, the battles between the young warlocks were fierce and exciting, displaying a variety of wonderful battle scenes. Countless geniuses would go through bitter struggles. Only by scaling towards the very summit would they claim the first place. Now Yang Feng had suddenly revealed a Moffin demonic polar bear and steamrolled through the more than 100 geniuses with absolute power, forcing them to not even dare fight him. Naturally, the spectators who had put bets on him losing were all fuming with boundless ire. Yang Feng was very thick-skinned. In the face of those earth-shattering boos and jeers, he only smiled indifferently before asking the referee. Everyone else had conceded. It should be my win, right? The referee looked strangely at Yang Feng before proclaiming out loud, "Due to all challengers conceding, I announce Yang Feng being the victor. Additionally, the first place of this time's Warlock Convention is also his." Countless earth-shattering boos and jeers once more came from the spectator seats. "Quiet!" Carolina's voice, full of dignity, reverberated through the grand arena, suppressing the chaotic boos and jeers. Carolina said, full of dignity. Because he was strong enough, Yang Feng was able to make others concede. Even though he used an alchemical golem, him being capable of operating a great warlock rank alchemical golem is also a testimony to his ability. Equipment is also part of one's strength. After listening to Carolina, the boos and jeers in the arena stopped, but as the spectators looked at Yang Feng, their eyes flickered with menacing radiances. Yang Feng turned his burning gaze towards Carolina and said, "Your Holiness Saint Rose, now that I've obtained the Warlock Convention's first place, can I enter the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation?" The only reason why Yang Feng came to Rose Garden was to practice cultivation in the Rose Divine Pool. Only by practicing cultivation in the Rose Divine Pool could Yang Feng break trough his bottleneck within a short time and promote to a level 2 warlock. With a higher cultivation base, Yang Feng's survivability would also be higher. It would be more difficult to kill him. Carolina said lightly, "You can. Just wait a moment for me to make the arrangements, and you can enter the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation." "Wait a moment," Cordelia suddenly interrupted. Big Sister Carolina, the first 3 places of the Warlock Convention hadn't yet been claimed. Even if Yang Feng was already recognized as the first expert, but the second and third experts haven't yet been determined. Wouldn't it be better to first wait for the second and third places to be claimed? Carolina's eyebrows creased slightly, revealing a hint of hesitation. "Haha, is there even any suspense in determining the second and third experts? The second expert of this time's Warlock Convention will be Steel City's Shi Shui." Yang Feng laughed. Then his figure shook and he jumped down from the stage. Shi Shui's figure shook slightly, before she appeared in the middle of the stage, and then under everyone's gazes, entered the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit. The Moffin demonic polar bear suddenly stood upright, before immediately diffusing powerful great warlock rank life force and spreading it into its surroundings. "Who dares to come up to fight me? I guarantee that you won't be left with an intact corpse." Tate's most up-to-date novels are published on fguyuyobinovel.com. From the Moffin demonic polar bear's bloody maw came Shi Shui's delicate and overbearing voice. Below the stage, the complexions of the more than 100 Tyrandot subcontinent's geniuses were ashen, and their eyes brimmed with despair and ire. Yang Feng had already used the Moffin demonic polar bear, pressuring those warlock geniuses to the point that they lacked the ability to retaliate. Now, to make matters worse, Yang Feng apparently also wanted to let others to use the Moffin demonic polar bear and keep bullying those geniuses. It seems like no one dares, just a bunch of weaklings. Your Holiness Saint Rose, since no one dares to come fight me, then the Warlock Convention's second place should belong to me, right? Xuanhuan's somewhat regretful voice arrived from within the Moffin demonic polar bear. Carolina swept the Moffin demonic polar bear with a glance. Her face once more twitched, and her gaze swept those geniuses down below. The more than 100 Tyrandot subcontinent's geniuses had no intentions of fighting Xuanhuan. With their current strength, fighting a great warlock rank alchemical golem was akin to seeking death. Cookson looked straight at Carolina and said loudly, "Your Holiness Saint Rose, Yang Feng had already used this alchemical golem to win once, and now he's using this alchemical golem to humiliate us. Is this warlock convention a joke?" Carolina's eyebrows arched. She remained unresponsive. Yang Feng ridiculed with a sneer. "What a jest! In the world of warlocks, the so-called alchemical golems are accepted as a type of secret treasures. In battles, lending secret treasures to others is common. If you have the ability, then go also look for a great warlock rank alchemical golem to fight with us. Or dare you swear on your soul that you had never used secret treasures in battles?" Cookson's eyes spewed flames of rage as he uttered a couple of words. "That's sophistry," Yang Feng ridiculed. "You good for nothing. Since you don't dare to go up the stage and fight, then don't stay here and make a fool of yourself. If you have guts, then go up and fight her." Cookson's eyes flickered with a fierce glint as he said coldly, "Yang Feng, you good for nothing. If you have the guts, then don't use your alchemical golem and have a fair fight with me." Yang Feng laughed loudly. "Ha, I'm an alchemist. You want an alchemist to fight without their alchemical products? Isn't it ridiculous? How about this, as long as you dispose of your level 2 innate spell model solidified in your spirit sea, then we can have a fair fight. The both of us would be level 1 warlocks. That would be truly fair, do you dare?" "Absolutely not," Cookson said resolutely. Once the innate spell model solidified in his spirit sea was disposed of, then Cookson would suffer great damage and might be even unable to once more promote to a level 2 warlock. If he was unlucky, then he might become a cripple. Cookson said coldly, "The fact that I promoted to a level 2 warlock is a testimony to my ability. If you have any ability, then also promote to a level 2 warlock." Yang Feng sneered, "I have a great warlock rank alchemical golem and I also have my ability. If you have the ability, then go and also come up with a great warlock rank alchemical golem. If you don't have the ability, then take a hike. You good for nothing." "Enough!" Carolina's majestic voice reverberated in the grand arena, suppressing everyone else's voices. Yang Feng smiled slightly and then sent mentally, "Your Holiness Saint Rose, if you let me monopolize the Warlock Convention's first 3 places, then after the Warlock Convention ends, I'll gift you with 2,000 level 2 Warlock rank alchemical golems." Carolina's beautiful eyes flickered slightly with a touch of a peculiar glint. She was silent for a moment, before her gaze swept towards Cookson and she said coldly, "Cookson, you're dissatisfied. Then go onto the stage and challenge Xuanhuan. Defeat her, and the second place of the Warlock Convention is yours. If you don't dare to go onto the stage, then shut your trap." Cookson's gaze swept the Moffin demonic polar bear on the stage. His eyes flickered several times, before he clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and drooped his head in resignation. "Does anyone dare to fight me?" Xuanhuan's overbearing voice arrived from the Moffin demonic polar bear. Ike will fight you. I want to see Steel City's ability." The eyes of a young level 2 warlock flickered with sparks of anger. He gave a piercing howl, his figure shook, and he immediately appeared on the stage. The referee heaved a sigh of relief, and then immediately announced, "I declare the start of this match." Boulder burst. Xuanhuan operated the Moffin demonic polar bear to cast a level 4 spell. Horrifying fluctuations of magic erupted, and then from all over, countless razor-sharp boulders frantically pierced towards the one named Ike. Ike erupted with the radiances from 2 defensive spells, and two powerful magical force fields revolved around his body. In the next instant, the countless razor-sharp boulders easily pierced through the defensive spells protecting Ike, before immediately shredding him into countless fragments. Blood slashed everywhere. After seeing Ike being instantly killed by Xuanhuan, the eyes of those geniuses revealed traces of dread. Ike was a genius with the cultivation base of a level 2 warlock. He was very strong. Yet this genius couldn't even resist a single move from the Moffin demonic polar bear. This made those geniuses realize the disparity in strength between them and the great warlock rank experts. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.